Well, a very good morning to you and welcome to Seat Unique Stadium in Bristol as the Women's One Day Cup League 2 returns to the ground, and it is a crucial encounter in the middle of the table as fifth place, Worcestershire Rapids are the visitors today, and Gloucestershire, who are in 6th place, are their opponents. There are 6 points separating the two teams. Top 4 qualify through to the semi-finals. So in terms of those semi-finals, this figures to be not quite a must-win for both sides, but possibly more so for Gloucestershire than Worcestershire, being lower than them in the table. But if Gloucestershire can win, then they will drag themselves very much into that chase for those semi-final spots. Both sides coming off the back of mighty victories. Gloucestershire launching themselves up the table with a thumping win down at Hove, where they beat Sussex by 119 runs, piling up 286 for 9 and then bowling Sussex out for just 167 in reply. And it was great to see the likes of Chloe Skelton, and of course Katie Jones had played at the back end of the T20 as well, but particularly Chloe Skelton back in Gloucestershire colours, Gloucestershire through and through, and she really was one of the stars of the show the other day. 52 with the bat, 4 wickets and an important catch as well. But the likes of Katie Jones, 65, and Georgina Kant, who made 91 off only 77 balls. It was such an impressive innings. I was lucky enough to be down at Hove for that one, and hopefully they'll be able to take some of that form into this game from a Gloucestershire point of view. I'll run through the two sides in a moment, but Carol Camino is alongside myself, Ed Seaborn, for this one. And Carol, what are you expecting from this one?
Well, as the positions in the table would suggest, I think it's going to be a close one. I think both their teams' confidences will be good after their good results last week, and I think that it's almost like they've been relishing going back to the 50 overs after the shorter form, and maybe both teams are suited better for that. So I'm really looking forward to a close game. I will confess to a Worcestershire connection, because that's where I live and have been involved with Worcestershire in the past. And I think when you talk about Chloe Skelton being through, Gloucestershire through and through, I must mention Claire Boycott here, that we'll talk about later. That's Worcestershire's captain, who I can remember her playing for Worcestershire when she was about 12. So, yeah, absolutely committed to the county and through and through, and lovely to see her now as captain.
So as far as the toss news, Gloucestershire won the toss and elected to bat first. Not a huge surprise in that, given that they have had their best success this season when batting first. And of course, also, speaking of mighty victories, Worcestershire beating Kent last weekend by 101 runs. So batting first again and defending that 244 that they made very comfortably, with Kent 143 all out. I'll let you do the Worcestershire side, Carol, and then I'll run through the Gloucestershire side.
Okay, yeah, so for Worcestershire we have Ruby Davis, number 4, number 5, Amy Wheeler, number 12, Sophie Beach, who we understand will also be the wicket-keeper, 16, Bryony Gilgrass, 19, Hannah Hardwick, 21, Olivia Goff, 24, Claire Boycott, 28, Jess Beach, 55, Flora Burt-Wessel, and 79, Gwen Davis, and finally number 00, Ebony Jade Tweets.
So a couple of changes there from the side that took on Kent. Gloucestershire also have a couple of changes. There are 3 players playing today as at Hove who will not have numbers on their backs, including Meg Austin, who's out to the middle to open the batting alongside Becca Halliday. Meg Ahern due in at 3, having opened at Hove. Katie Jones will keep wicket, so it'll be easy to recognise her despite the fact that she won't have a number. Georgina Kant, then Chloe Skelton. B. Willis returns to the side. Alice Hill also back in, so I guess a bit of a like-for-like replacement with Charlie Phillips dropping out of the side with another off-spin option there. Liv Daniels, who is the captain, Katie Dolman, who bowled terrifically up front at Hove with 3 crucial wickets early on, just really to kill that Sussex chase, and then Caitlin Belcher. So we have Worcestershire with their blue kit in the field, and Gloucestershire with their becoming quite familiar yellow and black outfit for this one-day cup.
And it's Hannah Hardwick to start, and bowling just 2 slips, interestingly.
Going aggressive. Here we go then. A little bit of shape to start with, and there's time in 50 over cricket just to have a bit of a look.
And I'd be surprised if they didn't. And this is perhaps part of the change of mindset that they need to be making, from moving back from that 20 over format into this 50 over format. 50 overs is quite a long time, and they've certainly got time to have a look at what the bowlers are doing. And equally, it gives time for the bowlers to really settle and get into their rhythm.
That's gone a bit more late as well.
Yes. I think that she needs to tighten up that line slightly, but if she's got the 2 slips there, she's obviously inviting that shot out on that offside. Yes, looking at the replay, there was definitely a little bit of a swing away.
So Meg Austin, one of the loanees from Tier 1 to Gloucestershire, hence the lack of number. Playing a miss. Nicely bowled. Trying to tempt her in that channel wide of the off stump, and it's full enough that she thinks maybe she can drive and get off the mark, and it's just not quite full enough for that.
No, and it was definitely swinging as well, so you can see how she could be tempted, but it was that tighter line that we were talking about.
Cloud cover at the moment, but the forecast appears to be for this to clear away, and actually we might have quite a sunny afternoon. Bat on ball for the first time, but Gloucestershire still searching for their first run. I don't think it's supposed to be absolutely boiling, but it should be really quite pleasant. 22 degrees, although windy, so that might be something that might need to be taken into account today as far as bowling ends and which end you want to bowl your spinners from.
Yeah, so they've all spent time, both teams have spent time out there today in their warm-up, so they'll have a good sense of what the conditions are.
Ooh, that's whistled through.
That came through a little bit higher.
Oh, no ball,
No,
however.
yeah.
So Gloucestershire are underway. It's just the 1 run for the no ball in the Women's Metro Bank One-Day Cup, which again is something that I think, all right, I'm going to launch in this early.
Go there.
We've started
at
at 10:30. Why can we not just have uniform? I just think when you've got this competition which is supposed to be aligned. Anyway, it's a free hit for Meg Austin, and whacked away up over mid-on, and that is only going to bounce a couple of times and over the boundary for 4. Yeah. So Meg Austin takes advantage.
Absolutely, and that's just the words I was going to use. Really took advantage of that. Safe shot to play, and even if she'd been caught, there's no chance of catching that because there's only the one fielder out there, and it went over her head. So definitely what you need to be doing when you do get the chance of the free hits, to be able to take those.
It's a good strike because it wasn't in the slot really. I mean, she did go length Hardwick, but she was probably thinking, well, I'm getting enough swing that it's going to be pretty hard to hit, but Austin got hold of that really well. That's a nice piece of timing as well. That'll test the outfield, which is possibly not quite as quick as we've seen it at times this season. As well as that was timed, that might even have been 4 at earlier points, but 2 onto the board. So what started off as such a good opening over from Hardwick, what looked like 5 dots, has ended up with 7 off it.
Indeed. And so you're saying about the outfield here, it's looking a little bit greener since the last time we've had our day trips to Cheltenham in the meantime, and looking here, it looks a little bit greener and not running quite so fast.
It does feel very good to be back at Bristol, I must say, after a layoff at Cheltenham, which of course we enjoy massively as lovers of Gloucestershire cricket, the Cheltenham Festival, but it almost felt like walking back in for a new season today somehow. It's only been a few weeks, but somehow it feels as though it's been a few months since we've been here.
Yes.
Getting back used to the surroundings again. And the pitch, which you may not be able to see at the moment, but may have caught from some of the wider shots, a little over towards the mound stand today. Amy Wheeler to bowl, and Halliday underway straight away. A single down to fine leg. So a couple of bowlers here with plenty of previous experience of being around regional sides. Hannah Hardwick playing for the Central Sparks in the previous era, and Amy Wheeler, who's part of the Blaze Academy. Oh, playing a miss. Austin down to one knee, but just past the outside edge.
Yes, it's been good to see Amy Wheeler getting to bowl regularly. So her loan to Worcestershire appears to be a season-long loan, so she's been playing most of the games, which, you know, as an aspiring young bowler, that's exactly what you need to be doing. So good to see her here today. And quite a formidable opening bowling pair with her and Hannah Hardwick in terms of the pace.
She's putting that pace on show, digging it into the middle of the pitch. It doesn't look the absolute quickest at this point, but whilst it is a fresh pitch, it's not the greenest that we've seen here, so that would tend to lead you to believe that it may not be absolutely flying through, and the keeper and the slips have been gradually creeping closer.
Yes, there's been a few adjustments there, haven't they? The slips sort of taking, slightly repositioning, and as you say, just creeping up gradually, led by, guided by the keeper. Yeah, the keeper's done it again.
Yeah, and another step forward. Yeah. So it's when you are used to keeping to the likes of Hardwick and Wheeler, who, as you say, got plenty of pace about them, you do start off by thinking, let's just make sure that I can take this, and then you want those few deliveries just to be left alone to realise what's going on. That will be the second wide of the over, that time down the leg side.
Yes, I think as a keeper you sort of take what might be an average position based on what you know of the bowlers, and then obviously then start taking into account what the pitch is actually doing and whether it's staying low, whether it's flying through. But then that takes a little while to settle into that.
Olivia Goff also is behind the stumps. Contrary to the information that we had, it's 12 that we had behind the stumps, but it's actually 21. That'll be an offside wide that time for Goff to take.
Yes, I think just slightly fell away in her action there. Looking a little frustrated, but her teammates would come over and have a word. Just yet tap on the hand there from Claire Boycott, saying, "Come on, you can do this."
Burt Whistle at first slip and Davies at second. It's more of a long leg really than a fine leg, and then a deep third, the two fielders outside the 25-yard circle. And that's really good batting from Austin, because there's a fine leg and then there's a mid-on, and those are the only fielders on the onside. So as long as you beat the bowler, which she did there, then there's just a drop and run there.
Yes, and looking to take those singles off the good balls as well as the not so good ones. Keeps the pressure on the fielding side.
It's Halliday back on strike as well. She's had a fair amount of time at the non-strikers end up front. Wheeler getting that swing, but that's always the tricky part of that early swing. At what point do you just think it's not quite coming out right, and you hold it cross seam, but then you take away one of your main weapons?
Yes, it's just being able to adjust the line to reflect the seam. That one looked like it started a little bit wide and went wider, so just pull that line in a little bit.
It's going to be wided again. Umpires today, by the way, Sharon Grigg and Mel Juniper, who were the umpiring duo for the last home game for Gloucestershire, a T20 extraordinary finish against Middlesex at Cheltenham, where Gloucestershire ended up losing by 1 run, but that was a team in Middlesex that ended up winning the title. Play and a miss from Halliday. That's what will happen when Wheeler gets it right.
Yes.
But yeah, going back to that, that looks like a fantastic performance, even though they didn't get over the line.
Yes.
That was a team that ended up not only winning the title, but on League Two finals day, Middlesex didn't lose a wicket.
I know. I sort of debated going down there, but the 2-hour-plus journey to get over there, but I did watch it all. Oh, another wide there. Yeah. I think in any sports field, you find that there's one team that everybody else wants to beat, and in the case of Yorkshire, it's definitely because they've been accorded their Tier 1 status earlier than originally anticipated, and therefore they then become the team to beat. And so I think there were most of the neutral people around the country were hoping for a Middlesex win there. Oh, that's a slight over-adjustment there, and just going down the leg side for another wide. So yes, and it's really interesting. I was saying to you beforehand, wasn't I, that we listening to the Middlesex captain being interviewed, and just how much of an atmosphere they've managed, a really good atmosphere and team spirit they've managed to build up there, and reflecting the fact that quite a lot of their girls have jobs, so are not playing in that fully professional level. But clearly there is a place for that, and it can still be a good standard of cricket. Wheeler in again. So just play stopped in the covers there.
Good start from Ruby Davis, because if that goes for 4, then it just gives Wheeler something to finish the over on. Of course, it's not an over that she will have enjoyed at all, and it's good to see again some of her teammates going up and pattering on the back. At the end of the day, whilst you feel worse about it, if you concede 9 and just have a couple of boundaries get through the infield, then you're not feeling quite so bad. So you've just got to be, I guess, a bit stoic about the overs that go that way, because she is a fine bowler. She's a really promising prospect, and 1 over can just go awry.
And I think this sort of shows the resilience that any of these players who are sort of on the edge of this professional tier but playing for these county sides really need to build. It's not just your playing ability, but it's about the mental attitude, and how, when things aren't going your way, when you're having a run where you're not winning matches, just how you can all stay together as a team and support each other.
You also have to imagine going back to that T20 match as well, especially looking on and seeing what Middlesex went on to do. And then, of course, it helps enormously to get a player of Chloe Skelton's quality back into the fold.
Yeah.
Oh, that has gone through. Hello.
Oh, that was... I don't think I'd like to have been on the end of that one. It just went past the end of her nose, I think, is probably the best description. Hannah Hardwick is smiling on her way back. She enjoyed that one, I think.
Yes, I'm sure that she will know Meg Austin extremely well from their time spent, I'm sure, playing quite a lot of cricket together for Central Sparks, and I'm sure in the academy setup as well. So I've had plenty of battles over the years, not just on the pitch now, but presumably quite a lot of net bowling. That was a real snorter. Oh, tries to follow it up with a Yorker. Wasn't actually far off, but I think that's been signalled another no ball, which is going to allow, indeed it was, it's going to allow Becca Halliday the chance for a free hit and see whether she can get herself going in the same way that Austin did.
Yes, and Hannah Hardwick, I've known, another one who I've known for quite some time, and she did play a couple of some games for my club in the past, and it was really that debate about, do you let that natural speed come through, or do you try and get it to slow down slightly and bowl more accurately? I mean, I think it's the proportion of accurate balls that you can build into what you're doing. Now, obviously, she's progressed a lot since she played club matches, and she's got a higher proportion now that are really good balls. So it's great to see that speed really developing.
Here's the free hit. Straight up in the air. The catch will, in fact, not be taken because there's no point. she had to think about that at Jess Beach, but ended up just letting it drop.
Yeah, it's just for a moment. She thought, oh, no, I won't catch it.
Single, but Gloucestershire are being allowed to get off to a bit of a flyer here without having to do a great deal, and it does just allow them not to have to go after deliveries that aren't there. So handy from their point of view. Like a ball like that, you're not doing a huge amount with that. But
no.
you know, if you're, I don't know, 6 without loss or something after 2.4 overs, you're probably thinking, well, it's time for a boundary. But they don't have to be thinking that way.
Yes, I mean, in terms of this over, we've got, having had the no ball in the middle, but we're still only the 2 runs off it, so let's see how she can close out this over now.
Skies are beginning to part in Bristol. I think the forecasters have got it right.
Yeah, sun's out, is appearing now, a higher proportion of blue sky. Good to see.
Because I wondered, that was the only thing I wondered. I did think, given that it's been Gloucestershire's MO recently to try and win the toss and bat first, post a score and defend it.
Yes.
It was the only thing I thought about maybe they wouldn't this time. Oh, that skids through. That was a nasty one for Goff behind the stumps, and I think that'll be 4 byes, so the extras column is getting a workout in the early going. 3 overs gone, and Gloucestershire 23 without loss. But given that it was meant to clear up so quickly, probably thought, well, okay, it's probably going to do a bit up front. You expect it to do a bit up front, but at least when it's doing that, you don't have the pressure of knowing that you've got to score at, say, 5 and over from the off.
Yeah. It looks like Wheeler's being given a little break here, and Jess Beach coming on to bowl instead.
Again, it's always a tricky one, that as a captain, isn't it? Do you give the bowler the opportunity to right things immediately, or just that little break, maybe a change of ends if she comes back from the pavilion end possibly, but we'll see.
Possibly change of ends, not bowling in the power play. Sometimes you just need that little break, and again, it's great to see a captain will go out to her and just arm round the shoulders, say it's okay, and other teammates as well. So I'm sure she'll be back later in the innings.
Yeah, and also I guess when the ball isn't swinging so much, so it will be that bit easier for her to control. So it is Beach from the Ashley Down Road end, and Halliday with a nice looking drive, but there is that fielder up at mid-off. 27 years of age is Jess Beach, and was having a look on Cricket Archive, which doesn't always have every match in its completeness, but she is approaching 100 appearances for Worcestershire's women, as that will be a wide as well. So there is plenty of experience in this Worcestershire side, and it's one of the reasons why I must say, when I was doing a preview for the season, doing a preview tier 2, I had Worcestershire. I think I even said Worcestershire might make the final.
Well, they still can.
And they certainly still can.
Yes.
And it was, I thought, I sat back and thought, great stuff. First game, of course, they had that stunning win over Yorkshire, and the fact that it was so comfortable as well.
Yes, that one was, bearing in mind what we were saying earlier about the potential tier 2, tier 1 teams, that was probably the surprise result, but backed up what you were thinking, Ed.
Crashed away. Oh, that's a great stop. It's Ruby Davis again at cover, and that's 2 already that she saved from going to the boundary. That was an even tougher stop than the previous one. That not only was hit even harder by Becca Halliday that time, but that was bouncing up off those practice pitches. She's read that so well.
And taken it very cleanly and got it straight back in, so yes, great stop.
Must be flicked away for, should just be a single. Indeed it will be.
Yes, there's been a slight adjustment in the field with the change to Jess Beach. We've got the sort of backward square fielder out towards the boundary, and on the other side, actually, she's on the pitch or off it. I'm trying to work that out.
Off it at the moment.
But she will be on it, so which is a sort of a third, sort of wider of the slips and between that and backward point.
Oh, there's a nick there.
Oh,
what a catch.
No, it's not.
Oh, no.
It's popped out.
Put it down. The umpire raised her finger, which is why I must say I thought that it was out. The umpires are now going over to consult here, but I don't think Worcestershire have actually appealed. Let's have a look at the replay.
Great catch, but it just didn't stick in the webbing. Was she in control of it?
So unfortunate.
Yeah. No, it was a brilliant catch, but I can't think she was ever actually in control of that, as it just sort of spilled as she landed and fell on the floor.
The umpires are still in consultation here, though. This is a long discussion, but as we will have another look here, and we'll keep you updated if anything changes out in the middle. But here's that catch again. It's in the webbing. She moves across, and then that's actually a really tricky one, because she makes a move after she's controlled it, but then has she completely stopped? No, but then is she under control? That's a hard one, and that I guess is why they're consulting. She's going to walk back to her position here, the umpires. There's a punch of gloves from the Gloucestershire batters that I think is going to mean that we're going to get the... No, she's been given out. She's been given out, and Meg Austin has to go, and I don't think even Worcestershire really felt that was likely to be given, because there's almost a slight sense of, I don't think it's quite sheepishness from the Worcestershire fielders, but they're not sprinting over to each other to congratulate each other.
I mean, to be fair, the umpires don't have the benefit of the replays that we do. Perhaps we should have got them up here to have a look, but
but we're
just about to see it again.
I don't think I've ever seen an umpiring consultation for a ball that has ended up hitting the ground, but I can see where the cause for deliberation was, because she has made that move along the floor while still controlling the ball, but I cannot see how you could say that she had full control of her body movement there, and you can see from the reaction of everybody, keeper disappointed, slip says not out. The slip is actually signalling it's not out, and the bowler is walking back to her mark. The only two people on the field who thought that was out were the umpires.
That as a keeper, I can't imagine if somebody gave that, I'd almost be having to say, no, I didn't hold it. And if you've got the slip fielder saying it's not out, yes, interesting. I think the umpires will have a little bit of reflection to do when they see the highlights later on. It's probably the best way of putting that one. And they may have their reasons for making that decision, but I think the lucky black cat must have walked across the pitch for Worcestershire.
Here's Mega Hearn out to the middle. And a good start from Beach, maybe just a little inside edge saving Hearn there. So the change to Jess Beach has worked, and it's produced the opening breakthrough for Worcestershire at 25 for 1 now, Gloucestershire after 4 overs. The other thing is, and I don't think that a slip fielder signalling well, I suppose she actually made the signal for dead ball, but also it's become the kind of the not out signal as well, isn't it? But did that constitute a withdrawal of the appeal? Because the umpires have to make the decision first of all, has there been an appeal, and then has that appeal been withdrawn? And I don't blame Worcestershire at all for, you know, if the umpire gives it out, the umpire has the knowledge of the laws of the game, and they're the ones best placed to apply those laws. So I've got no problem at all with Worcestershire not then saying, no, that catch wasn't taken.
Hardwick in now. Just taking her on the pads there. I mean, looking at that replay, the Worcestershire captain had actually turned away and was walking back to her mark once she'd seen it.
Yeah. Well, as I say, there's always the danger that you come across the wrong the wrong way on here, especially as we are on the Gloucestershire stream. But it's a fact. The only two people who thought that was out were the umpires.
But their word is final.
Yes.
Hardwick in again now. That flew again. It was slightly down the leg side this time. The keeper struggled to take
I think that might have been signalled another no ball. Yeah, it has.
Yeah, the Worcestershire bowlers are struggling a little bit. I can't see any particular reason for it. There's no damp footholds or anything. We did see them coming out to measure their run-ups quite late. Whether that's that they need to just readjust that, I don't know.
Oh, it's a very it's a very dainty signal of the free hit there.
Yeah. Fielders returning to their original positions now.
Oh, ramp shot.
That's a nice
Love
ramp
it.
shot. That
4 runs.
Yeah, well played. So that's twice now they've had the taking real advantage of the free hits. To have been expensive hits, those, as they've not only got the run for the no ball, but also 4 runs off each of them as well.
It's always a great option on this ground, especially when the bowling is from that pavilion end, because it is such a short boundary to the flat, so you really only need to get some sort of bat on it. And of course, you know with Hardwick you're going to get enough pace to help it over the top. And free hit, I guess why not try it? Especially if you're thinking that she's just going to be bowling length, which she, I think, has done for the previous 2 free hits as well.
Could be another one. Yes, another wide here by Hardwick.
This is a strange old start, but there's certainly been plenty to talk about.
There hasn't, and quietly and without seeming to do a great deal, Gloucestershire have snuck up to 33 for 1. So, and after only 4.2 overs. So their run rate is already at 7.62, so they'll be happy with that, despite the unexpected wicket.
It's another very easy single there.
Yeah,
and I know they've got the 2 slips in there trying to attack, and that's right, but just wonder if they might have to put a fielder in at mid-wicket, even if it's not from the 2 slips. Maybe take one of the fielders from the covers out and put them there, because there's been quite a few just drops and runs there.
And I think they heard you, Ed. Somebody's now coming across.
Oh, they've got tired of it as well. It's going to be second slip out. Might actually have been tempted to just move the extra cover across and say, go on, have a drive, especially the new batter Ahern. And there's the edge that goes right past second slip for 4.
It wouldn't have been a catch, but they might have been able to stop it.
Yeah, do you know, I actually would have kept the second slip in and moved the offside fielder across, because I think when Hardwick's got it right, she's done enough to justify that second slip. And also, I reckon there's a fair chance, if there is an edge, that it does go, quite thickly through to that second slip as well. But at that time, we'll see the replay here. It's pretty soft hands from Meg Ahern, and you tend to know also at Bristol, even with pace on the ball, that you can play with that outside edge a little bit more than some other grounds.
It's Hardwicke again. And that's nicely played out towards square leg. A race with the fielder, but that's gone away for 4. That outfield certainly looking quick enough there.
Wow. Yeah. I suppose that'll be the quicker side out there. It's a shorter boundary toward the mound stand. And then also you've got those 3 practice pitches for the ball to roll across, whereas on the other side there aren't a huge number of strips cut. And also with that field, even with the mid-wicket in place, Hardwicke just couldn't really afford to drift onto the pads there.
It's come through onto her pads there. Bit of an appeal, but no response from the umpire.
Well, 42 for 1 after 5 overs. Whew. I do also like how... Oh gosh, somebody's excited. I do also like how on the scoreboard, because Hannah Hardwicke doesn't have a number.
Yes.
They've gone with the numbers for the 2 that do have them, and then
Yes.
Just to make sure that everybody knows
Yes.
what's going on.
Well, she does have a squad number, doesn't she? So I don't know if she's forgotten her shirt today.
Well, it's always a bit of an odd one with these squad numbers.
Yeah.
There are always about 3 or 4 different numbers floating about as well. Here's Beach, and now they have cut off that easy single anywhere on the onside. Fizz in throw from Gwen Davies, who is nothing if not competitive and wanting to send a message out there in the field.
Yeah, she's making Olivia Goff, the keeper, work there. Yes, a quick apology.
Motioning as if to say, well, come on, you've got to be alert. It's a firm hit down the ground and well stopped. Sliding across by mid-off.
Yeah, it's Amy Wheeler picking that up.
There's a whole host of other fixtures in the One-Day Cup today. A few to keep an eye on, with the 4 teams ahead of both these sides in action. Kent taking on Northamptonshire. Northamptonshire are currently in 3rd place, having won 4 out of 5, and they're off to a great start against Kent at Beckenham. That game 35 for 3 at Kent in the 10th over. There is never ever throughout the summer not a game of cricket taking place at Beckenham. Pretty sure there's got to be at least one game there every day. Whether it's, you know, whether it's the home to Surrey women now, both Surrey and Kent are in sort of turf war for Beckenham of all places.
Well, as an ex-London resident, I don't think I ever considered Beckenham anything other than Kent, I would say. And it was one of those slight points of confusion once the Tier 1 teams had been organised, and with the Surrey team agreeing that they would be playing the majority of their home games at Beckenham, which left Kent feeling slightly aggrieved.
It's good in movement there from Beach. He's tightened things up for Worcestershire since coming into the attack.
So yes, if you're the folk of Beckenham, you've got plenty of cricket to watch.
Yes, although you can only watch it in one stand, but I'm sure you can bring along your deck chair. Nicely cut, but there's a fielder at backward point. So no run, and that is a maiden over from Jess Beach, but still Gloucestershire flying along in terms of the run rate, 42 for 1. Derbyshire taking on Middlesex. That is very much, well, I was going to say David versus Goliath. I'm not quite sure what the what the equivalent of that is, but anyway, Middlesex are storming along, as you'd expect. They've reduced Derbyshire to 16 for 3 in the 9th over. That's unbeaten Middlesex against winless Derbyshire. Sussex versus Leicestershire, that's the game between the two sides just below these two. And Sussex 36 without loss. That match taking place at Arundel, somewhere I've not been, but I'm desperate to get to. And there's a big game between Yorkshire and Glamorgan. That match is taking place in Leeds, but not at Headingley. And Yorkshire 33 for 2 in the 12th over. With Yorkshire in 4th, having lost 2, including 2 Worcestershire, and Glamorgan in 2nd, having lost just the 1.
Should be another wide from Hardwick there, just down the leg side. And it's good pace and going through on it, but it's just the line isn't quite there.
It's one of those appeals from Bryony Gilgrass at mid-off. You're just trying to kid the umpire more into thinking that it's brushed a bit of pad or something.
It was quite close.
But she was the only one who did it, so you're going to struggle.
That was a better ball. That was sort of certainly aiming for the stumps on that one rather than that outside of stump line.
Yeah, so really, for Gloucestershire going forward, each team plays 9 matches. This is Gloucestershire's 6th. So they've got 2 more home games coming up consecutively, all at Bristol against Yorkshire and then Kent. It's nicely played into the gap for a single. And then they finish against Leicestershire away. So, especially with the services of the likes of Skelton this month and Jones, whilst they are in 6th at the moment, especially if they can, as they did against Sussex, if they could get a couple of bigger wins as well, because each point, each bonus point might matter. That's another no ball dug out into the offside, so Halliday will have another free hit, and again they can't change the field. So whilst deep square leg takes a couple of hopeful steps toward fine leg, thinking she might go for that ramp again, the ramp is absolutely on.
Back in your box.
Come back to that in a moment. They're going to have to keep those 2 slips in place as well.
So it's got to be on the off stump line.
They had set the field actually that I would have set the previous over, but now of course it might hurt them because there's plenty of space on the off and leg sides. Yeah, there's the ramp again, and that will be 4 more.
That you know, I think we'd written the script for that one before it started, hadn't we? And you could just see the helplessness on the Worcestershire players' faces because they knew exactly what was going to happen, but they couldn't do anything about it.
Yeah, and that's why that change of regulation, as we see again, moving early. I mean, she's taken that off the stumps, but with it being a free hit, there's just no risk attached to that whatsoever, and plenty of reward. But I think that is a really good change, the fact that you aren't allowed to change that field for the free hit, assuming the same batter's on strike.
So, I mean, what it would mean otherwise is that you don't really want to set your field just in case your bowler bowls a no ball. They'd almost have to put the sort of backward square finer now, which is not what they needed to be, where they needed to be for the good balls. So I think you've got to stay positive and bowl to your field for the good balls rather than for the bad ones. But still the 2 slips in at the moment.
That's worked fine enough that it might be 4 more. Beats the dive. And the 50 comes up for Gloucestershire in just the 7th over.
Yes, that wasn't as fine as where the ramp landed, but certainly too far round for the fielder to chase.
Again, there's enough pace to work with that Halliday just needs to get some bat on that.
Just was on that leg stump line there, it made it easier to clip down that side.
They've gone with a deep backward square almost more for the shorter ball, but Hardwick isn't bowling very much short,
No,
so I think she does need the fine leg.
Yeah, she's moving around now.
It's tricky to protect that fine boundary, so I do get why she's still more of a long leg, very much more of a long leg. Dangling one wide of the off stump, and no bye taken, because I think there were enough bodies in the way that it was quite hard for Ahern at the non-striker's end to see where that had gone. But 7 overs bowled, and Gloucestershire rattling along at 53 for 1. But yes, going back to Gloucestershire, I mean, they've still got to vault quite a few teams, and you know, Middlesex, Glamorgan, Northamptonshire don't seem to be going anywhere, but the next 2 fixtures being against the 2 sides who are directly ahead of you and at home,
yes,
still represents a really good opportunity to try and attempt to vault those 2 sides, as hard as it's going to be, because there's lots of quality in both the Worcestershire and Yorkshire sides.
Yes, and I think you can be aware of what you need to be doing, but ultimately just taking up, it sounds a bit of a cliche, doesn't take every match as it comes.
Oh yeah, you have to do it though.
Yeah. So yeah, we'll you know, I was just very pleased to see how positively they were playing against Sussex last week, and that, I mean, I think we've said all the way through that to really win these games consistently, you need somebody to make a big over 50 score, and with a number of other people, you know, approaching the 50, so you can get those over 200 scores on the board, and that's what they managed to do. And the result was they were able to defend it. So, and I think when we'd seen the earlier games of the season, that wasn't quite happening. So maybe there's a bit of a turn here, and we've talked about how the team will grow and that they'll have more experience and they'll get more used to the type of cricket they're playing and build on those skill levels. And as they do that, it's great to see the progression, and I think last week showed how that had worked for them.
I think also the move to decide that they might be a bat first side, that's a good ball. That's one that hasn't faded in as much from Beach, and Ahern's playing for that in-swing again, thinking that she's got to cover the line of off stump, because if that does swing, it's going straight into those stumps, and then it just holds on her,
yes,
and forces her to play away from her body. So really good bowling from Beach, as we'll see it from the reverse angle. It has faded in a little bit, but it's only a tiny bit compared with some of the prodigious in-swing she's been getting. But again, the pressure is a little bit off these sorts of overs. I mean, if you'd offered Gloucestershire 53 for 1 after 10 overs, I think they pretty much have taken that.
Yes.
You kind of expect there to be some early movement, and you know, in 50 over cricket, even opening the batting's not always the most straightforward against the moving ball.
That should be another wide. That's her first wide, I think.
Halliday wants to come through for the run, and that's good running. So 2 onto the score. But yeah, I don't know. I just think approaching the end of that blast campaign, when Gloucestershire ended up getting that win at Canterbury in that competition, I just think ever since then there's been that bit more clarity about how they're looking to go about winning these games. And it's not going to happen every time, but I can't quite pierce the 2 fielders at cover point. But you know, I think it all leads to what has been a couple of really impressive performances in the last couple of games.
Well, I think it's fair to say if you're on a run where you're not winning, it's quite easy, even if you're trying to stay positive, for heads to go down. And when you get those wins under your belt, the confidence lifts. You can see the heads up and people know, yeah, we can do this. And that really, you take that onto the field with you for your next game.
So again, no runs off the bat that over from Beach. It's been a a long time since she's conceded any runs off the bat, and I think she's only conceded 2 non-extras so far. But 8 gone and 55 for 1, and there's going to be a change of bowling from the pavilion end.
I thought I saw Claire Boycott warming up.
Yes,
yeah.
It's going to be Boycott.
Yes, I can embarrass Claire by saying that when she was not even a teenager, she did win a national competition to find the next big fast bowler.
Okay.
So when she was young, she was very quick, but over the years, she's sort of now bowling slightly more economically.
I wondered how you were going to put that diplomatically. Wide slip in, cut firmly, and well stopped and sort of well worn at backward point.
Yes, I think it's accuracy over speed now. It's that conversation we were having earlier, but Claire's at the other end of it where she's not trying to bowl as quickly as she can.
Yeah, I think it's always a good move at this stage, I guess, especially as a captain, and maybe go to a little bit more pace off. I don't think it's any secret that pace off over the years has been a way to go on this ground. She's timing the ball well, is Ahern, but picking up backward point a couple of times.
Yeah, not quite able to beat the field at the moment. I mean, if she does, it's just going to go.
She's still only 16 years of age, Meg Ahern.
She seems to have been around for a long time, doesn't she?
That's driven. Oh, picks the gap between cover and extra. And it's not actually running the quickest over to that longer side toward the car park, but has more than enough pace on it to go for another boundary. So Ahern has already got 3 of those. And she hasn't had the benefit of a free hit to have a go at, unlike her 2 predecessors. But
Yeah.
well, I suppose if you're Boycott, you're thinking, well, it was in the air, but Ahern getting that one in the gap. That one's
And
not
the
in the
again.
air.
I think if they're they're trying to use the ring to defend those ones that might go through, but twice in a row now they've found that space between the fielders. So it'll be interesting to see if one of these is now going to move back. Or yes, I think we might be seeing somebody else coming across to with.
Yeah,
oh yes, somebody's coming across to the offside now.
There's not much wrong with that ball, really.
No.
And Ahern, one thing we have got to know about her is that she is very strong through that offside, particularly between extra cover and backward point. There's like a lot of keepers who just keep as well. That sort of cut shot, driving very strong.
Yes, they've actually put the extra fielder in the ring rather than as a sweeper further out.
That one just down to deep third, so Ahern will keep the strike. And she's actually top scoring at the moment because, well, I guess technically extras are top scoring, but in terms of the Gloucestershire batting, Ahern has overtaken Halliday, but these two beginning to form a good partnership, and the worm is moving in a good direction if you're Gloucestershire, with 1 over remaining in the power play. But Beach, 3 overs, 1 for 4, and, well, there's been 1 leg bye and 4 byes as well, but you can do the maths yourself. So I don't think they'll be moving to whip her out of the attack anytime soon. Still keeping the noise levels up in the field. A couple of members of the Worcestershire coaching staff have been perambulating.
Yes. I saw the coach wandering round after Amy Wheeler's over when she'd had a bit of a problem with that. And the coach, she was out on the boundary and the coach had gone out just to have a little word out there.
Driven up to mid-off by Ahern, so 4 fielders in the circle saving the one on the offside. Then a deep third, fine leg. Short-ish mid-wicket, although actually only a few steps off the edge of the circle and then a mid-on. Well, that bounces through nicely and a little bit of in shape as well.
Yeah, the keeper just had to move down the leg side, but the ball hadn't pitched on the leg side. So definitely a bit of movement there. I was just sort of looking at the position of the slip. The slip is in very fine here. I was just trying to work out the rationale for that. With the slightly slower bowling, I was wondering whether it needed to be slightly wider. But not tested.
Defended respectfully.
I think it's in these sorts of game situations you can see the bowlers that are bowling really tightly, and with 50 overs you can afford to not be too adventurous playing, especially at this earlier stage of the game.
Still so much time ahead of Gloucestershire in this innings. Maybe just meeting that on the full, but can't get it past mid-off.
Yes, but again, that's part of the mindset of the, you know, in retrospect you might be thinking, well, actually that would have been a really, I could have played that one and scored off that, but because the bowler has been so tight, it makes it more difficult to say, oh yeah, this one's slightly looser.
22 dot balls Beach has got through. Last ball of the opening power play, and that will just about be scored off. I think they probably had decided to take that run anyway, as Sophie Beach dived away at backward point. So that is 65 for 1 after the power play. Worcestershire can now relax the field a little. We'll see how much they want to do so. Boycott with the bowling herself, so she'll have to make that choice. You know, do you, especially having seen a couple of drives from Ahern reaching the boundary, do you think, okay, let's go immediately to having that protection out there, or still try and stay aggressive? I mean, they're going to stay aggressive and have the slip in, but
yeah, they've kept the slip, but they have now moved the fielder out of the ring and out onto the boundary to act in that sweeper as a sweeper on the offside.
Slip's gone.
Our slip has now, yes,
Ditched the slip.
Birtwistle has now come out into a sort of a short mid-wicket position.
They are going to keep 6 in the ring, though.
1, 2, yes.
So not going full on defence, but deep cover, deep third and fine leg back.
Oh, and she found the fielder, so one of those field placings at least was correct. There's a backward point there. No, hit well enough, but to the fielder.
There are still a few of those drainage grooves around on the outfield, whilst it's looking at, it's looking, as you say, a lot greener than the last time I was here. There are still a few bounces which may be had. Cut in the air, is going to be caught, it is!
And it's that same fielder, that backward point fielder, this time in the air to her, and Boycott picks up a wicket.
So I think Ahern, who, again, this is one of those things, isn't it? In retrospect, it's easy to say there was no need to hit that ball in the air, but she had picked out that fielder 3 times, and it is one of her favourite shots. She saw the width and was thinking, well, let's have a good old go at that, and plants it into the hands, as we'll see well from this angle. Just a little bit up above her head, yeah. But
oh, it's Hannah Hardwick, I think, took it. I'm judging by not having a number on her back. So,
so bright innings from Ahern, 20 from 25, but I'm sure the way that she was timing the ball, she'd be walking off thinking that she had some more runs in there, but then I guess you always do.
Yeah, I think it should be Katie Jones coming in next, again without the number.
Yeah, so actually a much better start for Gloucestershire than they had in their last game when they went on to post that 286, because they lost 3 pretty early wickets. They lost 2 wickets in the second over and then lost Ahern in the 8th. And they were 46 for 3 before that fantastic partnership between Jones and Kant. I just went down to watch at Hove the other day, a little bit of a treat for myself after
a trip to
the
the
Cheltenham
seaside.
Festival. Exactly. Got in at 1 in the morning.
Oh dear.
I was supposed to be in at midnight, which would have been late enough, but train cancellation meant that I didn't arrive until 1 in the morning. And I must say, though, after the Gloucestershire performance, it didn't matter.
No. Just reflect it, flick to the highlights when you're on the train.
So Jones actually did take her time a bit at the start of her innings the other day, 65 from 82, hit 196 out towards the clock tower at Hove. But again, you'd like to think that she's thinking in terms of, okay, good platform been laid here, run rate's high, there's no real immediate pressure here, time just to build an innings.
That's a key. The batter looking imploringly at the umpire, but it was just inside the wide line.
It was. It wasn't. You talk about pitch framing in baseball. There was sort of wide framing. It wasn't framed particularly well by the keeper who was launching away. But that is a wicket maiden completed with a decent stop at cover. And now Worcestershire, maybe for the first time, really starting to think about exerting some control from both ends here, because you'd imagine that Beach would continue the way that she's been bowling. She's only had 4 overs.
Yeah, she's coming over now, and they've still got Birtwistle, who's been pretty successful in taking wickets in this competition as well. It's a slower bowler.
Yes, I'm looking forward to watching her bowl, and also whether it will give an indication. I don't imagine, looking at the surface, it is a fresh pitch as well. I don't imagine there's going to be a great deal of turn, but if there's just that little bit of grip and hold which you so often get here, then that would be something also that you'd watch then as the game went on. It's another good stop from Ruby Davis, who has played for Somerset in the T20 Blast competition, and I have to say, in the games that I saw, fielding, batting, looked very impressive. So she's already saved possibly 12 runs in the covers. And then, of course, what you can't quantify is how many extra runs that she might have saved on top of that if, you know, if the ball does go to the boundary.
Oh, they're the sort of conversations we used to sometimes have in the dressing room after a game. OK, look, you did get out cheaply today. I know you would have liked to have scored runs, but do you realise how many you saved in the field? You're in credit because you saved so many out there.
You sound like well, of course, as I would expect from up here in the commentary box, Carol's always picking James Healy and I up when we make our many, many mistakes. I'm in credit for the day as far as mistakes are concerned.
There we go. If you've made some really positive comments and you've made a couple of mistakes, that's absolutely fine. Beaching again on that really accurate line that's really frustrating for the batters.
And it's also tricky, especially as you're coming off T20 and you look up at the scoreboard and you think, oh, 16 off 28. I'd like to be scoring a bit quicker, but the run rate's 5.5 and over.
I think if, you know, when you're looking across the full 50 overs, to me the first mark, you need to be getting over that 200, and if you're getting to the 250, you know you've set that 5 and over for the other team. Anything over that is then a bonus.
I think exactly, and especially on this ground, you're not always thinking realistically that you're needing 270, 280. And it depends, because you know, particularly this season, just across all the cricket that we've seen here, we have seen some really high-scoring games, which does go against the usual reputation of Bristol as being a lower-scoring venue. Down leg side, has that taken a bit of pad? It must have done. So another over goes by with only a single off it.
Yes, well, I think we were both looking for the umpire's arms to go up there, but it must have just tickled something.
I think, judging by Katie Jones's reaction as well, I think it's fair to say she tends to wear her heart on her sleeve when she's batting, and she showed absolutely no sign of disgruntlement with the umpire.
I think she went a long way across and was probably outside off stump when she played at it, so maybe that's what was in the mind as well.
It did look from the reverse angle as though it might have just clipped a bit of pad anyway. Pressure keeps on from that Ashley Down road end. 5 overs, 1 for 6. Boycott 1 for 9 from her too. Firm drive from Halliday, but there is that sweeper now out at deep cover.
As a bowling partnership, there won't be too many pairings who have played more games together than Claire Boycott and Jess Beach, because they both play for the same club side and have done for many years at Asford Bank near Redditch.
As I was thinking, I was watching a bit of the 100 yesterday, and yes, all right, Healy. This was on the men's side, but with Trent Bolt and Tim Southey playing for the same 100 side now, how many times have they bowled in tandem? And then well, I'm sure you could think of many other examples as well, but just that bowling in tandem, bowling in partnership, sort of underrated. Jones still looking for that first run. You'd always have to be slightly on the alert, the non-striker's end with Katie Jones, because she does like to run those quick singles. Again, whilst finding the middle of the bat. She's at short extras in a good position.
She's finding the middle of the bat, but unfortunately the fielders as well at the moment. Out
to mid-wicket, so...
If you'll excuse the slight frog in the throat, I've been away at the annual Women's Cricket Week over the last week and found myself singing yesterday.
Oh, singing!
Yeah,
well, there was lots of drunken shouting, I was thinking, to start with.
Well, because I was here today, I didn't do much of the drinking bit.
Jones off the mark, and there's nobody out at square leg, and I think this is going to go for 4. It will. It's a huge gap out there.
Yes, I think they're relying on the batters not bowling to give people the opportunities on that leg side, but it's just not quite working at the moment.
I almost looked out in surprise because there was a fine leg, but you know, you're sort of thinking, especially with Boycott not being the quickest, I was thinking they might have that deep backward square almost that they've had at other times, but allowing Jones that boundary to get underway.
So we're just looking at the Manhattan graph now and seeing how we've picked up a little bit after that last over, but it had been sort of going. You could see the expensive early overs were earlier on.
Yes, we've moved into Queens rather than Manhattan, I think, with some of the buildings that were being built.
Yeah, when that reflected in the run rate now, if you remember, they were over 7 earlier on and then now down to 5.39. Thanks mainly to Jess Beach's bowling.
Still pretty healthy, and then you think Beach Well, even if she bowled her 10 overs straight, oh, that's an inside edge and just missing off stump. And they will, in the end, after a bit of negotiation, come back for that second run, which is very much there. But
to be fair, that is the one you can't
fortune.
set the field for, isn't it?
No. Don't worry, you're in credit at the end of the day. James Healy operating the stream there. You've already given us some great replays. It'll all be fine. Did I do well there, Carol?
You did really, really well.
A single flick to 8 to long leg.
And I'd say it isn't until you don't have the replays you realise how much you need them.
Well, yes, we are spoiled here with the technical challenges of Cheltenham.
But we did
have to do that off the laptop screen there. We've got our TV monitor to our left.
But we did get cakes at Cheltenham, though.
Did. Cut away on the bounce, well fielded again by Davis. Ruby, that is, at colour.
Yes, I did comment that made me feel like a proper commentator because somebody arrived with cakes. That's my first time. And they were very nice too.
Yes, I don't think Callie Barlow's here today. Oh, another inside edge. It'll bring Jones a run. Or, ooh, I thought the umpire for a moment was going to signal a leg by there, but no.
Just caught something, but again, it not going where the batter was expecting, and the fielder's just had to move into a slightly unusual position to pick it up.
She's gone for 4 off this over as Beach. Standards are slipping. No, only joking. But especially as 3 of them have come off the inside edge, it shows you how well she's bowled, especially considering the situation that she came on to bowl in. Having said that, a wide.
I think she tried her quicker one there.
Emptying the tank, possibly. I don't know. 6 overs. Maybe she'd continue, but you might have thought that they might want a few of her overs to save for the end, maybe.
Possibly, and if we've got Bert Twistle and Gwen Davis as well, as bowlers who would often bowl in the middle of the innings.
Oh, that's caught the shoulder of the bat there from Halliday, and another slightly fortuitous single.
Yeah, a very good, an over that isn't reflected in the final statistics.
No. 77 for 2. Halliday holding things together, opening the batting as I decide to punch myself in the left headphone.
Just looking at the other scores, Yorkshire are up against it a little bit today, 86 for 5.
Wow.
Against Glamorgan.
Glammy.
Yep. Falcons, Derbyshire Falcons, 36 for 4 against Middlesex. And Sussex, 81 for 1 against Leicestershire. Oh, and the final one, Kent, 81 for 3 against Northamptonshire.
There's a wicket for Anaya Patel for Middlesex. As boycott continues. I think she, 14, 15?
Yeah.
She was the youngest player, I think, wasn't she, to represent Middlesex?
Yes. Not the youngest ever, but certainly the youngest in this sort of latest iteration of competitions.
Right. I'd read somewhere where she had some sort of age record for Middlesex as a whole, but maybe it's not the senior team. Maybe it was one of the junior setups.
We'll check up on that one. It may well be. I was trying to think who might have been younger. I remember Beth Morgan playing as a 12-year-old, but probably not playing senior cricket. I think the youngest player who went on to do really, really well that I played against was an 11-year-old who had size 11 feet and was Anya Shrubsole. And she was quite a useful bowler then.
Yes, I think she may be up on the walkway. Well, I say think she may be. She's definitely up on the Legends walkway at the far end of this ground for her work with Western Storm. Nice looking on driver. They want a single here. That's going to be out with a hit. It misses.
And it could be an overthrow. No, it's just backed up by the third fielder in the line.
Oh, that's a surprising single taken. I assume it was Halliday calling herself through to the danger end, but to be honest, they probably could, even as quick as Jones is, have had her at the striker's end. Let's have a look. Yeah, Jones has got a late start as well because she had to avoid the ball, I think. Wasn't expecting the single. And that's a huge bit of luck. That's pulled away in the air, wide of mid-on for 4.
That's a good shot.
She's strong on the pull, is Katie Jones. Anything short she will have a go at. Just for a moment I thought maybe she'd picked out the fielder, but no,
Yeah.
wide of that mid-on.
Yes, quite. If there is such a thing as a straight pull, that's it. Because where that went, it was sort of a wide mid-on. Sorry. So cow corner, as it might sometimes be known, but very effective.
I was covering a game at Radlett the other day, and very pleasingly they had the ice cream van at Cow Corner.
Yes. Radlett used to be a mental institution.
What, the cricket ground?
Yeah. So it's part of the grounds of what was the Shenley Hospital.
Oh, really? I never knew that. See, I should have I should have given you a call before I went to cover the game there.
Well, it was one of the places that became a second ground for Middlesex, even though technically it's in Hertfordshire.
Yes.
But it isn't. You know, there are some of the old buildings further around that you can see and think, oh yeah, actually, I can see what the history was.
Oh, do you know what? I never thought I would say this, but I'm going to say it. I actually want to go back to Radlett now. It does help, I find, when you're commentating, to be able to see a good 70% of the field.
Yes.
Which is a little tricky at Radlett because the pitch, if you don't know the ground, the pitch is on basically the top of a crown and it falls away in just about every direction, which makes it a fairly fast scoring ground. We've got Burt Whistle coming into the attack now. Oh, and a nice little bit of flight and dip there, nearly doing for Halliday first ball. It was one of those where first ball she thought that was going to be a juicy full toss.
And then it
then
wasn't.
It dipped. That is a full toss. Completely mistimed by Jones. She just couldn't wait for that to get to her.
It was more of a full toss, but I think it still dipped at the end.
Yeah. I'd be curious to see how Jones approaches the spin here. She does have just about every trick in the book with those reverse sweeps, paddle sweeps. Halliday down the pitch, crashing the ball straight back over the bowler's head for a dismissive 4.
That was a lovely shot there.
It's interesting, isn't it? After a couple of deliveries that she felt were going to be full tosses, maybe she's felt, well, perhaps I can actually come down the pitch a little bit and make this into a full toss. It wasn't, but
no.
Still was of a length where she could just hit through the line of the ball. That's a great strike. And after especially that spell of beach, maybe also thinking it wouldn't be the worst time, new bowler on that Ashley Down Road end, just to put the pressure back onto the Rapids.
Played out into the covers there.
87 for 6 now, Yorkshire against Glamorgan, including Amy Campbell hit wicket.
Well, it's not one you see on the scorecard every day, is it?
Oh, that just dipped again, and whilst there's a good hand on that from mid-off, we might just see the ball run towards the boundary. It is pulled up just inside and back for 2, and that shows you how short that boundary is toward the flats. I mean, you can see it. Could see it from that wide angle. You can see it again. There it is. It gives you an indication of
He's on
that
the ball.
boundary. Gently nudged into the leg side, and a good call from Jones there. And the backing up is done at the second attempt by Sophie Beach, because there was not a run there. Halliday wanted it, and Jones absolutely right to send her back. But even that drive that went up to mid-off, it was hit thunderously by Halliday, and so much of the pace was taken off it by mid-off, and it still nearly went for 4.
Yes.
And you get quite a good sense of it, actually, by looking at the 25-yard circle. It is basically halfway to the boundary, isn't it? It's 50 yards to that far end.
Boycott still on from this end.
Oh, if that had been fielded cleanly,
could
probably Jones would have been home because she's quick enough, but it would have been a tight one.
Yes.
Of course, the flat's being built like a lot of grounds, actually, because I was looking at the oval the other day, and the oval isn't an oval anymore because the grand old members pavilion was actually built after most of the rest of the ground. So even though it looks as though, because they did such a good job of it, and also when the oval probably became more of a ground rather than an open field.
Yes.
As Wheeler will get across to that one at mid-off. But particularly that boundary toward the dressing rooms at the oval is very short compared with the rest of it. And again, it like a lot of grounds, just the nature of the playing area that's available, and then where you need to build stuff on, creates slightly different angles, which I think is one of the beauties of the game. And you think about that stand at Trent Bridge, is it the Hound Road stand, I think, which runs parallel to the road that runs, sort of cuts the corner off of Trent Bridge on the pavilion end of the ground, but just around from there, if you can picture that. You always get that really short corner if you want to play that lofted extra cover drive or help it round the corner. Just think it adds something, actually. So run is taken between cover and backward point, but Boycott just 2 from that over, and 92 for 2 Gloucestershire. How much longer will Boycott keep herself going?
Well, I don't know. I mean, the question in her mind will be, at what point does Amy Wheeler come back? And therefore, because I don't think Claire Boycott bowled in the last match, because presumably the other bowlers were bowling well.
Yes.
And so she's very much, she doesn't bowl every game, but she's a useful person to have if it's not quite working to plan. So it'll be interesting to see what did they decide later on.
Yeah, and it also shows you just, it's funny, different days. Hardwick 3 for 22 from 7 overs.
Yeah.
Wheeler 2 for 31. Halliday still happy to take on the option down the ground, even though they've moved long on out now, and in fact it's quite a defensive field now for particularly Halliday, with Birtwistle bowling. Deep mid-wicket, deep backward square, long on were all out, although long on at least comes up for Jones. So I think they will know that Jones in general, not saying she won't go down the ground, because she's certainly got the ability to do so, but in general will probably be more of a square of the wicket player. Was there an edge there? I think there was. Ooh. And that, I think, is a drop catch, and not somebody in Katie Jones that you want to be putting down.
No, all the body language said that there was a nick there through to the keeper.
Oh, bowled! Hasn't mattered at all. That's a cracking piece of bowling from Birtwistle, and Gloucestershire are now 93 for 3. That has pegged back off stump, and I think that was absolute top of off. So Jones gone for 11, and whilst Gloucestershire had a really bright start, Worcestershire are dragging this back. Having a look at that.
Yeah, that's interesting after she got the nick in the previous one to be bowled off that one. I wonder how different the ball was. Just deceived her in the flight.
Another look from front on, oh yeah, on with the arm actually, and through the gate.
We're just watching the replay there with Bert Whistle giving a little wave to Katie Jones as she was going out. I don't know if those two have a common team history at any point. Okay.
I'm not sure. Was she waving Jones off, or was she waving at the keeper? She waved Jones off.
Yeah, I think it was. Bear in mind she'd just been dropped the ball before.
Wow.
It wasn't a nasty wave, if there's such a thing, but it was definitely a... So whether something had been said in the meantime, I don't know.
Yeah. Did Jones turn around and say, I'd have caught that?
Well, who knows? So. Who knows?
Surely
no, probably not.
Surely not. Right, it brings Georgie Cant to the middle, and it's always a tricky thing following up a marvellous innings such as she had at Hove, but then it's actually 2 cracking knocks in a row for her, because she made 51 off only 34 balls in that T20 at Cheltenham against Middlesex. Cut away in the air, but falling short of backward point. And then that 91 off just 77 balls, and pretty much anywhere she wanted to hit the ball, she did. 14 boundaries. It was a spectacular knock to watch. Good over from Bert Whistle, and the run rate still over 5s, but it's much closer to 5 than 5.5 as it was a little while ago.
Yeah, be quite interesting to see Georgie Cant's runs progression from the start of the season, because it felt like earlier on she was getting a start, but not quite then moving on to the bigger scores. But I think we're seeing that changing now. Oh yes, Falcons 44 for 6 against Middlesex. I think you indicated that might be a likely result. I know not finished yet, but they are struggling there. Yorkshire now pulled back a little bit to 100 for 6.
Boycott will have a 6th. Yeah, well, I suppose for Middlesex at home, playing at Merchant Taylor's school today. Yeah, an ideal home nice and early sort of day. Oh, thinking about a single that's not there. Halliday's hit it too firmly. But yeah, for Derbyshire, that's a quick trip back on the M1 by the looks of things.
Yes.
Get there before the Saturday evening traffic's built up. Cut firmly, and there's Davis again. He's got really good hands, gets into a low position as well, despite the fact that there's the possibility that one of those teeth crushers could be coming out at any moment off the square, although actually that part of the square is in very good nick.
She's playing with some strapping on her hand as well, so it's from a previous match, presumably. Oh, that wasn't far off.
Came a long way down there at the non-striker's end. Halliday just looking a little frustrated because he's tried to play with the full face of the bat the previous ball and get it through, then tried something a bit more delicate. Neither have made it through, and for the first time, possibly in the whole innings, the run rate is below 5 and over. Halliday sort of had enough by the looks of things.
I'm hitting this really well and they keep stopping it.
But she does need to stay there, as much as you can see the amusement from 80 yards away. And, oh, that just lands between two fielders. But Halliday does take a single, and that's the only run off the over.
Yeah, in the end, it was a good pick up by Hannah Hardwick. She had to run a fair way to pick that up and throw it in. It was not quite a run-out chance, but it was probably a little bit tighter than the batters were expecting. I think that's one of those shots you would hope you would be rewarded with a 4, even if it didn't actually happen.
Ooh. Of course, we have the DJ today. A bit of Whitney Houston at
I know,
before midday.
1987, I think that one was.
Down she comes, and that's in the gap. Only question is how many it's going to be, and it will roll for 4.
I thought for a moment there was a fielder down there, but it was actually the Worcestershire coach, so he's not allowed to pick it up. So
no, he's wearing the more old-fashioned, it has to be said, Worcestershire colours of that shade of green.
Yes.
I'm not sure what shade of green that is.
Forest green. It's a sort of that type.
Halliday down again, but then playing a slog sweep. Protection at deep square.
Yes, they when they play as the Rapids and the connection to the river that often comes and visits the county cricket ground, they tend to play in the blue.
You'd have thought that.
And their other kit would be their main kit for white kit cricket is the green.
That will be a full toss. Oh, what a
great
stop that is. It'll save 3 runs surely from Gwen Davies at mid-wicket. Don't know how she got down to that, because that was blistered from
Good
Georgie Kant. 100 up though.
Yeah. Good anticipation, I think that was.
There you go. Full on launch away to her left with no reaction time, because she's well off the circle. She's really in the game here, Burt Whistle, though, because she's got these two coming at her.
She'll be happy.
She will back herself at some point that she'll get the mistimed shot, or
we've got a little delay for something
maybe
happening. There's a bit of waving and somebody's coming on for something. Oh, it might possibly for her hand, is it?
I thought there was a signal for...
No.
I'm not sure what the signal was for. It looked like they were signalling for a helmet.
Well, now we've got the fielder holding the batter's bat. Wasp in the helmet?
I don't know.
I don't know. I'm just trying to think what it might be.
I don't know. Is she maybe not feeling particularly well,
Well,
all of a sudden?
that's what I'm. That's what it would be more likely to be now, I think, because.
I'm not quite sure if some tablets came out with the drink, but certainly a drink.
I mean, meantime, the fielder is shadow batting with the with the batter's bat. A little bit of warming up early.
I think having a bit of a discussion with the Gloucestershire physio. I'm not sure what was said there, but the physio isn't coming out to the middle, so the umpire just, I'm sure, telling the physio what was going on.
Yeah.
12th is now off the field, and Halliday looks as if she's okay to continue. The umpires just reminding themselves of how many deliveries there are to go in the over, I think.
We can tell them it's 3, but I'm sure they know that. A little bit of Dancing Queen on the go now.
Gosh.
He's going back in time. He's trying to think how far he can go back before I can not remember them.
Good Nat King Cole or something, I don't know. Well, she's certainly not hanging about here, is Becca Halliday.
No.
So if she is feeling something or just feeling it, she seems to have decided that actually she's just going to go for her shots and see what happens. So certainly would be warming up your hands in the field if I were Worcestershire, as Kant tries to access the area behind square, doesn't quite get it fine enough for more than a single.
It's really hard for us to judge in here what the temperature is out there. The sun's come out again now, so it probably is quite warm, but we're in a nice air-conditioned room here.
Yes, it is nicely air-conditioned for now. Down she goes again. Oh, she's hit that pretty well, and good stop. Down at long on, is it? No, it's just got past. It was a fine effort, but now hopefully that fielder is
Amy
okay
Wheeler
down in the distance.
there, yeah.
It does look like her, but the ball just skipping past, so the over has been, well, it's singles in a boundary, single filling in a boundary bread. That's what I was trying to get at, but just giving herself enough space there, Halliday, to, because it was quite a straight delivery. She had to move away a little outside leg stump, you can see, to open up that straight area and give the arms enough room to swing through. Well done. She's into the 40s, 106 for 3 then after 20. So that is, in the last 10 overs, 41 for 2. So Worcestershire have pulled it back, but Halliday still there, but clearly not feeling particularly comfortable. Gloves off again. Chat with the umpire. I'm sure it's just making sure that she's okay.
Yes. See Amy Wheeler down there warming up in a position that I'm not sure I've ever been able to get into.
Oh no. Oh no. Oh, that I can almost hear the snapping noise from here of my knee.
Just to
if I
describe
tried
this,
that.
she's lying with her one leg, her right leg stretched out backward, and her left leg sort of tucked underneath her, really to stretch out where her hip. But she's very supple.
Gosh. No. I'm glad she's stood up now. It's boycott again. And well, I mean, I don't know that she will, but probably think with the repeatability of boycott's action that if she did want to just run all the way through and keep that control from the pavilion, and she might just do so.
It's a little bit short, but again, very good fielding. They're just taking, oh no, they're not going to take the second there, just took the one there. Somebody got the fielder got a hand on it, which just slowed it down, so just for the single. Yes, I don't know whether that's Wheeler warming up to bowl or whether she just tweaked something when she tried to stop that previous 4 at the far end.
Might have been given the nod. Now going to need some more overs, you'd think, out of their openers at some point. Thuds into the pad. Derbyshire 46 for 7 against Middlesex. So they look as though they are going to 6 wins out of 6 and very much top of the log, having won the T20 as well. Oh, down the pitch, chipping it, and thought that was going to be a chance for the bowler for a moment, but just out of reach.
It sort of fell between the bowler and the fielder, just on the ring.
Just wringing out that right hand there, Halliday, although that may have been just from the shudder of the ball not coming off the middle.
It's the 3rd wicket for Patel in that Middlesex game, so we will have to check to see if she's the youngest. Maybe she could be the youngest Middlesex player en route for a fifer. Boycott coming in again here. Thinking about the single, but just taking the one.
Yeah, so here we go. This is what I read.
Go for it.
This was ahead of the game for a warm-up clash before the start of the season. If Patel plays any part in that game, which obviously she went on to do, she will become the youngest ever player to represent the Middlesex women's senior side.
Okay.
So she is the history maker.
Indeed.
Burt whistle will continue, and this rather appealing battle with Halliday, given that Halliday appears to be wanting to have a go at her. They can't have fielders everywhere out in the deep, though. They've got cover long off and long on now, and well, that is cow corner. And so she just defends it.
And no run.
Well, why not? Put everybody back and then... Oh, what have you got everybody back for? Bring them back up so I can hit it over the top again. No. Well, there she goes, and oh, that's another great bit of fielding in the ring. That short extra cover.
It's Jess Beach there, just stopping that.
They fielded really with full-on commitment in the inner ring of Worcestershire. Take the quick single. The throw, though, goes absolutely into the middle of nowhere, and that's going to be at least one overthrow. There's going to have to be a good dive on the boundary to stop it from going for 4 overthrows. That at least has been done.
That was a little bit strange. That to me looked like I don't know which end I'm going to throw to, so it's going to go through the middle.
I think must
or
have
she
been
just
trying
lost balance as she was throwing.
Something like that. It must have been trying to go to Halliday's end. Oh, gosh, that's almost wiped out Georgie Cant at the non-striker's end. Don't want to be doing that. Not in the form that she's in.
And now the Burtwist is calling her fielders to the 2 long fielders. For Katie Jones, they're bringing those in.
Well, she wasn't that close, but off the bat it might have been.
Okay, so those 2 fielders are just coming back into the circle.
Yeah, she favoured that area through mid-wicket quite a lot during that 91 at Hove. Well, that's where she's going for, and just that top edge falling short of the bowler. I don't think she could have got that ball straight back up the pitch again if she tried.
No.
Yeah, she's just enticing the batters here is Burt Whistle, and they continue to go after her, but that's along the floor this time. So 112 for 3 after 22 overs. There was a point in that innings at Hove where I was sitting at the back of the stand thinking, all right, this is looking like being a great total anyway. You just dial it back and you can milk your way to 100 now. But I guess also when the danger with doing that is that you start tightening up a bit and then you don't get there anyway. But you know, to give her credit, that she played that innings purely for the team from the start in terms of being the aggressor, and she fell going for another big shot and was caught out at deep square as a decent catch as well. But you know, it just showed you, even in the 90s, it really was a selfless decision from Georgina Cant. Also,
yes,
I'd say possibly she might have been thinking, well, I just want to get to these 3 figures quickly, but it almost made it more impressive, the fact that she was out for 91, than the fact that she got there having eaten up 20 deliveries, if you see what I mean.
They've had a change of bowling now. We've got Bryony Gilgrass.
Coming back for 2.
They're not making the wicket-keeper's life easy today, are they? The ball is coming in from various parts of the field at a height and a length that are quite difficult for the keeper, but no damage done on that one, just the single.
There's a little bit of just some slight pop out of the surface there in it. And it's funny how you bowl it at a slightly slower pace here, and often you get that, whereas if you bowl it a bit quicker, it's a bit more skiddy. That's hit hard into the leg side, into the gap. 1 bounce and 4.
That's the shot she's been looking for. Yes, that's the shot she's been looking for. Nicely played between that sort of mid-wicket and square leg, and bisects them. She takes her guard sort of towards that leg stump, which means she's opening up that more space to be able to take that leg side shot.
Just meeting that on the full. It's actually probably a good job that Gilgrass didn't get a hand on that, because she could have deflected it away from Wheeler at mid-off. Yeah, with that short boundary, you've just got no time to get across, even if it's Just a couple of yards either side of those two fielders out there. You should be in business. Or bottom edge from Cant, and then Halliday with a firm hand up to suggest that they shouldn't be going through, which indeed they shouldn't. We've seen a couple of inside edges as well. And again, it goes back to the point that I'm really not sure 250 would be a bad score.
No.
6 from that over as we approach the halfway stage of the Gloucestershire innings. Won the toss, elected to bat first. 3 wickets to fall. Austin for 8, to a moment that I think we'll probably still be talking about for a little while. If you haven't seen it, I'm sure you can, if nothing else, wind the stream back. It was, oh, here we go. We're going to have a look at this Meg Austin dismissal again. So an edge, then a catch in the webbing. The ball pops out as the keeper is going along the floor. Nobody really thinks from Worcestershire it's going to be out, but the umpires got together and gave the decision as Burt Whistle continues. So Austin for 8, Ahern boycott to backward point for 20, having timed the ball well. Katie Jones was dropped behind the stumps off Burt Whistle, who's now conceding a single to long on. And then very next ball, one just on with the arm between bat and pad and bowled, and Katie Jones out for 11. Rebecca Halliday, 48 from 69. Opening bowlers struggled with their control for Worcestershire as Camp wafts and misses. And a lot of the early going was dominated by wides and then no balls, providing Gloucestershire with some free hits. And to be fair, you don't often see, well, you so often see those free hits not taken advantage of.
But they were here.
Yeah, I think 3 of the 4 were hit to the boundary and they got a single off the other one.
Yeah.
And that is still the reason why Gloucestershire are going at over 5s, really, because the bowling of Jess Beach, 6 overs, 1 for 12. Bowled with terrific control and good variation in swing. Halliday will move 1 closer to that milestone. And then Boycott coming into the attack as well. 7 overs, 1 maiden, 1 for 24. Those 2 really the ones who've dragged this back a little for Worcestershire. It's just helped away, and I don't think either side will be desperately disappointed with an over like that. 4 runs off the bat, but also no boundaries and a couple of dots for Worcestershire.
Yes, it's always it's why sometimes the 50 over games as a spectator sport can be slightly less interesting, because there tends to be this slightly fallow period in the middle of the game.
I think though that's why a lot of people who go and watch it in the ground, the number of people who say this that I speak to, that actually the 50 over format is their favourite format to go and watch, because you get that time just to be able to have a little bit of a picnic, have a chat with some friends. It doesn't require that constant sort of adrenalised attention. Can wallops that one away into the leg side, but deep mid-wicket tracks across.
I like it because it really is the ebb and flow of the game, and that, you know, cricket in my mind is not all played at the same pace all the time, which I think if you're looking at the 100 or you're looking at T20, it does tend to be a bit. But for allowing more time for the batters to adjust to the conditions and play different bowlers in different ways, it's a more complex game, the 50 over game.
Deep covers come up mid-wicket in a pace closer with Halliday on 49, but she takes advantage of that cover fielder coming up and hits the ball through extra cover with real authority, which has really been the hallmark of this innings. She might be feeling it a bit out there, but she's got to a 71 ball half century, and that her 7th 4. And a generous reception from the home crowd for that one, and understandably deep cover drops back out, but This has been a really good innings because she is, well, I say she's dropped back out. She got
now
sent
coming
to the
back in.
boundary and now she's been told to come back in.
Change of plan. Now, Halliday's bowl played really well at a time when Gloucestershire really needed that consolidation.
Yeah, and also, whilst she's ended up taking the spinner on, they've been more calculated risks, and really as soon as they've brought long, or sent long off back, as well as long on, she's then taken the singles that have been on offer. And she hasn't really worried too much about her own strike rate. She's paced this innings well so far. And we'll pull another single to deep mid-wicket. Not sure whether, I never know with these drinks breaks. It seems as though they make them up as they go along sometimes. We had quite a sort of regular set of drinks breaks at Hove the other day, basically every hour, but I don't know whether we're just going to be getting one at the halfway mark. We'll see at the end of this over.
Yes, I think that depends very much on the conversations with the umpires and the conditions out there, and if it's really, really hot. 25 overs without a drink is quite a long time.
Yeah, it was quite warm down at Hove. Not boiling, but warm enough.
So you may well get more drinks breaks, but the normal would be just halfway through, so after the 25 overs.
Can't just shimmying and then checking the shot, driving it. There is a deep cover out for her, so that's the halfway stage, and it does not look as though we'll be getting. Oh, there we go. Yeah, we are. There's a couple
helmets off from the batters.
A couple of fielders in those fetching vests. I'm
not sure the people who were bringing the drinks on had actually realised, because normally they're on the boundary waiting to come on, but they weren't today.
I don't know whether the vests are issued per team or whatever. Who gets to wear the pink one and who gets to wear the fluorescent orange one? But you certainly can't miss them, whatever colour they are.
I don't know whether the Worcestershire extras had been there, because the drinks came on from the far side of the ground, so they must have been walking around, I think, which is why we couldn't see them by the pavilion waiting to come on.
One of the umpires has just left the field as well, so this might be a
10-minute break.
Extended drinks break. But yeah, Gloucestershire in a position where they would certainly be looking, I would think, toward that 250. The Wasp reckons 272, which, well, I think, put it this way, they'd really take that, judging from what we've seen, I think.
Would that be their highest score in these games?
No, because they got 280,
right.
What was it, 286 against Sussex, yeah. So, you know, whilst the likes of Canton Halliday are there, batting to come, Chloe Skelter will be due in next. B. Willis has come into the side for this game, so that deepens their batting lineup in comparison to that Sussex game. Because actually, well, I think Skelton, she made 52 off 61 in the end, which is more than quick enough, but she did also have to think a little bit about the fact that you had Liv Daniels coming in at 7, whereas
she's 10
coming
today,
at 8. I don't know. I think I'm not quite sure what she was listed at as the.
We shall see. Or 7. I think it might be 7.
7. There we go. So yeah. Although I'm not sure about that either, because I think B. Willis come in at 7 or Skelton at 7. So I don't know. My guess was either 8 or 9, but in any case. Quibbling aside,
distracting your flow there.
No. Quibbling aside, the batting lineup is certainly deeper than it was for that 286, but it was those mainstays of Jones, Canton, Skelton that built that. But actually, maybe Skelton might have thought, well, I could actually have hit out a little bit earlier, whereas she batted until, let's have a look, it was pretty late on, wasn't it? Yeah, the 48th over, and then Gloucestershire actually lost 4 wickets in the last 2.5 overs.
Yeah.
So she had to be a bit mindful of that happening and just ensure that they batted the overs out and got towards that. Whereas, you know, if they'd played one extra batter, they might have been able to get up to the 300 mark. However, then all of those bowlers went on to contribute to the defending of that total.
Yeah. And they know now that they can get up to that sort of total, which I think is, again, psychologically quite important. Because if you start a game and thinking you're looking for 284 or whatever, that feels like an awful long way off. But now they know they can do it and they can defend it.
Yep, indeed. And whilst there is that knowledge that Worcestershire are a strong batting lineup, they've also, as we've been mentioning, they've got the experience as well of knowing how to deal with that scoreboard pressure and pacing the chase. But we have still seen, I think certainly of late, a lot of the games where a side has gone on to post a score. I think, you know, the games that you see, I mean, this is just anecdotally, but a lot of the games that you see being won by sides bowling first are when they've really bowled a side out and kept them to a low score.
Yes.
Burt Whistle, then. Not wasting any time. Straight up and over the infield, but only for a single to deep mid-wicket. There's another one of those throws that's gone right to the middle of the pitch.
Certainly making her work.
But to be honest, she probably could have left it up to the fielders backing up there and just gone, well, if you're going to
Except if
throw
you
it there, you back up.
If you look at the angle, there isn't actually anybody directly behind her, so probably just as well she went.
Halliday down to long on. It'll fall short and then well watched by long on, because that was in danger of taking a really hard bounce and going over her head if she came in any closer.
Yeah. She watched that very closely. And they're coming in again now for Jones.
It's maybe a little bit of turn there from Burt Whistle, and Kant slightly probing outside her off stump. One of the other things that happened in that game at Hove was, I felt rather for Anna Buckle, the opening bowler for Sussex. Stroked away, but stopped at extra cover. She only bowled the 7 overs. She took 4 for 43, and I forget who it was, but late on, the ball was attempted to be pulled straight up in the air. Buckles underneath it for the 5, and unfortunately she put it down. Oh, no. Kant over the leg side. She's peppering that fielder at deep mid-wicket.
Yes. Fielders are now going back out for Halliday.
I say deep mid-wicket, it is deep straight mid-wicket. Mid-wicket is up, so she'd be wanting to try and get it a little bit squarer.
With
just
the way
past the bowler. Was that a... Well, I don't think it was a chance
No.
at all, but I think it was on the full.
Yeah. With all these different cricket fielding variations, I think that old tea towel that lots of people used to have with all the positions, and I think we need a new variety of that now.
Well, yeah. I mean, there's straight hit that we've seen some sides employ a few times. I think the deep extra cover position that you often see in the women's game, because that also, it's a bit like the deep straight mid-wicket. It's a bit straighter than extra cover.
We've just proven the point, I think.
Deep straight extra. Because you do, though, don't you? Especially when somebody like a Siva Brunt is batting and hitting so strongly in front
You
of
need
square.
that extra person in there.
Gilgross round the wicket now. And all wanting a single. There'll be a shot at the stumps at the non-striker's end. It hits Halliday, who puts up the hand to apologise. I don't think, that Worcestershire would ever have appealed for obstructing the field, nor that Halliday would have been guilty of it, but it would have needed another
was heading in the right
consultation
direction.
about that, possibly. Oh, that's a good shot.
That's going.
Away for 4 it goes.
That's going through one of those positions you were talking about, really.
Yeah, but for Gilgrass, they don't have that fielder at a straight mid-wicket because they're more worried about the boundary to square leg and conventional mid-wicket because it's quite short to the mound stand. But I think they may have to put a fielder out there now. Well, not for that ball. There's not many fields you can set for that one, certainly not to somebody in form.
Short and wide. 4 runs.
Just latched onto that, and that's her innings at Hove. So you see that one again. I mean, that's, yeah, pick your spot really. But the innings at Hove, it was fairly leg side dominant, but she was also really harsh on anything that was just too wide outside off like that. So they really must have felt that they couldn't bowl anywhere to her, really. Whereas the only place they could bowl to her was maybe on about 4th or 5th stump, because anything on the stumps, she was hitting so cleanly through the onside. Helped away.
Just going to the fielder this time.
Did I hear 2?
Well, you might have heard it. I don't think it was ever going to happen.
No. That was the most optimistic call I've ever seen to a short boundary. Is that the 50 partnership?
It is indeed.
There we go.
50 partnership.
And it's been a perfect partnership, 25 apiece. And only 55 balls as well. Or paddle sweep, how on earth has that missed?
It's missed everything, hasn't it?
It
Is that going to be a bye or?
I think it must have got a little bit of bat on it, just to save it. Let's have a
yes,
look.
it's
Is that off the toe end of the? That has gone. I think quantum tunneling's happened there. That's my only explanation for it.
Yes, extraordinary shot. It started off being a ramp, and then in the end, it became a burrow.
It is. It must be quantum tunnelling. Some of the LBW decisions I've seen this season, that's the only explanation I can come up with for that as well. Well, oh dear. I'm talking about county championship cricket there as well,
Of course,
by the
yes.
way.
No, I didn't query that one because I've seen less of that.
Burt Whistle, 7th over now. For a moment, I thought the extra cover was going the wrong way there. As the cut shot came out, she was thinking maybe I've got to move a bit finer, and then all of a sudden stopped. She's done that well, is Halliday. I mean, a lot of times you come down and think she's just going to absolutely obliterate this or attempt to.
But then she adjusts.
Yeah, and she realises it's not quite there. Okay, single there. Oh, bowled, gone. That's a huge wicket for Worcestershire, as Georgina Cantu's been in fine form. Looks to go leg side once too many, and Burt Whistle continues to pick up wickets. She encourages the batters to attack her, and that was on-off stump. Not close enough to that one to help it away leg side, but a good partnership between these two, and Gloucestershire won 45 for 4.
There's another batter with no number on at the moment, but that looks more like a Somerset hat.
It's Chloe Skelton.
There we go then, that was a good detective work.
So Skelton, as we've mentioned already, coming off that half century, 52 from 61, then 4 for 30 from 10 overs with ball in hand, and she also took a really important catch. Nancy Harmon, one of the Tier 1 loanees for Sussex. Off the bowling of Belcher, it was hit hard, and she caught it at short mid-wicket up above her head and made it look so easy. And that is what you get with Skelton. You really are getting, you know, okay, in Tier 1 she's probably batting at about 9, but she's a very useful 9 in Tier 1 and has scored plenty of runs, not just in her Somerset days now, but also for Western Storm. So she's certainly by no means out of place at 6 in this lineup. In fact, it's a very good number 6. Then you get the bowling, which obviously, if you've been watching Tier 1, you know about, and the fielding as well.
Yes. It's nicely played for a start. Played away just in front of point. Single. Meanwhile, Derbyshire are all out for 76. Like that's against Middlesex for anyone who missed the earlier part.
I was thinking they probably weren't getting to 100. It's well watched out at deep mid-wicket, because for a moment I thought that might just spin away from Wheeler on the boundary there, especially as there's just a awkwardly placed practice pitch there in terms of trying to field out there anyway. So it's been enjoyable viewing this spell of Birtwistle. A lot of times they've tried to go after her. Early on she went for a couple of boundaries, but then she's forced them to hit to her field and has picked up 2 massive wickets.
Yes.
Jones and Cant.
Yeah. Just looking at that, just noticed the umbrellas and how hard they're flapping earlier. It really is very windy out there, looking at the flags and the trees. That doesn't always make bowling that easy, does it? So change your bowler here. So I think that was a short spell from Gilgrass. Oh, she's just doing a warm-up. Number 0, no numbers on this player, so we'll
I think
bit of guesswork.
This must be Tweets, I think. Therefore,
Ebony Jade
Tweets.
Yeah.
So I think we've got Hardwick and Tweets as the 2 out there without numbers, and we have a helpful Twet on the board.
Yes, they picked that one up then.
Har and Twet. Keeper just about back.
It's a good start there, an accurate one to start with.
Yep, and for Halliday, again, as that wicket falls, it's that little bit of, if not pressure, but responsibility to ensure that she's still there for the latter stages.
It's played out of the covers there, and there's no run.
Also, I was thinking, I suppose actually in terms of pace, Tweets is somewhere between the opening bowlers and what we've had recently, but when and if Claire Boycott goes back to her quicker bowlers, watching out for, Halliday looks to the heavens in frustration as Beach, Jess Beach that is, at backward point does the fielding. Of course I say Beach because to me, looking at the team sheet, it's quite clear which Beach it is, because B-E-A-C-H and B-E-E-C-H, but if you're just listening, it's not that clear, so I should clarify. It's not off the middle, but gets through the offside. Brings Skelton on to strike from the pavilion end, from Newent.
Yes, I wonder.
Chloe Skelton in the Forest of Dean.
Ah, right, yes, I was there not long ago. Forest of Dean, that is, not her house.
Yeah, it's a part of the world I wish I knew better.
No, the Forest of Dean is very much our having a way, go away for a walk and a picnic, but without having to travel too far.
It's good running there, by the way, from Skelton and Halliday.
Yes,
and actually it wasn't a bad piece of fielding from Beach either. Jess Beach at backward point, because the most important thing was that she saved the boundary.
That should be a wide, yeah. It's a wide ball there.
was threatening to come back, but not quite in time. Yeah, I've so rarely visited. It's not the easiest place to visit unless you're driving. 150 up with the wide. Well, that's out through wide mid-off and well stopped by Wheeler. It's a good job she was doing those stretches, because I think they may have paid off for a moment there, and also that right knee, I think, hit the ground hard.
It seemed to jam into the ground, didn't it? And she's limping a little bit at the moment. And it might be that Worcestershire decide to make the most of their slower, sort of medium pace bowlers, because they're the ones that are being the most economical, rather than bringing back their quicker ones, because they've got more than the 5 bowlers they need. So
yeah,
might be a plan.
Yeah, again, you do see that here. It's nice to have pace, and I think you still do need pace in your attack for the times when, especially if you're trying to mop up the tail or early on against the openers. Halliday firm strike down to long on, could be a catch taken. She made that look very easy. And Gloucestershire now just in a slight position where they're no longer in full control of this innings, with 2 fresh batters out there. Halliday going through with that shot, not quite to the pitch of it, and a 3rd wicket for Birtwistle, and that ends a fine innings. 62 from Becca Halliday, but she departs with Gloucestershire 151 for 5. And whilst they do have B. Willis coming out to the middle, somebody who's got a 50 on this ground this season in the T20 format as well, scored Gloucestershire's first T20 blast 50. There's just a little bit of a need for Gloucestershire to settle this down. Gwen Davies, the catcher, and I suppose, you know, the calibre of Gwen Davies is not much of a surprise that she never really looked like dropping that.
No.
Sounds as though there are some friends and family of B. Willis in, although I'm not sure they can make quite as much noise as Alice Hill's friends and family did in front of us at Cheltenham.
That's true, actually. That was very noticeable. Or one of the last games I did here, we had the Daniels family in front of us as well. But Cheltenham, you can hear everything that much more because there's fewer buildings to mask it.
Yeah, you always get a good idea of which Gloucestershire players are more north of the county and south of the county.
Yeah.
Good start from Willis, and actually would have been more than a single again were it not for Ruby Davies flying to the floor. Underway straight away.
Just pushed away, but picked up by the keeper. No run.
I almost wonder in this situation, it depends how many they really feel as if they need, but there could be a case for saying, even if you're 180 after 30 overs, 40 overs, sorry. Something like that, but as long as it is for 5, then maybe you go again. But there is the danger here, and you know, there's still batting to come, but the danger has started to present itself that maybe you only just get around about that 200.
And that becomes a much more manageable score for the opposition then. Yeah.
So it's a bit stick or twist time, isn't it?
Well, it is. You've got sort of 10 overs now, potentially, where you want to be pushing along at least that sort of 4-5 and over, with the potential then, if, as you say, if you've got enough wickets left in hand, you can go for a bigger score in the last 10.
That one will get through the gap, and once it's done that, especially to that mound stand side of the ground, you can pretty much give up the chase. So a nice boundary from Willis to end the over. Birtwistle only has 2 more remaining, but it's probably almost reached the stage. I don't know what you think, Carol. Keep her bowling out?
if she's only got 2 to go, I would keep her going now, unassuming Davis, not Poppy, but Gwen is going to bowl as well. Then you've got not quite a like for like, but similar sort of pace.
I think what Birtwistle has done, that ball was just presenting Willis with enough width, I think, that she could access a gap through the offside, but she has bowled nice and straight, and it's, you know, it feels like such an obvious thing to say, but 2 of the wickets hitting the stumps, that flies on a thick edge from Skelton, and ooh, the fielder's having a bit of trouble, and yeah, that I think again is another indication of Skelton as a tier 1 player. As soon as she sees that fumble, she'll go for it. There was no hesitation at all.
No, it's that game awareness, isn't it? I'm just sort of being conscious of what's happening other than just on your little bit that you're running up and down.
That's a lovely looking drive. Somebody down below us said shot.
Well, they appreciated it.
Oh, was it you? It was James
All
Healy.
right, to our
I thought
left.
it was somebody near our microphone. Well, I agreed. It was only for a single, but he's a cricketing purist, is James Healy. None of that ugly slogging, thank you very
No,
much.
all along the ground, nice shape.
I don't think those Worcestershire coaches, have they actually been in the dressing room at all? Do they know there's a dressing room for them?
Well,
They'll be refurbished soon, don't you know?
I think they're walking the wrong way round though, because don't you normally go right for runs and left for wickets?
Yes.
So they're going right for runs at the moment. They're walking round in an anti-clockwise direction.
Yeah.
I spotted that earlier, but they're still going. They're getting there.
The problem is that when you're 3/4 of the way across the ground, here comes a ramp shot, and that will land and skip on to the boundary.
Yes, it's that area of the ground again, you said, Ed, where if it goes that way, it keeps going.
I think that's a shot that I don't know, because we've only seen, I guess, 2 batters play that now, taken from outside the off stump there, but I've noticed that a lot of teams have set fields to Gloucestershire with nobody fine of backward square. And so often you just need to play 1 or 2 and then you've opened yourself up the gap that you almost really want.
Yes.
Timed well. Might consider a second, but
Not this time.
not for too long.
No, it was actually in the
Oh,
bowl. It was
oh,
actually in the
seeing that
fielder's
on.
hand there. Yeah.
Gilgrass out there.
No, she's a very good fielder out there.
You do need one of your strongest arms out on that offside. Is a big boundary away to the Kennington Avenue side. Third up and long on back. Ooh, I thought that was probably going to be, oh, they are coming back for a second this time. That's going to be out, but she can't handle the throw in the end. And Willis,
The throw was almost too good.
must
If
be
it had been,
counting her lucky stars.
yeah, that was it, thrown very low and hard, and it just didn't quite stick in the hands of the bowler there.
I think it almost took, yeah, as you say, it almost took the bowler by surprise, I think, how quickly that
It-
throw came in.
Yeah.
Well, going to have a discussion after that one. I think there are 2s available to the offside, but not when it's hit that close to whoever's sweeping out there. And that would have been a pretty, if not disastrous moment, it would have been a really regrettable moment at that stage.
Yeah, to be fair to the bowler, that's one of those ones that's horrible to to whoever's trying to catch it at the stumps, because it's right down by your ankles.
There's Birtwistle continuing. Just getting that little bit of bounce that Willis has propped forward, but catching her high up on the bat. Swept just past mid-wicket. Will spin toward that fielder at deep square, and that is where you can take that second run. There is an appeal for the run out, but
they'd had to be quick there, but B. Willis was. They know she's got a good arm because that's the second time in a row she's thrown it in really fast now. That came through at a nicer height and through to the keeper who took the bails, but not out.
She's certainly not come out, Willis, with the thought of, let's just push this around, score it 3s and 4s for a bit. She's come out and is still looking to be really quite positive and find gaps and score boundaries. Another quick run there, which I think again is a good one, but you do take Gwen Davies on at your peril. Oh, got one of those unruly stumps that just won't sit right, I think. Bit of repositioning, is it okay? No, we're not happy. Oh, no, we are happy with that.
At least there aren't the complications of the light up stumps and bails here.
Oh, no.
Cameras and things.
Well, has that just blown off, or has that just been knocked off?
We did say it was very windy.
Might need the heavy bails.
Yeah.
Very exciting. No, I think, oh, maybe it just slipped again. That stump probably just slipped, didn't it?
Yeah.
Having a bit of trouble with that. That's where you probably can't do it on a first-class venue, but just take a little bit of grass from elsewhere and stuff it down in.
The one.
I don't think that Sean Williams would be too pleased if he saw you doing that here. Skelton down.
Banging it in with the end of your bat, you know, just
yes. We just whack all of them in a bit further, it gives them less to aim at, so. No, and it's also one of the other things, I've harped on about this before with regards to DRS. We just take DRS to be absolutely as, you know, as law. You almost don't question it. But how often are the stumps actually straight? You've got an idealised set of stumps there, and that for me, everybody has their own opinion on things like umpire's call or whatever. That's why there's always got to be a margin of error in it, because, you know, would it have hit those stumps? Oh, that's gone down to mid-on. There could be a run out here as well. Misses the stumps by quite a distance in the end. And a direct hit might have found Willis short.
Well, looking at the direction we're looking from, no, those stumps that are out at the far end from us do look a bit wonky.
I tell you what, they don't look anywhere near as wonky as the stumps did at Guildford yesterday for Gloucestershire's men's game. Good grief. They were leaning off like a Tower of Pisa.
There's definitely a bigger gap on the sort of one side between the middle stump and the end stump than there is in the other.
This is where we need, and this needs to be worked on for next year, Healy. We need a telestrator. Can we get that going?
It's either that or the camera's wonky, but that's what
I feel we need Carol with the telestrator to
yes,
point this out exactly.
What I mean.
Good Yorker from Tweets. So it's been a busy start, this partnership, put on 21 in 3 overs.
Yes.
I'd like it to be a sizable partnership, but they're perfectly happy with the run rate, and that'll continue with shots like that. There's another one of those ramps, and whilst there are 2 fielders sprinting off after it, no chance of getting there.
They've definitely been working on that one, haven't they? Very effective shot if you get it right on this, particularly on this ground in that corner.
Yeah, the combination of factors, really, isn't it? Field set, short boundary, and now, after seeing a couple from Willis, that's where they're going to have to put somebody, whether it's inside the circle or back. So it's inside the circle, which is at least making sure that Willis knows she's got to get it past. But now there's a single almost anywhere into the leg side.
Yeah.
Another ball outside off stump. Again, the gaps are being found by B. Willis since coming out.
Yeah, she's looked very positive as soon as she jumped from that very first shot she played.
well, it's handy to have, well, you're one of anyway, but your T20 openers coming out at number 7, and also providing the extra seam bowling option. Poked away by Skelton into the onside, but you know, it just I guess also for the other batters up above a bit, you know, Halliday obviously felt as though she could keep on attacking, knowing that there was more batting to come. Just for a moment there, Willis
she twitched.
Wary. Run out at the non-striker's end.
Yes, I've just been. Ebony Jade Tweets is on loan to Worcestershire from Warwickshire, from the Warwickshire Academy. So again, giving her the game time that she needs. But useful to have an extra all-rounder.
Flicked away. Sort of might have thought, with the gap being found, that 2 was available, but the fielder in rapidly. Sorry, I genuinely didn't mean that. Off the boundary. And
Rapid's rapid.
for 5. No, she's born in Stoke.
Oh, there we go.
As Ebony Jade Tweets, which immediately makes me think of Danny Wyatt Hodge.
Yep.
Here we go. We've got some catch on the bounce. Right in front of the bar.
Okay, put your hands in front of you.
Dad's
first.
positioned himself
Yes.
strategically there.
Good advert for the Thatchers there.
Yes, we shan't be going down there.
No, I've got to drive home, sadly.
That's time for it to wear off. No.
Not done that.
Burt Whistle into her final over. And will this be circumspection, or he's going to continue to try and take her on as they have? Well, this time they don't fancy the single to Gwen Davies. It's been a good hunting ground for cricketers over the years as Stoke-on-Trent.
We used to play league matches up there, so the Midlands League went right from the south of Worcestershire up to and including Stoke, which was a long journey for a Sunday club league match.
Is the journey to Stoke a lot slower than the journey away from it?
Anything to do with the M6 is a nightmare.
Very diplomatic.
Oh, yes.
Flighted delivery up and over mid-on. As athletic as Gwen Davies is, nobody's getting to that one. That is a really fantastic strike from Willis. Cleared mid-on easily. She saw that one up above the eye line, and Burt Whistle maybe, well, I'm sure she'd have done that deliberately, thinking, oh, I've got a couple of balls left. Go on, have a go. But as is going to happen sometimes, the batter gets hold of it. That's well played. Yeah, pushed long on back with the 4, and then takes the single off the last ball of Burt Whistle's spell. 3 for 54, for 53. Sorry, they already added that run on. 3 for 53 from 10 overs for Burt Whistle, and it's the 3 that she has picked up. Halliday, the top scorer, for 62, and then Jones and Cant, the 2 top scorers from the previous game, both in form. And yeah, she's gone for a couple of boundaries, but she's also got the wickets because batters were trying to take her on. So again, it's an important job done by Flora Burt Whistle for Worcestershire.
She's got tweets staying on at this end, so just looking for clues now about who might come on the other end to replace Birtwistle.
Yeah, so he's got a few options. I mean, Beach could come back, having pulled 6 overs, 1 for 12.
I think both Amy Wheeler and Hannah Hardwick were warming up, but that might have been to try and catch the eye of the captain rather than being given the nod.
I think she whacked that straight into her leg, did
Ow.
Willis. I did get quite excited earlier about the possibility of boycott bowling to Willis.
You did.
Over extra cover, and that's another cracking shot from B. Willis. And although it's to the longer side, that will run away to the boundary. There's a little bit of in movement as well that she's dealt with, and it's not a long half volley that either.
No. No, it's a very good shot.
28 off only 19 balls. They're not taking a backward step here, Gloucestershire. Oh, through to the keeper there. It's a good follow-up from Tweets, because it wasn't quite as short as initially it seemed. Tweets and Gilgrass having to get through some overs, I think maybe to make up for some of the overs from the openers. Pulled away, muscled out through mid-wicket for 4 more. That one was short enough to get hold of. The Wasp has been fickle. 250, 260, 270, 260, 250, 260, 270. Oh, inside edge.
That was a good ball. From Tweets there, just right up at her. And she sort of had to get the back down really quickly on that one. They've got something on it.
So tell me more about this cricket week.
Oh, yeah.
Then.
So, yes, the annual Women's Cricket Week. The first, Colwall Cricket Club is its main base. But 99 years ago, a group of redoubtable 1920s women who wanted to play more cricket got together and decided to hold an annual cricket week. And so it's been going pretty much ever since.
Waiting for that slower ball well.
And so next year we're making plans for the celebration of 100 years of Cricket Week. Not the 100th Cricket Week because of things like war years and COVID
yeah,
and
so
whatever.
it's the same with the Cheltenham Festival,
exactly.
Isn't it?
But it's over the years, it's always been a place where women have been able to go play cricket. You get put into teams, so you play different people, you have different standards. You do some crazy things like on the Friday morning having fancy dress and seeing, I'll have to show you the picture, the Spice Girls in a bus batting, which is hard to visualise. I might have to tweet that one later. But people learn, people come and play there who've not played, you know, so people will get equal satisfaction from scoring their first 4 for one person and their first 50 for somebody else. So it's a really, really nice atmosphere, and long may it continue, really.
Yes, well, yeah, I think we've been on air around about a similar time in previous years, and every time I think, oh, I must go.
100 years next year,
yeah,
Ed.
I know.
Good time to go. I've already got the dates. I'll have to let you have those.
You need to, yes, please do. See if I can.
Because what we'd really like to do is boost up the number of players to going to play. Just wait for this one.
Gilgrass changing ends. A powerful shot from Skelton, but it's hard
because
to
with
hit it through that leg side.
Yeah, with the introduction of lots of other cricket, you know, starting with league cricket, county cricket, all of that, the desire for friendly but competitive cricket has sort of decreased. but I'm sure there is a market out there for people who are
Yeah.
not going to be playing professionally or semi-professionally and want something beyond what is just for their club.
Yeah, definitely. And as in many previous years, and it's changed a bit because she's moved up the ranks. The former chief exec of Cricket Wales, Leisha Hawkins, who is now I have to get this right, she is the director of recreational cricket at the ECB. Skelton cuts past backward point. It's one of her favourite shots, and she picks up 4 with it. It's a very strong cutter of the ball, Chloe Skelton. And she doesn't need it to be that short or that wide. Away to the boundary. But let's have another look at that. Yeah, it's
a lovely shot.
Short enough, but it's almost like sort of off spin to off spin. Right, I'm going to get you. But I had quite a lot of chats with her over the years, because she was obviously being chief exec of Cricket Wales, she kind of had a vested interest anyway, but she was a massive supporter of Western Storm, the regional side in the southwest. And you know, a lot of our chats were about offering those different things, those different ways to play the game. And one of the things that appealed to me, which I'm sure you'll give me a look at, was the Prosecco cricket.
Yeah.
Just those sorts of things. And it doesn't have, you know, that might be actually even more a bit of a joke and a laugh and a bit of fun. But those sorts of things need to be taken into account. There's appeal for LBW, not out. Oh, that looked close. But it's going to be away for a couple. Let's see whether the umpire signals anything. It is leg by, so I wasn't given not out because she hit it. Oh,
Possibly just going down.
But I think Worcestershire might be counting themselves a little unfortunate there, but it's the 200 up for Gloucestershire, and they've got there after only 36 overs thanks to this partnership.
Yeah. No, I think that's a good point. I mean, if I just tell you, over the last week of Cricket Week, so from between the Sunday and when it finished on the Friday, they'd done pairs cricket, they'd played overs matches, they then had 2 days when they played the equivalent of a mini test match, so playing a 2 innings match, which, like, I you know, how many of the players even on the pitch here will have played declaration cricket and more than 1 day? So people loved the opportunity to be able to do that. And then you throw in the softball cricket on an evening, so it covers the full range, so there's something for everybody.
Well, that's great. That you make me want to go even more now. Just go and, as they say, take in the atmosphere.
Indeed.
It sounds like great fun. I'm sure, as is always the way with the women's game, there'll be more people there that I know than I expect there to be, if you see what I mean.
Yeah, Hannah Hardwick back onto bowl now. This time with no slip. She's got that deep third fielder as well as the fine leg. So looking a bit different from when she had her opening spell. Yes, the oldest player there last week, you may well have heard of, is that Enid Bakewell was playing at 84.
That's fantastic.
She was only bowling underarm, but she's got 2 new knees now, so she was able to bat.
Oh, that's quick. Hurries up Willis. I think she was trying to think. No, that was a couple of years ago now. I'm pretty sure I saw her for a Storm game I was covering at Grace Road. You just can't keep her away. It's terrific.
She's amazing. And if anybody doesn't know any of the history of women's cricket, she is worth having a look at. You know, somebody who can play, I can't remember if it's her first test match, but take 10 wickets and score 100 in the same match is not bad.
Yeah, she's one of those names who, when she crops up, or when any sort of historical statistic crops up. And there's usually the guesses, right, is it Myrtle McLagan?
Yeah.
Is it Betty Snowball? Is it Enid Bakewell?
Well, Betty Snowball, you mentioned, there is a plaque at Colwell Cricket Club because she was one of the early participants in Cricket Week, and she retired to that village, and so there's a plaque on at the village cricket club for her.
Backing away and bowled straight through. Hannah Hardwick gets the 6th wicket for Worcestershire, and that was real pace. I mean, having looked in real
top of off stump.
Good touch, Willis, yeah, then just backing away there. I think you have to say to a certain extent that has probably been caused by a couple of the previous balls which really zipped through quickly. It's been a quick innings from Willis, who has kept the momentum going for Gloucestershire, but 33 off 28 balls she goes.
Yeah, she was just a little bit late on that, as well as having stepped back. So the pace did take her by surprise, I think.
They have had basically everybody get some sort of a start, Gloucestershire, but now you have to say that Skelton sort of needs to be there in at least 7 or 8 overs time, because I do just think, even though there's ability with the bat to come, don't get me wrong, but you do not want to be wasting overs.
Yeah. That was definitely a quieter response for Alice Hill than it had been at Cheltenham.
I'm sure they're cheering from a distance. But yeah, now this is where, I'm not saying it will definitely happen, but you wonder even if now might be the time to give Wheeler another go as well, and where having that extra pace to bowl at the lower order, that may just
we've got
come into effect.
Yeah, we've got Beach with some overs left as well, haven't we?
Mm-hmm.
So that's the problem she had before when she tried to get that pace in. That one just drifted down the leg side for wide.
Yeah, Hardwick, her issues up front were more the no balls. She had 4 no balls. That's her 3rd wide. Wheeler bowling 7 wides in that 1 over that she's bowled so far, but a different set of circumstances coming on to bowl if Wheeler were to come back on. Cannons into pad, but they'll take them any way they can get them. Well, Gloucestershire will be it will be Hill keeping the strike. Leg by, yeah. Hill staring at the umpire there. I don't know if I think she was just waiting for the call of over, actually, to leave her ground, rather than, you're not giving that a leg by, are you?
Yeah, not doing anything silly here.
Be going for a wander.
Gilgrass continuing, so it looks like they might be holding off on Wheeler.
Yeah, well, I suppose she did nearly get a wicket in a previous over with that very close LBW shout.
Yes.
So Daniels, indeed the batting order that we were given, has proven to be correct so far, with Daniels down on that order at 9, and then Dolman and Belcher to follow. Skelton calls Hill through, and I don't know whether they were slightly, dare I say it, maybe picking the fielder a bit as well. But that's a good call from Skelton, and these two will have played a lot of cricket for Gloucestershire before Chloe Skelton became a more regular Storm player, and then now a Somerset professional. Back when Skelton was still a teenager, and these two, Skelton and Hill, would have come through the Gloucestershire system at basically exactly the same time.
Yes.
Sweep shot, and that time given, and that's a huge wicket for Worcestershire. And now Gloucestershire are in a position of a little bit of peril, where they've still got 12.5 overs to bat, but now they've only got 3 wickets left, and there goes the experience and the quality of Chloe Skelton. Gilgrass gets the LBW at the second attempt, and yeah, I don't think you can have too many complaints about that.
She sort of went step forward, went down on one knee, but the ball looked pretty much like it's middle and off stump, sorry, middle and leg stump.
Yeah, it's funny. It's been an innings where you've always felt as though up until those 2 wickets in 2 overs that Gloucestershire were probably ahead of things, but they were only ever a wicket or 2 away from this position, where suddenly they go from looking like posting a total well in excess of 250 to now thinking, well, you've just got to bat the overs out and see what you can get to.
I mean, the predicted score is now 248, so it is just under that 250.
I think they would take that.
I think they would, and it'll be very much depend on these next few overs to go. You know, you always think it's slightly criminal if you don't manage to see out your overs, but certainly there's a danger with 12 and a bit overs to go for Gloucestershire that that's going to be the case.
Still overs to come from everybody, really, with Burt Whistle the only one bowled out, but also nobody has bowled more than 7. So Daniels, who has shown many times in her Gloucestershire career that at still only 19 years of age and captain, she has an experienced head on those shoulders and will know that time is not really of the essence in the early going here, and certainly her first 3 balls showing that. But another double strike. We saw Cant and Halliday fall inside 2 overs, as you can see with the blobs there in the 27th, sorry, the 28th it was, and the 30th overs, and now the 2 blobs in 2 overs. And it's just those wickets in clusters that, given the fact that there isn't a Willis to come out and play that sort of, you would think, run a ball type innings now, it does feel a bit more like a scramble to bat the overs out, and Hardwick will be coming at this lower order with some gas.
She tried to play a shot there, just came onto the pads, and you could hear from the sound of it hitting the pads that it was bowled fairly rapidly.
It's just that thump, isn't it?
Yeah. So Anne Hardwick sort of starts out just outside the fielding circle. I think I counted about 15 strides in her run up. So you got, as a batter, you've got quite a long time to wait for her to arrive. Depends how you count them. There was only 13 that time. Depends whether those little pony steps at the start are counted in the strides that she's taken or not.
As long as it's not 39.
No, not 39 steps. She'd be over the boundary.
Who's got the longest run in the women's game?
This is one of the longer ones, I would think.
Oh, pull shot, is there an edge? There is. The finger's gone up, from our angle I couldn't see it.
No, it was hidden behind a blonde ponytail,
there
I think.
We go.
Yeah.
You can see it quite clearly from the angle watching at home, and Alice Hill has now gone, and Gloucestershire at this stage are looking as though they're probably favourites not to bat the 50 overs out now. Second wicket for Hardwick, and that's what a second spell can do.
Yeah. Meanwhile, in other places in the country, it doesn't see. I think we said that Derbyshire were all out for 76. Well, Middlesex have now in and batting and are 70 for 2, so need 7. So what the bit I like is that they've got to score 7 runs of 40.5 overs at .17 and over.
Oh, is that all?
So I think they might be up on their bonus points. I know it's a complicated formula for bonus points, but that does sound like it should be.
It's quite. I think when you're batting second, it's quite straightforward, isn't it? Because you've got to just score the runs in 40 overs. Whatever the runs are, you've got to score them in 40 overs.
This rate, it looks like Middlesex are going to get it in maybe 11 overs.
If that.
Yes, I was.
It's going to be over before.
I was allowing
lunch.
allowing for a couple of dot balls.
It might be. Well, in fact, it's. You would think it's going to be over before this innings is over. And at this stage, it doesn't look as though this innings is going to last the 50. We'll see. Katie Dolman out to have other ideas about that.
Yeah, and in Leeds, Yorkshire were all out for 172 against Glamorgan.
Oh, she gets a bottom edge. That will work very nicely for Gloucestershire. Down to the boundary, and Dolman's off the mark straight away.
Use every part of the bat.
In a scramble for runs, really, and so often that's the way, isn't it? You come out down the order with pace on, and that's where you see the ball go. But in fairness to Worcestershire, they've got a fine leg and a deep third, but as we've discussed many times before, it is almost impossible to defend that boundary. Because you have the fielders fine, then it opens up such a huge angle for the cut shot or the late dab. Bat on ball from Dolman, which is going to be the important thing, really.
Just picked up at mid-wicket.
It's all over at Merchant Taylor's.
Oh, there we go.
They've got there in 9.5 overs, Middlesex. What on earth is their net run rate going to be after that? It was already at +2.065. Why do we have it by 3 decimal points? It's extraordinary. I've got the BBC table up.
2.48, it says.
Squeezed away. Another important run. Dolman will keep the strike. 210 for 8. Still with 11 overs to use. The BBC goes with 3 decimal places. It's a bit overkill, isn't it?
Yeah, they've got some statisticians sitting there that.
Why not go to more? Why not just have
7
10
significant figures?
Anyway, it does look as though the top 3 are all winning at this stage. Kent have 153 for 9 at Northamptonshire, so at this point, top 3 winning, but Yorkshire not winning
could mean,
if, well, especially if Worcestershire win, they will definitely leapfrog them, and if Gloucestershire win, they will really close the gap to that 4th place. Pulled in the air and just over short mid-wicket. Lobs short mid-wicket and dunks in front of mid-on.
But I think you were saying, Ed, that Gloucestershire's next couple of games are against 2 of those teams in that top.
Well, counting this one, they've got Yorkshire then next. Past the outside edge, sliding past. Yeah, and then Kent and Leicestershire, who at the moment are 8th and 9th. So it does mean that even just winning one of these 2 might at least give you some sort of a chance going into the final round of games. I haven't, I must admit, looked at Yorkshire's fixtures, but Worcestershire finish with Middlesex and Glamorgan. So for so many reasons, for Worcestershire, this is a huge game.
Important.
And who knows, they may go on to take points against Middlesex and Glamorgan. They've beaten Yorkshire, so certainly no reason to believe that they couldn't win either of those 2 games. But Middlesex and Glamorgan have been 2 of the form sides in this tier of competition across 20 and 50 overs. Oh, there's one of those quicker ones from Gilgrass.
She hides that well, doesn't she? And it
does.
just comes through a little bit quicker.
Sort of mixes up off breaks and I think full on just pace on.
She's we're going to see a different one now because she just moved a fielder out. It's sort of a long on.
Really slow one.
Oh, she bowled a wide instead. It was a slower one, but it just. Now you wonder sometimes whether the bowler's got a plan about moving the fielder out or whether it's just to try and get in the heads of the batters.
Just get out of the over sometimes, possibly.
Oh.
Well, I think she came in off a longer run off that previous ball as well, just to then bowl it much slower. But I think she may have just thrown herself off a bit. Sure, she's coming in off a pace or so shorter now, but it's still the really slow one. Daniels off the mark. And 3 from that over, and you know, even if Gloucestershire are just scoring at 3s, they have got to bat the 50.
Well, if you stay there and there's the odd wide and no ball even, you're scoring runs without even having to do anything. So yes, you can see the run rate there has really flattened out since about over 10. We had some little peaks at the start, and now we've got a sort of a flat, flat terrain.
Being weighed down by those little white balls.
Yes. Hardwick staying on now. This is her 7th over. We have a retying of the ponytail every time she's going to bowl. Not every ball, but every over.
Nicely worked by Daniels, fielder down at fine leg.
Yeah, just flicked off the hip there, using the pace of the ball.
Looks like a good finish in the women's 100 game, with originals taking on invincibles. Beth Mooney made 70 and Meg Lanning's 48 not out, but 28 needed from 14 balls by invincibles. That's cut away and just past backward point. They'll probably fancy 2 here.
Yeah, little hesitation, but they're coming back now.
Yes, they possibly could have made that a little more comfortable, and then
it was
Dolman has to wear the throw.
I would say lodged somewhere in Dolman's body.
You see that so often now, don't you? The direct hit ends up being the direct hit of the batter, not of the stumps.
But no question that she was obstructing because she was running on the other side away from where the ball was.
That would be one of the most absurd appeals
yes.
I've ever seen.
It had already gone past the stumps.
Again, what Dolman's done really well so far is she has got bat on ball basically every time. And, okay, one of them was off the toe, but she's 9 off 6. Haven't quite had the full-on unbroken sunshine that the forecast still suggests that we should be having.
Yeah.
And it should be relatively pleasant, although the breeze is still there and strong. Good stop from Gough, the keeper.
Yes, I thought that for a moment it might be a wide, but I think it just flicked her side as it went.
Noise levels have certainly risen in the field with those wickets, understandably so. I don't think they ever went flat, Worcestershire, and they've hung in there well and continued to take wickets at enough of a rate that means you could still end up with quite a good looking score to chase down. Good run from Daniels.
Just a single there, but they're all counting.
And, you know, those sort of single that could be taken with absolutely no risk at all.
Well, it means they've snuck up to 5 and over for this over, with still with the ball to go. keep it up with their rate.
Again, good shot from Dolman behind square. They'll turn the second down this time, but 6 from the over. Caitlin Belcher to come, who actually has, and I'm trying to remember which game it was. I think it might have been the County Cup game against Glamorgan when Caitlin Belcher opened the batting.
She did all right, didn't she?
Yeah.
Yeah.
So, you know, again, often these orders can be slightly movable, but it's not as though you've got, you know, it's not as though you've got somebody who struggles to remember which way up to hold the bat coming in at 11.
No, but I think it's often influenced by the power play, which in a way seems more significant in those shorter games. So that if you have got somebody who won't stay in for very long but can hit over the top, it's worth a try.
Good time, not a long time. A la Grace Harris. Now that's going to be out with a hit. Dolman, no chance of making that, and Gwen Davies has missed the stumps.
By not very much.
No, not quite as easy. Well, I say as easy. It's never easy to hit the stumps from any sort of distance, but she didn't quite have all 3 to aim at there. She was fielding that from wide mid-on. And now driven through to mid-off. There'll be another quick single there. That time, no throw. Yes, I think it was in Grace Harris's Instagram bio. Here for a good time, not a long time.
Yeah, that's not a bad philosophy, is it?
Top edge. But again, that will work very nicely, and the outfield will be quick enough. 2 fields after it, but 4 runs.
Torture for the fielders that was, because they always thought they had a chance, but they didn't.
Well, Katie Dolman's wagon wheel's looking interesting at the moment, but again,
I don't think
bat on ball.
I don't think you'd find it in a coaching manual.
It was just short enough that she could just about play the pull shot, but 15 off 9. Worcestershire would have bitten your hand off for that to start with, and that's a more conventional shot into the gap on the onside.
Oh, yeah. Oh, there we go.
It hasn't got the second 4 on it yet.
That were directly behind the stumps.
Okay, well down the leg side, even though Daniel struck on the pad.
I think she followed her with that one.
Waits for that well, mid-off deep enough, and also placed wide of the fielder there. So another single scrambled, and these two, Gloucestershire want it to continue for several more overs, but they will more than take the output of this partnership so far. Bowling figures on screen for Worcestershire. Burt Whistle bowled out with her slow left armers, 3 for 53, but pretty much everybody who's bowled has chipped in with a wicket here and there. They haven't gone back to Wheeler, who just bowled that one over. And the batting card there.
She's still warming up over the far side there.
Halliday 62. Contributions elsewhere, but possibly at the end of the day, depending on what happens, they might be thinking, well, if just one more person goes on. But there is still a chance to scramble up to something which you would think could be really competitive, and certainly you'd like to hope make for an exciting game of cricket.
You know, from where we were talking when they just got over the 200, anything above the 225 was going to set a target that was going to be reasonably challenging. So anything they can get from here on here just to push towards that 250 would be good. But, you know, they've got something here they can already, that's something they can defend. And that's another one as it's a wide.
Yeah, no, I think that's exactly right, because when Skelton was out and score at that stage 205 for 7. In fact, Hill 205 for 8. You know, you're thinking we lose another couple of wickets for 5 runs, but just every 10 feels important when you're setting a total. Same with T20 cricket. 150 feels so different to 160. It's only 10 runs, but especially in a 50 over game, it's only 10 runs. But it does help enormously. And there's another one to add to it. Was it off glove or bat? One of the two anyway.
Yes, it's on the board.
You know, again, it's that maturity from Daniel. She's 6 off 16 balls. Doesn't matter.
No.
It's the 16 balls that matter more than the 6, because again, she's been there, as you've been mentioning, for a few wides.
Yes.
Dolman continues to find that gap through the offside.
But at this stage, I guess Middlesex would be thinking if they're just conceding that single, that's not the worst that could be happening. To a point where you could, I mean, they'll really be searching for these last couple of wickets.
Kent bowled out for 163, by the way, at Beckenham against Northamptonshire. In the face of it, especially as it's at Beckenham, you would think that is a long way short. You never know, but imagine so.
Through that
just
side
width
again.
on offer, isn't there?
Mm.
And when she got that wicket of Willis, top of off stump.
Oh, that was a lovely ball. I mean, as it is now, the fielder that's behind the wicket at sort of third man is, you know, unless it's an exceptionally hard shot, it's not going to go there for a catch. So that must be a defensive fielding position. But if you slash at it and hit it anywhere else, you'll get that boundary down there. That's a good ball. That just sort of pushed in at her legs.
Yeah, and I think that's where Hardwick wants to be bowling, really, because again, Dolman's put the bat to it, but if she misses that, then it's all over for her, and she is looking to create that space again, understandably, because Hardwick is sending this down at a good pace.
It's a close finish in the 100 game. The Invincibles need 4 off 1 ball.
Ooh. Clipped into the onside. It's a short boundary there, so I don't think this will be 2.
No.
It certainly won't be. But another decent over for Gloucestershire, 5 from it. When I say that Hannah Hardwick a couple of years back was an injury replacement in the 100 for Grace Potts, that sort of shows that in terms of a like for like, that's where her future is seen at.
Yes. She can be a useful bat as well, but I think in latter year, you know, more recent years, has focused on her bowling. But I have seen her as a fairly raw player hitting sixes.
And it goes back, actually, I think I was going to pick up on that point, and I think something else happened, but that point about, you know, do you tell a young bowler to lessen their pace and improve the accuracy? And so often in the past, it was very much, no, you've got to bowl accurately. Whereas now, and some of it is partly for the sort of social media age of, come on, 70 miles an hour, etc. But actually, the game has changed as well. There is that need to bowl quickly. Beach is back. Jess Beach, 6 overs, 1 for 12.
Yes, I mean, I think if you are a genuinely quick bowler who bowls the odd loose one but is a wicket taker,
yeah,
that's a real asset to a team.
Because, you know, you aren't getting the Beth Moonies, the Smriti Mandanas. You're not really getting them out with in the same way. Oh, that is a great strike from Dolman, up and over mid-on. Straight pull and crunched away to the boundary.
This is going to spoil Jess Beech's fidget. She'd only conceded 12 runs up to their first 6 overs. So
Is that the first boundary she's gone for?
probably. There's only 12 there before. Just a bit short, I would think. So she could line it up for one of those, the newer shots.
It would help if I looked at the right game. I was thinking, how on earth could she possibly have conceded 5 boundaries when she's gone for 16? Oh, bottom edge, good diving stop.
Yeah. Could have run away if she'd not got, although there is I've got a field at it, but Birtwistle is fielding down here at fine leg at the moment.
Yeah, that is the first boundary that Beech has conceded in her 7th over. Took a great shot to deliver it. This is a fine knock from Katie Dolman.
Yeah. And this is, as we were saying earlier, really, that you can either have a couple of people making really big scores, or you can have one making the bigger score and a few in the 20s and 30s, and it sort of accumulates.
Exactly, and it just seemed with those 3 quick ones, I always have to stop myself from saying quickets, because
yeah.
well, somebody got themselves tongue-tied on commentary with me a while back, and I thought, you know what, I'm just going to make that stick now. Quickets. Bold. Jess Beech replies to that strike early on in the over by striking the stumps, and Gloucestershire are now down to their last batter. Dolman continuing to take the positive option, but a big swing, and that time no connection. But 22 from 17, an enterprising innings from her. Still plenty of time left in the innings, and now no room for manoeuvre with Belcher coming out at 11.
That's going to be interesting now. From what I've seen of Caitlin Belcher so far, I cannot see her playing out lots of dot balls. I might be wrong. We shall see. See, captain speaking to her now, Liv Daniels. So is it take what you can get, doesn't matter how long it takes, or do you
she said,
knock it down, get me on strike, and we'll...
You just club a couple of boundaries. We've got to 250. It would have taken 250 at the start of the innings. You just never know. It depends on what the feedback is from those who are actually out there rather than us in the distance, because it doesn't look like an absolute road, but then equally it's been easy enough for some of the batters, like a Willis, for example, to just come out and hit gaps and find boundaries. The outfield's quick, so that sort of leads me to go somewhere in the middle in terms of a score and go for that 250.
Yeah.
We'll see. Oh, bottom edge, and again, worked pretty nicely. Belcher's pretty quick, but even she can't think about 2 there. This is where 50 over cricket really is compelling, I think, when you get down to the late wickets, but they're still trying to score runs, and every little run that you can eke out feels like a minor victory. Or every wicket that's taken gets you that much closer to your goal. That's good stuff from Beech to end that over, because whilst Caitlin Belcher can bat, they would probably want to be bowling at her rather than at Daniels, so they've kept Daniels now at the non-strikers end for this next over. 6 overs remaining in theory. Looks like Sussex will be the only other team to bat their 50 overs out in their game against Leicestershire at Arundel. And they've had another one of those innings, actually a bit like Gloucestershire's. Izzy Collis got 55, but then Molly Adams, Phoebe Wilkinson, Nancy Harmon, Rachel King and Kiara Green all got scores between 25 and 31. That
really pushes your score up. That's another 150 runs-ish, isn't it? It's 5 of them. Adding a few extras.
Yes, 28 extras there.
Yeah, Hardwick ready to come in now. Here she comes. Ball followed her a little bit down to the leg side, but no run.
Yes, it's not much of a surprise, and again, you don't blame anybody. I mean, goodness knows, if I were facing Hannah Hardwick, I'd be off somewhere in the mound stand.
I probably wouldn't be running towards it.
No, exactly. So Hardwick probably knows that the stumps are the target. Not saying that Belcher isn't going to make contact, but where she'd be looking to bowl. Wide enough, but Belcher's backed away so far that
yeah, she sort of
it's not a wide.
She was sort of looking for the wide, and then I think she realised how far back she'd gone.
Well, she's probably also thinking, you know what, I'm probably going to be running in, if not from that end, running in the not too distant future, cool. And thinking, I definitely wouldn't want that if I were bowling.
But as we said, because they've got the third man fielder down there, but other than that, if she gets anything on it at all, she can get runs down that way. So having a swing at it when it's not on the stumps.
Oh, lordy.
That should be a no ball. Yes, it is. It's a no ball on height. So that'll be a free hit. Yeah. Don't know if it was an attempted slower ball or what, but it wasn't what was intended. It just came out of her hand wrong, didn't it?
The good thing was that it was so high that it was over Kaylin Belcher's head.
Yeah. Free hit.
So a free swing for Belcher. Slower ball and makes contact. You can still be run out off a free hit though, so be a little bit careful. They are coming back for two, and in fact they'll
fairly
get
safe.
there pretty comfortably. Look out.
Yes.
Bounding ball over the practice pitches as it gets by the keeper. So over 240. Again, we're so obsessed with round numbers and tens, but again, it's just what the digit, the digit moving somehow seems to make a difference.
And it gives us something to talk about, doesn't
it? That's true. Maybe it's just us.
I don't think cricket does tend to attract people who like things like that, doesn't it?
Neat freaks. Well, actually not really, because I'm not a neat freak, but of OCD number obsession. It's been hit firmly by Belcher. Be two more.
I mean, it may run in family, because my brother did manage to post when his car hit the 1, 2, 3, 4.
Oh no! No.
He'd been waiting for it, and he had to take a picture of it when he got there.
Oh no! I was in the car with my dad the other day, and he was getting obsessively excited over the fact that the mileage was 101, 101, and then obviously before it had been, I can't remember what it was. There were two in quick succession anyway. I'm sure it's pretty obvious.
So yes,
I'm too tired to work out what the other one was.
People get excited by patterns and numbers.
Don't. There's width and length on offer there. Daniels would have been gone at the non-striker's end,
but
though.
As it happens, they're going to get a single out of it because there's an overthrow there.
Thank you. The mullion was in the way, so I couldn't see it. I assumed everything was all fine.
No, it beat Birtwistle, who was backing up. It's on that patch there. It's not quite so smooth.
101010. Thank you very much. So glad that was pointed out to me. Sledging my dad from 150 miles away. Swatted into the leg side. That's in a space as well. So again, the positive mindset, rather than just dinking and dunking about, you might only have got to 2, 4, 6 if that was all you were looking to do, but they've already produced 9 runs in 9 balls, this partnership.
No, they're doing well. And, I know we said there's a difference between finishing your innings with like 11 overs to go.
Yeah.
But then, there's now 5. Anything goes now. 5 overs to go.
Yes, you're not thinking quite so much of using that word that often gets used about not batting your 50 overs out. The criminal word. I don't think you're quite looking to apply that now.
No.
Beach, not been easy to get away. See what Belcher has in mind against her.
Dot ball.
Has tended to be the way with
Yes.
Jess Beach today.
Good proportion. And she can bowl through to the end now, can't she? She's got 2 more after this.
Picked up a
if
5.
needed.
Sorry, so picked up a 5 for against Northamptonshire earlier in the season at Wantage Road. Game where Northamptonshire actually defended a relatively low score, and that time that is wided. So continuing to edge toward that 250 mark that I must say I didn't have my money on Gloucestershire getting when the 3 wickets fell.
No.
Short. Oh, that has been mullered.
And
All the
that's
way
6.
for 6.
We were right.
250 up in grand style.
Leant back, said, I'm going this way, and off it went.
Look, and she's got the casual bat lean and
Yeah.
hand on hip there, as if she's just done nothing at all. What a good
But when you
strike
think
that
of
is.
how few Jess Beach has actually conceded, to be able to come in and hit a 6 to her
Yeah.
is great.
The only 2 boundaries that have been hit off her, as we'll take another look there, she's fetched that from just outside the off stump as well. The only
Yeah.
2 boundaries that have been hit off her have been Dolman over mid-on quite like that, and then
That
Belcher even further. Oh, struck on the pad, but great call from Daniels, and that gets almost as loud a round of applause as the 6 did.
Yes.
First 6 of the innings. And it's a, well, it is a strike like that, as you called, really, why Gloucestershire did open with her in a T20 earlier in the season.
It's that expression, you'll never die wondering. Beach in again. And that's played away through mid-wicket, and that's another 4.
Oh, it just doesn't slow down, does it?
No.
The fielder wasn't actually that far away from it, but she was almost just keeping pace with the ball for the entirety of the way to the boundary.
Just could never quite get ahead of it.
This will just sting Worcestershire a little bit, because they really would have felt they were through, and in the end the Wasp has won out over Ed Predictor, because because they are going to get somewhere around the 250, 260, 270 mark, or you never know if these 2 can stay in for the full 50. It's a good looking shot, picks out extra.
Yeah, Liv Daniels is there, sort of almost holding a bat like sort of baseball style.
Looking to do damage.
Yeah.
Short ball, that looks
Wide
wide
ball.
to me, and looks wide to the umpire as well. The other thing which I think the man with the binoculars was able to point out to me, because I don't think I've got a hope of reading that from this distance, is that the cut-off time is 1:49 and the current time is 1:49, which means, and it's happening now in fact, Burt Whistle having to come up from fine leg, so Worcestershire will have to have 6 fielders inside that 25-yard circle for the rest of the innings. It might not almost be a harmful thing. Up and over, is it? Oh, just. Good effort from Boycott, but the ball's running out towards the boundary, and they might fancy 3 here. They'll decide against it. But over 260 now, and that's a big over.
Yeah, just trying to think, because it doesn't particularly seem to have been slow-paced, the game, but there have been a few stoppages which you would hope that the umpires had adjusted for.
I think it's probably those extras early on that really are the reason why they've fallen so far behind, because they're actually, whilst they're not 4 overs behind, they're 3 overs behind, because it's when you start the last over, isn't it? So they would have made it, but because they've bowled probably an extra 3 overs in wides, they've not made it. But also Burt Whistle is the only spinner coming in off no real run, even though Gilgrass has mixed up some spin. She's still coming in off several paces. And it was the one thing that you wondered a bit with the Worcestershire side, just how much spin would they bowl?
Yeah.
And you know, you can still take the pace off whilst not bowling spin, as the likes of Boycott and Gilgrass at times have.
Yeah, I wonder when we, having watched the games here and seeing Gloucestershire play and seeing how successful the spinners have been, whether that's a slight misjudgment by Worcestershire, or it might just be on who they have available at the time, or whether injuries permit or whatever.
Hardwick to bowl out. A slower ball, but Belcher makes good contact. Setting off with great intentions of a second, but there isn't one there, and another fumble from the bowler. Well, that was really quite suicidal from Daniels and Belcher in terms of the running, because there are twos to the longer side, but there's not a two there, and another throw which was a pretty good one that a bowler just hasn't handled. Seen it twice now.
Yes, because that was significant, not just because of the extra run, but that would have been the final wicket as well.
Belcher's obviously feeling in the mood out there. She's hit one to a fielder and is looking infuriated. She's still swishing away. It's okay. There's still, you know, there's still 22 balls left.
Yeah.
I'd like to see it though. Whacked away. Oh, again, well, that was one of those where the fielder, who is Ruby Davis, was thinking, well, if I let go of that and miss, then I'll probably end up conceding the run anyway. But
Yeah.
I don't know, it's at this stage, I was thinking maybe would you not just want to end the innings? Daniels is backing up so far there. Bless you. Up to mid-off, and well, in fact, that time there definitely won't be a shot at the stumps because Gwen Davies fields at the second attempt. Well, I didn't anticipate, and there's still 2 balls left in this over, but I also didn't anticipate probably another possibly another bowler having to replace Hardwick. I suppose, well, of course, we're 8 deliveries away from that, but last couple of wickets have done a great job and are continuing to do so. This could be a boundary. It is.
Yes, it is.
Splits deep mid-wicket and deep square to perfection. I think to a certain extent the 2 fielders out there are a little bit worried, and you see this happening so often now across the game where fielders are running at such a pace toward the ball that you're thinking about the collision as much as anything else. If you go for the slide and they both go for the slide, you're not arresting that momentum, but it's a great shot from Daniels getting on top of that short ball.
Yeah, communication is key out there, really, isn't it? There's another one going a little bit straighter, but they've got the field around to that one this time.
It's good striking from Daniels because there's absolutely no risk in those previous 2 shots because they've not got a fielder inside the circle at mid-wicket, so you know, she's going to have to hit it incredibly hard to have it go out on the full to the leg side, so it's almost a free swing out there.
Yeah, it looks like Tweets coming on at the far end. Oh no, Beach, it's still Beach, take that back,
I was gonna say Beach,
no, it's the other end.
would have the 48th and the 50th,
Yeah.
I'd have thought, yeah.
Too many blonde ponytails out there.
Yeah, a few options. I mean, she could go back to herself. Could Boycott. Anyway, we'll see. Need to get there first, I suppose, and from a Gloucestershire perspective. Oh, Another almost, I thought, run-out opportunity in the making there. It was belted straight to mid-wicket on the edge of the circle.
Yeah, but Captain Boycott there decided, no, I'm just going to roll it back. Bearing in mind what we said earlier. It's risky, you ping it in, and there's only the one fielder who can defend it on the other side from backing up point of view.
Pace off and helped away. That'll be at least 2.
She knows she's got it.
Yeah, Gilgross will get there, but Daniels sprinting back for the second.
Yeah.
270. So the last 2 wickets have put on 66 runs. It's far more than could have been expected of them.
I would think Worcestershire would probably be thinking this is 50 runs more than they might have expected.
Yeah, 205 for 8 in the 39th over. Because it's not just the fact that they're pretty much batting the overs out now, Gloucestershire. It's the fact that they've scored at basically a run a ball.
Yes.
In fact, probably over a run a ball. Bat on ball. Oh, she was thinking about the run-out opportunity. Belcher's now run too far to come through for a second. You would think.
Well, yeah. She's on strike now with 2 balls to go.
And in fairness to Boycott, that would have been a really tricky run-out attempt, that one. She needed to pick up and throw all in one motion, which is why, as so often happens in that instance, the pickup doesn't quite happen.
You're almost thinking ahead of yourself.
Yeah. Oh, into the ground and just past the stumps.
Very toe of the bat that was. Bounced into the ground.
It's a little bit like when you're learning to drive and mirror signal manoeuvre tends to become signal manoeuvre mirror.
Much to the annoyance of the people behind you.
Yes. There was width on offer there from Belcher, but no contact. Having said that, though, still 3 runs accrued from the over, and now just 2 overs to go. And we will get to find out who Boycott goes to, and I think she is looking as though she's taking on the responsibility herself. Yeah. Thought that might happen.
It's been a bit of a difficulty for Worcestershire, not with Amy Wheeler not really finding any rhythm in that first over and bowling the wides and no balls that she did. For her it was mainly wides, wasn't it? And they haven't gone back to her at all, so it's sort of taken one of their wicket takers, and she's been taking wickets in other matches, so it's really been taking out one of the arms in their armoury.
Yeah, no, I have been surprised they haven't gone back to her, unless she's felt something in that over and said, well, if there's something they're trying to manage, I'm probably okay to keep fielding, but...
Yeah, whether there's a little tweak there somewhere.
Penultimate over. And Liv Daniels in no uncertain terms telling Caitlin Belcher to run. Skies are beginning to part now, so we should have pretty much, I think, unbroken sunshine for the second innings.
Guess we might have to venture out and see how warm it really is.
Belcher pulls firmly again. It's a safe shot along the ground. Balls continue to be eaten up, but also runs scored off them. Just looking down below, there's a mixture of, I think it's one of those days, a mixture of shirt sleeves and down the leg side, and that will be 4 somethings. Is that taken pad, or is it? I think the umpires are having a bit of a negotiation here, and
leg buys they've settled on.
Pad, yeah. 4 more onto the total. Yeah, actually, I think that gentleman's got it right. He's got a short sleeve pullover as we have a look at the replay there. Yes, I think it does just take a bit of pad, doesn't it? A short sleeve pullover and a shirt, but shorts and a sun hat. Pulled up in the air. It's going to land in safe space. And Belcher calling Daniels back for 2. That might have been out with a direct hit, but it would have been some hit from that range, and Belcher happy to take the risk. And more applause for 2 runs and 280. They're actually
close to their top
pretty
score.
Close to that score against Sussex, just 6 away. Another which will land safely, definitely not 2 on there. I think almost wherever you're playing a game of 50 over cricket, you don't sniff at 280.
No. 5.75 run rate.
Belcher goes for the big hit. Long on, over. Just over. I think it's 4, isn't it?
I think it's 4, yeah. Just short of the boundary.
I think she's fielding a little bit off the boundary because it is such a long boundary, and they're thinking about the possibility of 2s, but it's a really good strike from Belcher. And she's got 20, and there you go. It's how many have we had in the 20s? Now, there are the partnerships. That's possibly the other way of looking at it. 2 50 partnerships, another near 50, a 40, and a couple between 25 and 30 odd as well.
This could yet be a 50 partnership for the final wicket.
This could be the biggest partnership of the innings if they can score 5 off the last over. It's a remarkable effort from 9, 10, 11 for Gloucestershire. Of course, we said there's ability with the bat there. Pulled straight, safely again. Just the 1. And that equals the 286 made against Sussex. Up to mid-off, and another little fumble which allows them through, and that is the 50 partnership. And listen to that applause.
Very appropriate. There's something about the tail end wagging,
yes.
Isn't there?
Oh, it's great when it's you as the home support, and it's the home batting side out there. There's nothing more frustrating when you're in the field. Inside edge, that'll add to the frustration. There's no catching that. As much as the fielder from short third tries, just not getting there.
If you think from the point where there was there's a 50 partnership there now, and there was those run-out chances in this partnership. Yeah. That's where I think Worcestershire will be disappointed that they've had their opportunities. But it's not, so, yeah, I think they've got a little bit of talking to do in the changing rooms.
So that does make it now, does it not, the highest partnership of the innings for the final wicket. Still 3 balls to go. Pulled way up into the air. Gilgrass is underneath it, though, and catches it. So Gloucestershire will not quite bat out their 50 overs, but never mind that. What a response from the lower order. 205 for 8 to 291. And as we see the replay of the last wicket, I mean, that would have been 6 into the mound stand. That would have gone easily over that side. She took on the longer side, did Liv Daniels, and did come up short, but it was swing for the fences time. She did, and that is a great effort from her, making 32, Belcher 21. And everybody is applauding them off. In fact, there are several who are on their feet down below us, and why not? That is a sensational partnership.
Worcestershire looking a little bit weary as they come off, which isn't surprising.
So there's the summary then. Becca Halliday feels like about 5 hours ago. Becca Halliday, so much has happened since then. Top scoring with her 62, the one batter to pass that half-century mark, but 30s and 20s from basically everybody else in the lineup. 3 wickets apiece for Jess Beach, who ends up with more than deserving figures of 3 for 41. It was Flora Birtwistle, the spinner, who did the damage through the middle part of the innings, got rid of Halliday, got rid of Jones, got rid of Cant, and Boycott 1 for 33 from 8 overs as well. But also the other factor in that Gloucestershire total, 38 extras, so Gloucestershire will hope to limit those as well. But that is a really formidable score that they've posted, 291, and a chance to make it back-to-back victories in this one-day cup and keep their hopes of a semi-final place even alive. Carol and myself will be back in about half an hour's time, as Worcestershire Rapids will need 292 to win. Hello again from Bristol, where we are ready for the Worcestershire reply to Gloucestershire's first innings score of 291. Gloucestershire bowled out with just 2 balls of their 50 overs remaining, and having had a quite extraordinary wagging of the tail after Becca Halliday made a half-century, was ably supported by others in the top order, but really the innings ended up being about the last 2 wickets. 32 put on for the 9th wicket between Dolman and Daniels, and then a quite remarkable 54-run partnership between Liv Daniels and Caitlin Belcher for the final wicket, happening in just 6 overs. And that has given Gloucestershire a pretty hefty target to try and defend, but Worcestershire will believe that they've got the batting to chase this down. B. Willis opening the bowling from around the wicket from the pavilion end. Gwen Davies and Claire Boycott, the opening pair for Worcestershire. Carol Camino alongside myself, Ed Seaborn. And Carol, you know that you've got 2 highly experienced operators opening the batting here. What are they thinking?
They're thinking that it's a big total. It's under 6 and over that they're looking for. They just need to have a fairly steady start, looking to take, if there are any looser balls, take those, make sure their running's good, just be very aware and have a good solid start from which they can accelerate later on.
Yeah, I mean, you know that you can't chase a score like this down and break the back of it in the first 10 overs, but what you can certainly do is lose 2 or 3 wickets and make your life incredibly hard.
I mean,
Oh, there's a mix-up here. Oh, 2 batters hesitating, but they will get there eventually. There was such a clear single that, fortunately for Worcestershire, there was enough time for them to have a bit of a stand and a stare and a consideration and still make it. Because Davies didn't know where it had gone.
They didn't get the memo there, did they, about the good running?
No.
Yeah. No, what I was going to say was that neither of these 2 I would see as ones who are really going to be hitting over the top much in the power play. So accumulation needs to be their tactic. So we'll see. They might surprise me. So let's see how it goes.
Gloucestershire scored 65 in the power play, but much of that down to extras. So Gloucestershire will need to keep those down themselves. Davies, Boycott, underway straight away.
And for any new listeners, we have already said this, no, she's not related to Jeffrey. Claire Boycott is Worcestershire born and bred, and not related to Jeffrey in any way.
She's also not batting with a stick of rhubarb.
Well, we just like to repeat these things in case there's new people listening.
Well, she does have a pink bat handle, so that's a nod to it. Nicely bowled by Willis, just dragging Davies across her stumps a little bit. It's good to have B. Willis back in the side here. She was an important part of that side that won the first T20 match for Gloucestershire in the Blast at Canterbury, and that's a beauty. There's a bit of lift and movement off the seam and past the outside edge, just 2 off the opening over. B. Willis right on the money to start with. That's it. As good a delivery round the wicket to the left-hander as you could wish for.
Not quite yet the best. So far I think our best ball is the one from Hannah Hardwick that went past the batter's nose. So we're looking out for one that's better than that one.
Meg Austin, yeah.
Yes.
Yes, that was. We're absolutely smelling the leather type delivery. So Dolman it will be from the Ashley Down Road end. And she was a huge part of this game with bat in hand. But it was also Dolman who really just, from the point that she removed all three of Izzy Collis, Molly Adams and Rachel King at Hove, all early on, inside 7 overs, that was when you really did feel there is just no way Sussex are chasing that total down. She could provide another couple of early scalps here. That would be very handy, but that is going to be a wide. First up, but there is the away swing that Dolman will get. And as we saw really in the first innings, one thing to get a swing, but it's another thing to control it.
Indeed, and I think that's what really did for some of the Middlesex openers. They struggled with that. Could be another one.
Yeah, it's well taken by Jones out in front of Becca Halliday at slip.
She actually ended up sort of almost where second slip would have been to take that.
Underneath the bat, and Jones wants the helmet. Yeah,
She's going
I was going to say the bye has been called. I was just wondering what the response to that would be.
I think it's I'm going to stand up instead. It's fair enough as a keeper when you don't know quite just how quickly the pitch is playing and whether you do stand up or stand back. It sometimes takes an over just to get the pace of the pitch so you know where you want to be.
It may also continue to slow down really as the day goes on. There wasn't a really obvious green tinge to this fresh surface, but with a day of sunshine as well, several hours of sunshine, and also the wind I'd have thought has an effect as well, just continuing to dry it out. Yeah. Perfect drying conditions. We could have done with some of this at Cheltenham.
Yes.
Latter half of the festival. Things turned a little wetter.
It was good that Gloucestershire managed to finish their game despite the Gloucestershire women managed to finish their game despite the poor weather earlier on.
Yes, exactly. I think
the ground staff did remarkably well there without some of the equipment that they might have.
Yeah, exactly.
Like county grounds.
We'll come through for one there. Jones has to set off in pursuit herself. But given what we saw when Gloucestershire's men played Middlesex's men in the 4 days, when there'd been an awful lot of rain, it was why I was a little bit apprehensive even for that women's game that we covered there against Middlesex, just because you never quite know where the water's going to have got. Driven away, it's going to beat cover.
That's well placed.
As we've seen, once you get it through that infield, there's absolutely no catching it toward that mound stand especially.
Yeah, a nice square drive.
Just a little over pitch, but then you are pitching it up looking to swing and to entice that drive early on. Gone quite as all-out aggressive as Worcestershire did up front with 2 slips that they had and the gaps that presented. But I suppose when you know that you're defending the target that Gloucestershire are, you can look at it one of 2 ways, I suppose.
And also with Hannah Hardwick opening, she's there to take wickets, so you sort of got to give the best chance that you can do, and even if that means putting the slips in early, just to give her that chance. But yeah, you're right, if you've got a big target to defend, you can start slightly more defensively from the beginning.
Northamptonshire appear to be making very light work of their chase against Kent 164 was all they were set, but they're 79 for 1 in the 14th over. So they do not appear to be showing any signs, Northamptonshire, of slowing down.
No. Which isn't great news, really, for either Worcestershire or Gloucestershire, whoever wins this match.
Because, you know, and it may not work out this way. It really might not, with Yorkshire looking as though they're comfortably going down against Glamorgan.
And interesting, their opening bat is who made 23, but is now out, with Chloe Hill, who started the season with Worcestershire before now going off to Northamptonshire.
Yeah, Michaela Kirk at 3, who got runs against Gloucestershire. Really, Michaela Kirk was the difference in the fixture between Gloucestershire and Northamptonshire earlier this season. It's a pleasant shot from Davies, but fielded by a Hearn at cover, and then her hat goes flying off several yards behind her. It's one of those days.
We did say it was windy.
It was slightly comical, really. She sent the throw in, and then it was almost as quickly as she sent the ball out in front of her, the hat went flying off behind her.
So another wide there. I wondered, having seen the Worcestershire bowlers struggling to get that line, and we said we can't really tell from inside this box, other than looking at the trees and the umbrellas, or how windy it is, how much the wind is affecting the bowlers coming in. Because this looks like B. Willis is having a little bit of a problem getting her line right as well.
I think, again, another indication of that wind is that the bails must have blown off at the non-strikers end there as Willis was running into bowl. This is back to that really challenging line and length there from Willis. And what I was going to say was that Northamptonshire, you know, on the face of it, you looked at it and you thought, well, probably Yorkshire, Glamorgan getting Tier 1 status soon as well. Middlesex looked very strong just on paper. You expected those three sides really to be up there. So then it was, you know, as things started to play out, as I said, I really did fancy Worcestershire at the start of this season, and they may well still go on to have that success. But given what we've seen from how strong those three teams have been, you might be thinking, well, there's only one spot left, but if Northamptonshire are charging off, then it's going to have to come down to things like Gloucestershire potentially having to beat Yorkshire in the next round. Up in the air, but it'll be safe. It's not going to go particularly close to the boundary, just lobbing the infield there from Davies, but back for 2.
Yes, I mean, Worcestershire have got the ability, and they've shown, you know, with that, I know we keep mentioning it, but that surprise win against Yorkshire very early on, the good win they had last week, but it seems to be the consistency between those that's causing a bit of a problem for them at the moment.
Stepping into the drive, but ends up being another pretty tidy over from B. Willis with 3 runs from it. You wonder if that's almost a tiny bit of a curse. First game of the season, all that attention that rightly was on that game to see how Yorkshire were going to do, because I think it's something in English sport as a whole when you think in terms of tiers, and it's one of the reasons why I think that knockout competition earlier this season was a great idea. Exactly, that whole thing of, you know, it's almost feeling like a Tier 1 versus Tier 2 situation, and then for Worcestershire to win so easily.
Yes, I think it was probably a little bit of a wake-up call at that point for Worcestershire. Sorry, no, for Yorkshire, I should say, who are currently with playing Glamorgan, made 172, and Glamorgan are 117 for 2 at the moment of 25 overs. So Glamorgan looking in a good position. So that does push Yorkshire in the position of being, if they were to lose, it pushes them in the position of being able to be caught by those chasing teams.
Nicely guided.
I couldn't possibly say how embarrassing would that be if Yorkshire didn't qualify for the finals day, having lost out in the Vitality Blast as well. But there we go. We don't understand all the machinations of what goes on, do we, Ed?
I'm not sure that when it comes to, if I may say so, when it comes to Yorkshire in recent years, I'm not sure I know what's going on at this point. Cut and a miss, and just inside the guidelines.
Yes.
Shouldn't rule out. Sorry, go on.
I mean, I think that the point, because for those who aren't aware, so Yorkshire were always intended to go into Tier 2 after 2 years, in the same way as Glamorgan were, but after what appears from the outside and with no. That's a good shot.
Pulled away. That might go all the way. I think it has. Yeah, the umpire just checking with the fielder out there, but it has all the way for 6. What a strong shot that is from Gwen Davies.
Yes, it appeared to be that some unhappiness from within Yorkshire and some prodding and nudging the ECB then made them able to come in a year earlier. So that's what sort of caused the disquiet amongst other counties, because why? I mean, from what we're seeing this year, Glamorgan would have stood just as much of a chance of that as anything else. And although, you know, Middlesex winning that Tier 2 Vitality Blast, there is no promotion, there is no opportunity for Tier 2 teams to win that league and go up into the professional one, which, you know, you just have to accept that you are at the top of the amateur level.
Straight out to extra cover, so the end of the over, 4 gone, 21 without loss. I couldn't tell with that 6 whether Davies was just admiring it off or whether she was slightly concerned about that deep square fielder coming round, but she was never going to get there.
She was looking at her bat afterwards, so whether she didn't quite get it bang in the middle and she was worried about her bat and not having hit it quite right, I'm not sure. But it seemed to go all right from looking from our position here.
Should have hit it halfway up the stand. Smash it off the scoreboard.
Excuse me, my car's...
It's new this year, don't you aim at that.
My car is the other side of that stand. Mind you, it would take some doing to get the ball high enough to come down and land on the car that's just at the back of the stand, wouldn't it?
Have you parked over there?
I'm there this time, that's why I got... Normally I'm over the other side, but this time I was directed to this way. As
was said before, you've decided to go around the back passage, so to speak, because... that was
I just go wherever the person on the gate sends me.
No, I think very, very sensible, even though it is the longer side to the car park in the ground. Ooh, it's been basically just deflected away from Boycott. It was a nonchalant shot for a single. Probably shouldn't rule Sussex out either, because they are only 1 point behind Gloucestershire, and if they were to win that game against Leicestershire, where they're defending 272 for 8, Leicestershire 38 for 1 in the 10th over, then you know, still could be a chance that Sussex could go on a late charge. There's still plenty of teams left alive.
Yes, and again, for people who aren't aware, in this competition, it is the top 4 teams go through to play a semi-final on one day and then a final on another day.
Davies still down on one knee after that one.
And not quite the Vitality Blast format where they end up, obviously for 50 overs they can't play 2 games in a day. No run there.
I think it would mean a huge amount for, you know, for counties like Gloucestershire, like Worcestershire, like Sussex. You know, given Northamptonshire's position, include Northamptonshire in that, but ones who are not around the discussion so much of Tier 1 at the moment. I mean, so much for them, even just to get to a semi-final against the likes of Glamorgan or Middlesex or Yorkshire.
I think that's again why that knockout cup was really good in that it did give any of the teams from any of the tiers the opportunity just to be drawn against somebody, even if they were from a higher tier. There weren't too many surprise results in the end, but
No.
again, likening it to the FA Cup, well, Crystal Palace won last year, I guess.
Pulled away. There's one of those two fielders outside the circle at deep backward square.
The run rate's just dipped below 5 for the first time now, but they're keeping it ticking over.
But no, I think you're right. There's not always upsets galore in the actual FA Cup, and it's probably one of those where you'd imagine after a couple of years you might start to see more upsets as the playing field gets more level.
Yes, I mean, as the gap between, at the moment, I mean, I think when we watch these games, we can see a difference between the professional sides and the amateur sides, but that gap really should only grow with the increased professionalism.
Yeah, although I think in terms of the youngsters that are coming through who are on these professional academies, but then a lot of them are playing tiers 2 cricket, the level of things like fielding and ball striking, I think it that will get better as well. Like I look at, this is the end of the over, 5 gone, 24 without loss. I look at B. Willis, for example, and I think I go back to the first game of Western Storm that I covered back in 2020, and I don't know. I probably am going to say what I'm going to say. I think B. Willis would have strolled into that side. Absolutely strolled in there.
Yes, it's going to be interesting and slightly frustrating, but it's, we know, whether it be for using Worcestershire as an example, you bring young players through your academy, they grow and they develop. If they're men, they probably end up going off and playing for Nottinghamshire. If they're women, they probably go and play for Warwickshire. So you will always lose your better players, just because that's the nature of those teams.
I also think, though, as the standard of expectation as much as actual coaching and preparation increases, that the calibre of young player that you're bringing through that actually isn't going straight into professional cricket, I think that will only increase. But then, as you say, also the professional standard is increasing, so maybe the gap doesn't.
Yeah, well, we shall have to see.
Caitlin Belcher into the attack, so just a couple of overs for Dolman, but a boundary first ball. Davies strong on that pull shot. It didn't seem to be up that high for her, but she still got it away.
Yeah, she played that in a very compact way. Probably the best description. Moved as little of her body as she needed to just to play that shot and keep it down and move it away for 4. And another one. No, there is a fielder down there now.
Deft touch.
It's a nice little dab down to sort of a, what would you call that? It's sort of a deep third, but
fine.
Yeah, fine thirdish. But the fielder came round from the slightly squarer position. Sorry, television screen's in the way as well. Looking around that one.
Still deep backward square and deep third for Boycott. Pulled and not really timed, but might have been well enough had Alice Hill not been alert at mid-on. So at the moment, it's a decent start for Worcestershire. They've not absolutely gone all guns blazing, but they've still scored at roughly the required rate so far, even without doing so. Oh, great stop, and just for a moment it looked as though there might have been another one of those mix-ups. It was Skelton at short extra cover, and having got up that it was Skelton, I'm not surprised that she stopped that. If again it goes back to, so I guess sometimes you do see that difference between tier 1 and tier 2, and actually we saw plenty of stops like that from Worcestershire as well, but you almost expect a stop of that quality from Skelton. Full delivery up to mid-off. Oh, that was a tricky one. Hill ending up sort of half volleying it, but then couldn't stop it either, and off to the boundary for 4.
She committed to go for the catch rather than taking that step back to try and make sure she stopped it, which is probably the right thing to do at this stage of the game. But it just dropped short of her, and then the bounce beat her.
Yeah, there's that moment of realisation, I think, as you think you can just get there, and then all of a sudden realise you can't, and then you're not in a great position to be able to do anything about it. Oh, wow. Caitlin Belcher won't be showing a great deal of sympathy given what Davies was looking to do to that delivery. A vicious pull shot attempted, but hopefully she is okay.
It's probably, it could, because she turned around, here we go, seeing the replay, probably into her ribs, I would think.
It's cut back a bit off the pitch, I think, that actually as well.
Yes.
Off either the seam or off the surface.
It was she sort of swung right round at it. I'm not exactly sure where it's hit her, but it looked painful, whatever it was. Well, physio briefly came and went, so she's all right. There's certain ones that when you're a batty, you try not to show if you're in pain, but I don't think she had any choice of that one.
Oh dear.
You don't want the bowler to think, yes, they're concerned about me.
Go for a little bit of a dance anyway.
Yes.
Shake it off. Another good over for Worcestershire. You figure Gloucestershire will rely heavily on spin, and particularly off spin, with Skelton, with Daniels, with Hill. Can bowl 30 overs of off spin if they so choose, but you would love just even one breakthrough with this newer ball from the seamers. The seamers will have to chip in, you fancy. Pulled away a little before, I think. Yeah.
Yeah, I was just going to say that Caitlin Belcher will be feeling sorry that that was the last ball of the over she did that on, because I'm sure she'd have been gearing up for the next one. The fast bowler mentality.
Yeah. So again, it's just short enough, isn't it? We've seen it a couple of times now. Both openers have been very quick on just that slight shortness of a length, and the field is not, or was not, set really for that sort of length, and it's the place to hit it. There's still nobody at mid-wicket, so as yet they're not going to make that change. That's good for Post. And she has bowled well up front. There's Willis.
Claire Boycott's one of those people I've played against a lot in club cricket, and if you can get her out for not very far over 100, you're always quite happy. At club cricket, she was supreme in terms of playing in that Midlands League and the runs she scored, and doing it very much as she is today. Not big shots, but effective and just difficult to get rid of.
Yes, well, I think that's a quality, particularly in the longer version of the shorter game, but
yes.
also in the longer game, that is much to be prized. Plenty of regional experience as well. So 3 dots following the boundary, and Gwen Davies, I mean, again, every so often, I suppose a bit like the previous home game that we covered with somebody like a Saskia Hawley, every so often you come up against somebody who has played in one of the absolute premier leagues in the game, and the KSL was for a while that Premier League.
Yes.
Cut, and that will be heading towards the boundary. It's the longer side, but as quick as Meg Ahern is, she has no chance of catching it. So 4 more runs to Boycott, and this solid, more than solid start from Worcestershire. Continues heading towards an opening 50-run stand, and they've done it really with a minimum of fuss.
Yes, I said that. That's, I think, when we started, that's what I was sort of, you know, you're not, although we've had Davies hit a 6, they've been broadly shots along the ground, nicely placed, nicely played, and that's sort of the no fuss approach, perhaps, is what I would be expecting from these two.
And even that 6, it's targeting a short boundary where there wasn't a fielder, you know. There wasn't much risk to hitting that one in the air. So, at the moment, Worcestershire going greater than the required run rate.
Well, I've just looked on Cricket Archive and found what was probably Claire Boycott's first under-13 match for Worcestershire in 2004. So she's been playing for Worcestershire in one way, shape or form for 21 years. Yeah. Which is why when she was announced as captain, I must admit I was really pleased for her, because she's been such a club person, very loyal to her club, and although she has played at the higher tiers as well, it's always been very clear Aswood Bank is her club, and that, you know, she's got that family connection there as well, and her dad played there, her brother plays there. So yes, it's nice to see somebody who's really come through that club system and stuck with it to be in this position now.
Yeah, and I think, you know, in some ways, I thought we might come on to this at some point, and this feels as good a time as any, in terms of, for quite a while when I was covering regional cricket, we were sitting there thinking, well, what is regional cricket for? And it felt as though every team had a slightly different idea of what it was for. Oh, no ball, it's not going to matter. They think there was an edge there, but it's been called no ball, so it will be a free hit, and that could have been the end of Davies. It's a lovely ball from Belcher, thick edge, clearly visible from the replay, but the no ball overrides it, and even worse, Davies, who's already hit 1 6, has a chance to swing for another. Well, stopped by Halliday, and
yes,
Davies forced to get back, so the free hit, at least from the Gloucestershire perspective, not costly, but previous ball could be very costly. She's certainly winding up a little more now, is Davies? See that Glamorgan have actually lost a couple of wickets now. They still need 45 runs, 6 wickets in hand. They've lost both Parfitt and Gammon. 2 big wickets there. Driven
That's
away.
a lovely shot. Just backward a point there. Is it going to... Oh, it did that teasing thing again. It just slowed down, but not quite enough for the fielder to be able to stop it.
Yeah, it's a good chase from Ahern. I'm not sure that too many would have actually got as close to it as she did, but it's another fine shot from Davies, just stepping into that drive. But as you say, she has this quite compact way of doing it, where it looks as though there's not a great deal that can go wrong. She did edge one earlier in the over. It was a slightly different shot from that. Appeal for LBW, no, says
First
the
thought that
umpire.
would be, it was coming, she bowls from quite wide on the crease, and that looked like it would be going down. And in fact, the way that Davies is lining up to the shot she wanted to play, she'd have been taking it off her legs.
Yeah, down. Good call. last-minute decision to change the field there from Liv Daniels, and indeed it is. So
I've worked out she likes that shot through the covers.
Yes.
So a sweeper now gone out there.
Almost tempting her to come across her stumps now. Everybody up on the leg side. Another LBW shout turned down. So an eventful over that's gone for 5. It could have seen a court behind. That one also heading down the leg side, I fancy, on the angle.
In a match with DRS, you might have got an umpire's call on that, but for that game, there wasn't a certainty that would have hit the stumps.
No, I think that one actually had almost, even though I think it struck Davies more like Midland leg than leg stump.
Yes.
I think that one actually almost had even more angle from it wide of the crease than the other one. But anyway, a couple of times they've wrapped the pads and the outside edge was found in that over, so that's what Gloucestershire are going to have to content themselves with, because as yet they've not broken this opening partnership, and a couple of overs remain in the power play. They certainly won't be panicking at all. I mean, you bowl a couple of tight overs at this stage and that current run rate drops and you start to feel really in control again, and similarly just the 1 wicket, and again you feel on top of things.
Could be a wide. No, that went down the leg side, but not given. The batter's saying, "What? How was that not a wide?"
This is that expression, isn't it? A bat on shoulder, staring around.
Yes.
They must have thought that they're taking some paddock and anything. And there's that toe end we've seen work a couple of times.
Yeah, the fielders down there, they're unable to just allow them to have the one.
Second 100 match of the day has commenced. Spirit taking on Welsh Fire. The reason I mention that is Gloucestershire product Danny Gibson playing in that game. Unfortunately, she was out for a first baller, but it is great to see Danny Gibson back and playing again.
She had a stress fracture.
Yes,
she's just coming back and playing now.
Missed the early part of the season.
Yeah. And
the mid part of the season, to be honest.
Yeah, just as she was starting to sort of get herself settled into that England team, and that the injury caused her to have to drop out of that. She a Dumbleton teammate of Katie Jones?
Yes. I'm sure that they will have just about crossed there. Some good shape there from Willis, and she's thinking, well, she's almost actually bowled a leg stump there, but it's been signalled wide that time.
It was signalled wide, and I think with the leg slightly more alert there, they could have pinched a single as well, but because it wasn't quite picked up. And nobody seemed to be aware that the keeper hadn't quite got it in her hands. I think they settled for the wide.
Goes for the shorter one. Good fielding from Ahern at mid-wicket, sliding across and in position to throw. Having sprung up to her feet. I was informed that Gloucestershire were doing diving practice a couple of days ago. This is not in the footballing sense.
No.
Referee!
Yeah, the fielder trips up and lands and splats on the ground, yeah.
Full ball, and Davies moving across, and now it's her turn to look upset about the lack of a wide.
But if she'd connected with that, that would have been the shot of the day, but unfortunately for her, she didn't. It would have been that sort of slight West Indian style knee on the ground, cover drive on the offside.
Sort of mirror image of Hayley Matthews.
Yep.
Oh, fetched into the onside, and that's a great stop again by Ahern. A very different piece of fielding from earlier on in the over when she slid across and sprung up to her feet. That was An awkward half volley smacked to her on the bounce, and she kept it in front of her. And that is one of those tighter overs that Gloucestershire were after. And if it's going to be tricky to take wickets, especially if these two are as good a players as they are, by a snorter of a delivery, then you've got to try and do it by building the dots, building the pressure, and building the run rate. Belcher to continue. Daniels having a long chat about something, trying to attract the attention of Willis, I think, who was
just pushing
off
the
down to the boundary.
Pushing the fielder back.
She's going to fine leg now rather than backwards square, because if she wants her quite, oh no, not quite as fine as that, but fairly fine. 3 on the leg side inside the circle, including a short mid-wicket. 4 in the ring on the offside, with Daniels in a customary position of extra cover, marshalling the troops, and then a deep third back.
The one obvious one that's missing is that anybody on the out on the offside boundary. All the fielders are in on the edge of the circle there.
So she has got the licence to bowl nice and straight with this field, with that mid-wicket allowing her a bit more protection. I suppose whilst you can only have one, probably one fielder back on the leg side, in this instance she can bowl short as well. That was short and wide and gets away with it thanks to smart stop from Halliday. Last over of the field restrictions.
Yeah, it'll be interesting to see how much they change.
Pulled and past short mid-wicket. It's good connection from Boycott. And that will be the 50 up for the Worcestershire Rapids.
Yes, that was nicely played. It sat up a little bit and it went tantalisingly close to a fielder, but hit well enough that she couldn't get anywhere near it in the end.
And when she's got the shorter ball, Boycott, a couple of times that's what she's done. She's connected with it really well, but it's never looked as if it's going in the vicinity of a fielder in the air. Every time she's hitting down on it. And,
yes, it got it quite a safe game, if you like.
Yeah. So it's just short enough, and they seem to be, both these batters, in a position where they're quite ready to pounce on those sorts of deliveries. They're expecting to get some short stuff.
Using the bottom end of the bat again there, just to dab it down. That's a deliberate bat toe, I think that one was. Belcher changing to coming around the wicket to the left-hander. This is where she comes quite wide on the crease, which is making it difficult on those LBW shouts.
Oh, well
that's a good
bowled.
ball. Just ended up the only thing she could really do with that just to block it.
So the 10 overs power play done, and at this stage Worcestershire 11 runs behind where Gloucestershire were. However, they've not lost a wicket, so it has all the makings at the moment of a game that may go a good way.
We'd like to see that, wouldn't we?
We
I
would.
mean, Gloucestershire have had their, when they played that Middlesex game, they were at the wrong end of a very, very tight game. So it'd be really good to see it going the other way. Just seeing a little rerun there of Halliday getting some of her ramps, some of the runs they've scored. It's well the new. Oh no, it is still Willis. She's. Ooh, false alarm. Batter not quite ready. That was the fielders were fiddling around making, and then the time they got ready, then the batter wasn't.
Still only got 2 out. And that's pulled away for 4.
Nice shot. Another 4 runs.
Another shorter one latched onto again. It's almost as though they are sitting back waiting for that sort of length.
Yeah, that was pretty much a sort of a classic shot in that direction. It's not trying to hit it too hard. Nice little roll of the wrists and keeping the ball down, and away it goes for 4.
You start to think, really, I mean, you could put 2 fielders at least if, and I'm sure Willis isn't running up thinking she's going to bowl that length, but you could at least give her that extra fielder out there. I think that's what they're going to do now, yeah. Yeah,
looking at her reaction on the replay there, she was disappointed, I think, with the way she bowled that one.
Because there haven't been many.
Yeah, they have got this fielder out there now.
5 overs for 18 before this one and pushed for a 6th. Actually, one other thing that she's done is the rare times that she has been hit for a 4, she's tended to respond with a delivery just like that.
Yes. And I say that's a sort of classic boycott tactic as well. 4 dot.
Oh, she has nailed that pull shot. If most of the previous ones were just controlled to go into the gap, now that they've put 2 fielders on the boundary, she's thought, all right,
I've got to hit it harder.
I'm going to give this one some welly. And
yes, but she placed it really, really well, and she got it in front of square, so the fielder couldn't cover that.
Again, it's that sort of just about above hip height, but not much higher than that. It's quite hard to bowl bouncers at Bristol. It always has been. Because you tend to bash it into the surface, and then the surface just seems to absorb the pace that you're putting on the ball, and just trying to direct it towards the shoulder and the head where it needs to be directed is quite tricky.
Yeah, but and I was thinking earlier, the more the women play here, the more they will get to know how to use this pitch to their advantage, how to make the best of the people they've got. You know, a lot of the other teams, they're not playing. I mean, I know there's been a game at Cheltenham, but other than that, they play all the games here. Whereas we were looking earlier at Middlesex, and they've been at a number of different venues. Yorkshire or somewhere else today.
Oh, well bowled.
That's a good ball.
That was a flat-footed shot from Boycott there.
Yes. So it's her turn to tell herself off now.
There was I'm not sure what it was, but there was something green down right in front of the sight screen, which Georgie Cant had to run off and throw the other side of the boundary.
There's some warm-up footballs just in. They're like small medicine ball type thing.
Those ones, yeah.
And another good ball.
That's
ball. Yeah. Just looked like it went over the top of the stumps.
And that also, probably frustratingly for Willis, will be how she ends this particular spell. She's forced a couple of plays and misses. At 62 without loss, Worcestershire, after 11 overs. They are really pretty much keeping up with this requirement, and it is beginning to look, and well, in fact, as I look up, I see Chloe Skelton preparing to bowl. It is beginning to look as though this may well come down to how Worcestershire can play the 2 spinners. Are there 2 spinners? 3 spinners, probably. Can't see why they'd stop at 2.
No, however many they've got if they work.
They're going straight to their Tier 1 low knee, but also very much Gloucestershire product, Chloe Skelton.
Oh, they're swapping people
Yeah,
around here.
Halliday and a slip, I think, don't they?
Yeah.
Cant will go and patrol that mid-wicket boundary. Any moment now, Halliday's going to come into view. There she is. Starts off with a short one, but she does have a fielder out at deep mid-wicket. It's Georgia Cant.
As we know, because we just sent her there. Just the single.
So 2 back on the onside, 1 back on the offside, which has to keep changing because of the right hand, left hand, and then with the ball turning into Boycott, Skelton doesn't want to slip for her.
She's got a sort of a short fine down there.
There's a couple of shorter balls, but then you watch enough of Skelton over the years, and I've been lucky enough to watch an awful lot of her, pretty much since she came into the sort of higher fold. She does have a habit of getting wickets with balls into the pitch.
She's alternating between coming round the wicket to the left-hander and over to the right-hander.
She's a very different off-spinner from, for example, her Somerset teammate Charlie Dean,
Yes.
who tends to be more of a pitch it up and bold and LBWs, whereas Skelton, she does very well at getting batters to mistime her.
Yes, she and based on all the off-spinners I've spoken to, they really like bowling to left-handers. So
You don't get much of an opportunity in the
no.
women's domestic game. Oh gosh.
You know what you were just saying about the mistiming? There was a
Yes.
exactly that. It looked. She thought Davis thought she saw one that she could play the shot to. That shot, sort of pull shot, but
Ended up
no,
being
she
very wide.
It wasn't where she thought it was at all.
Ooh, it's a leave in the
It's
12th over.
That's a lead. I'm trying to work that one out. It looked like a leave on the leg side.
Outside off stump.
I'm looking at it back to front.
No, that's
I saw the leave, but she
curious
jumped.
over.
She jumped back as she did. Oh, it looks like Daniel's coming on now.
Yeah, double spin. Felt that probably would be the way that Gloucestershire would go, and they could have gone back to Dolman, who only bowled 2 overs up front, and possibly switched ends with her, but I think Daniels is right to recognise that it's probably time to start the attempt
squeeze
of the middle over squeeze.
Yeah.
Yes, exactly. And also probably, especially whilst, as you say, you do have that left-hander to bowl to as well. Gloucestershire still on the hunt for a wicket. Be happy to build the run rate up a little bit, but it's not moved a great deal.
That's a nice little dab down there. That should be at least 2. Yes, 2 runs there for Boycott. Spotted that there wasn't a fielder down there behind the stumps and just dabbed it down.
You can tell that this is a decent pitch because so often you see the spinner bowl and that dab, and it just goes pretty much straight to the short third fielder.
And that's a wide ball. Just going down the leg side. Played watchfully, no run.
5. There's quite a gap between extra cover and backward point, which, I mean, so often I guess with the off-spinner bowling to a right-hander, you're thinking, okay, fine, drive against the spin if you want. There's not been a great deal of spin yet, but balls are still relatively new.
Yeah, and Davies just remarking her guard now with the new bowler. Little pause in play and the field juggled round again. Looks like we're somebody going out to a sort of mid-on the circle. And that should be another wide, and it is. I'm sure there are some bowlers who think that cricket should be like hockey and that you can only play it one hand, you can only play on one side.
Oh, that's a bit of a hack from Davies there. Yeah, well, certainly anybody that's ever played club cricket, the groans and moans when somebody comes out and takes strike left-handed as well.
And that's another leave.
Really floated up out there from Daniels, and Davies decided
it's almost like she's just wanted
wanted
to have a look at exactly what it is doing, as long as it doesn't turn back too far.
Just sliding on a little quick, a good stop by Daniels. Davies furious with herself that she didn't get that one away. So it was a 5-run over. This opening partnership continues as the wind you can hear kicking up down below us.
But it's keeping the clouds away, so that's good.
Yeah, it looks as if it's really heating up as well. So it'll be 24 for the men's match here tomorrow, and then on Monday 30 degrees. Tuesday 31 here.
Just getting themselves organised, and there's 2 fielders now out on the leg side boundary, and that's gone through the offside. The fielder should be able to get that one. Oh, she's just got enough on it, and it stayed within the rope, so just the 2 runs there. Just for a moment I thought that was going to be one of the ones when somebody makes a good stop and then it just trickles over anyway.
Because I think last bounce it just bobbled on Kant, and I actually thought that was going to get away from her because of that bounce. Ooh, that's what Skelton's after, just that little bit of uncertainty about what it's going to do off the pitch.
That one.
It's a prime example, because out of the hand you think, well, that might be a bit short from Skelton, but it just has this. I'm not sure she wants to bowl quite there, but at the same time it just has this ability of either skipping through or stopping and bouncing a bit.
From the batting point of view, it was just a bit too close to her to play that shot.
22 needed by Glamorgan with 5 wickets in hand. It's got a little.
It could be
nervy,
a close,
but
well, yours is more up to date than mine. Mine still says 26.
That's the BBC for you. So a single down to long on. So just 5 runs from Skelton's first 2 overs. Still that run rate required 6.1. So it's still only 1 really good over from Worcestershire from being absolutely back to level pegging.
Yeah, just a couple of drinks brought out for the batters here.
Northamptonshire have lost a few wickets as well. They're 153 for 6.
Okay.
But they also now only need 11, so
they should be all
get
right
over the line. Olivia Barnes, who's also on loan from Somerset, has Chloe Skelton and Katie Jones are. The left arm spinner for Kent, 3 for 33 in her 9th over. She bowled terrifically in a game that I covered against the Blaze at the end of the T20, which was sadly rained off halfway through, but one to keep an eye out for. And it's always handy, as we saw with Birtwistle, to have a left arm spinner about with the huge number of right-handed batters there are.
This is between the two fielders, but not quite enough on it to get to the boundary. It's 2 runs. And the Worcestershire coaches are at least walking the right way now. They're walking for. They're now walking right for runs. I wonder how many steps they will have done by the end of the day.
Gosh, yeah, I wonder if they've got those trackers on. What's that called? Pad. Although I don't know if Boycott's giving another one of those stares to suggest. How did you con the umpire into not giving that?
By appealing. She did come across a long way, to be fair.
Just a little bit of the start of a squeeze, a sort of light press.
Yeah, so it's
Last few overs.
just below the 5 and over at the moment. So, as you say, they need to sort of not let themselves drift too far away. Now
Appeal for
out.
LBW.
Still
no. There was a long appeal there. It didn't look particularly out from first look to me, anyway.
No, that's where I'm seeing it now.
I don't think so.
No, the way it hit her foot and went back the other way made it give the impression that it might have gone onto the stumps. When you looked at it, I think it was just going to go down leg. Or it even hit her outside leg in the end.
But it starts to become a slightly better looking situation for Gloucestershire when, because what they really want is Worcestershire to be taking risks against probably their primary weapon, which is Skelton.
Yes.
Slip back in place. Meg Austin doing the honours this time. Ooh, full toss.
Just a single.
Consolidation is 7 down. 53 for 7, needing 11 more to win. Surely they can't blow that. But it's going to be one of those ridiculous things. They could win by 1 wicket, but they'll get a bonus point for it because it's all about the time. It's nothing to do with the number of wickets that you lose. Liv Daniels at extra cover. We've spoken about her hands before,
yes,
but she is just absolutely fearless in that position. And that's good work on the onside that time from Ahern. Oh, I don't like that smell. I'm smelling hot electrical items. I remember we had this last time I was up there. We had this, and then it went away very quickly. Dab down, and Belcher will get to the ball, and after some hesitation, they take the second anyway. Just for a moment, I thought Belcher might be able to turn and dissuade them from 2. But again, there's enough pace in the surface that you can play those shots. We saw some ramps earlier on executed by Gloucestershire. Oh, another full toss from Skelton, who's had a few drag down short in her first couple of overs, and this over is a couple of full tosses, but still almost maybe as much as anything else the respect that Worcestershire have had for her. They haven't really.
They're playing nice shots without, as you say, really taking her on.
And Another full toss. And once again, she'll get away with it. Knocked down by Daniels at mid-wicket.
A very effective weapon, a full toss, when used correctly.
Well, it certainly seems to be frustrating Davies. He's
yes, I should be able to hit
clipping
these.
off an air which has gone from frustration, I think, to infuriation. But it's Boycott who's moved on the quicker, 42 from 49. The steady diet of off spin, I think, will likely continue for a little while.
So might as well get used to it.
Yes.
Oh, no change of plan on fielders.
I was going to say, too fine on the offside. Played a reverse sweep yet.
Oh, Glamorgan have lost another wicket. They need 17 now with 6 wickets down. 10 overs to go. If they've got the time, it's just whether they run out of wickets. It's what we want, some close games. It's good.
Good sweep shot. Nothing will stop that except for the advertising board, or the picket fence, in fact, as it finds a gap between the advertising boards.
It's just moved across the stump slightly there and played that shot nicely, but again played with control.
There is a short fine in place, but it's hard to protect that sort of area when the ball is directed down the leg side. It did have a very fine short fine leg. I think it's Cantu's moved into that position. Now she has moved a bit squarer, but now the fine little clip or the paddle could be an option.
Or the forward defensive.
Well, yes, you're probably not clipping that one down to fine leg unless you desperately want the Gloucestershire fielders to howl in anguish as
yes.
you're expecting an LBW.
But this one, has the fielder gone square enough this time? No. Although she's gone a little bit squarer, that went finer.
50 up for Boycott.
Batted Claire Boycott.
Batted indeed, only 53 balls. And really with a minimum of risk, but pretty much maximum of output. She has got to that half century. And Worcestershire's opening stand worth 86, and she's got 51 of them. Or 50 exactly, apologies. 53 balls, 8 fours. Following it up with another forward defence, so keep out the good ball, attack the bad ball, and scoring at 5s, which at this point is more than handy. And in fact, she'll keep the strike at the end of that over. If you believe in such things, the win predictor has Worcestershire now as marginal favourites.
Oh, okay.
Which it certainly didn't at the start of this innings.
65%, that seems a bit... I'd still be on the 50-50, I think.
Well, there you go. Perhaps you can put the win predictor up on the board, and I've heard in previous instances where the side in the field, particularly when they do this in the 100, have actually pointed at the board and gone, look, they don't think we can win. Let's go and prove. Let's prove artificial intelligence wrong. As powerful motivation as any. Skelton continuing in the sunglasses.
We've now had a few people taking advantage of the sunshine and moving around to the other side of the ground where we can actually see them. They're taking their seats on the far side.
The south of France end, as it's known by those who frequent
know.
it. Yeah. Muscled away up to mid-on. Yeah, it's warm over there. You probably won't get much shelter from the wind today. We're in the teeth of it, but get the sunshine, and then you also get the reflected rays off the bright apartment. Can remember sitting over there a couple of years back, watching Sophia Dunkley score her maiden international 100 against South Africa.
Yes.
It was about 33 degrees, I think, but it must have felt a good deal hotter than that sitting over there.
Plenty of sun cream?
Oh, yes. And plenty of cold drinks as well. They were serving ginger beer down below. That went down quite well. Skelton working on a maiden over. And it should be that, yes. Ahern Fields and Skelton, their best over so far in terms of length and in terms of output. No runs and 87 without loss, and Boycott having got to 50. That over just being forced to take a little bit of a breather, but Skelton has now bowled 4 overs already. And, well, I was thinking about when maybe Skelton is changed, but it's going to be Daniels after 3 overs who's going to take a break, and into the attack comes Alice Hill.
Okay.
Who bowled very nicely in that game at Cheltenham when she had the support behind her, and in fact in that game she got out Izzy Routledge and Finty Trussler, who I'm sure they were both teams on finals day that played Middlesex would have quite liked to have been able to say that.
Yes,
because they couldn't.
They didn't lose a wicket, did they?
Exactly. Neither Routledge nor Trussler got out, but Alice Hill got both of them.
She obviously made them have a little bit of a rethink about their game.
Yeah. Seminal moment in their careers. All dragged into the leg side, but up and over mid-wicket.
And 4 runs.
So, good connection there from Davies. It was one of, again, the slightly more agricultural shots that she's played, and against the angle and against what turn there might be, but it was full enough she could get underneath it.
Keeper's having a chat now.
I suppose it's, do you change the field after one shot? But if you think that's where the ball's going to go, then
there is a change.
Yeah. Well, so far, when Davies has looked to hit leg side, it has been more in front of square. So I guess until she plays something backward of square, maybe they don't change things. It's another one of those leaves.
Yes, she watches it all the way through and onto the pad.
Yeah. There's nothing
Maybe
nonchalant
has
about it.
Aspirations for test matches.
Reverse sweep,
Oh,
great shot. Oh, it's almost gone all the way. One bounce and over the rope.
Yeah, she adjusted that there, really quick hands, and played that shot just backward of square, nobody near that, and as you say, it was only just short of being a 6. And that gives Gloucestershire something else to think about now, because that's the first time she's brought that shot out. Yes, it was pitched outside leg. Well, she's left-hander, so it's pitched outside off.
Just going on with the arm there, so inside the wide guideline, but they've got 8 runs off this over. Going again, and 4 more over the top of Georgie Kant at backward point. So 3 boundaries in the over, and really very little done wrong from Alice Hill, but it's great batting, and 99 runs this opening stand is now worth. And really, until Gloucestershire can take a wicket, Worcestershire are settled in pretty nicely here.
Yes, I mean they're slightly behind at 5.21 as opposed to 6.23 required, but a couple of overs and that shifts that straight away.
And it doesn't become a problem that unless you've started to lose wickets. You know, once you start getting middle order players in, and there's that pressure of a game that you can suddenly win, and a chance of what must be pretty close to a record chase. That you know, I'm trying to think. I'll I'll try and get up the card of what I'm sure will be the record 50 over chase on this ground.
That's a single that will take it up to the 100 partnership. Good applause there from the Gloucestershire fans, recognising good cricket when they see it.
Yeah, and it has been stunning batting from both these two. And Davies now having not quite played second fiddle to Boycott, but striking it slightly less. Now she's taking up the mantle.
Yeah, and I think this is where her experience is showing, because she's played an awful lot of cricket and she will know how to pace her innings well.
And also I think we'll know that they don't have to go after Skelton in the same way that we were saying about Gloucestershire, with a couple of the bowlers that were going particularly well for Worcestershire.
That's well played out there. She just took a step back and played it out on the offside, picking up another 2.
Yeah, so that game between Thunder and Western Storm in terms of List A cricket on this ground, would you believe it? The chase was 292.
Oh. Another wide there.
It was Western Storm with Anya Shrubsole.
Oh, there we go. Second time we've mentioned her today.
61 not out from 41 balls, 6 fours, 3 sixes.
What number was she batting?
She was batting at 8. Oh, got her, bowled. There's the wicket. And you sort of felt as if it might have to be Chloe Skelton that provided it.
And she did. So she just played that shot too early and it just took the off stump.
And it's just that variation that she gets. And you can... I think actually, because I was watching, as we'll see the replay here, just a little bit of drift in, and then it straightens enough, and also that change of pace is enough to defeat Davies.
Yes, you said that earlier, that she varies that, and say it looked like Davies was just a bit early on that one.
It's just that little bit of early drift as well that makes such a difference. You could probably see that a little bit better from the reverse angle, but from that front-on angle, you can see how that has just subtly straightened. But I had a seat, I sat basically right at the back of, I'm forgetting what the name of that stand is. I think, is it the West stand at Hove? Anyway, it's the big stand that's not a temporary stand. And had quite a lot of height looking at it from an angle, and you could see, it was a great angle to see the variation that Skelton gets off almost what seems like the same length. And you know, again, you compare, we saw a lot of off spin that day from both Gloucestershire and Sussex, but just the difference in how obviously tricky it was to face Skelton. And again, you expect that. You expect the professional players to at this stage to stand out, and Skelton has come up with another big moment there. So Sophie Beach to the middle.
And the fielders have breathed a sigh of relief because there are now 2 right-handers out there.
Yes, that's true as well. No more flitting about between the two.
Nicely played off her legs there by Beach for the single.
So Beach, who did keep wicket for Worcestershire in their last game, as we see the worms, and they are entangled now. Those worms.
Yes, that looks about right.
There's only 2 runs difference between the 2 sides at this stage, but Gloucestershire had lost 2 more wickets. But just for the first time, with that important wicket of Gwen Davies,
yes,
there is just that sense of, right, how are Worcestershire going to respond to this? Is Boycott just going to be able to continue along her merry way despite that loss of Davies, or does the game change a little?
Yes, we'll see how that's going. Well, that's part of our answer. Sophie Beach is hitting that up in the air straight away, but just dropped short of a deep mid-wicket.
So I'm glad you called that, because again the window divider is
well, yeah, you can do
in
that
the way of deep mid-wicket.
You do to the left and I'll do to the right. I can lean that way.
Lean to the right.
Glamorgan need 3. They are 6 wickets down.
Over the line now as well. Check that, but yes, they are by 3 wickets with 3 wickets with 20.2 overs to spare. Leicestershire and Sussex. That looks like another pretty good game there, with Sussex 272 for 8 and Leicestershire 119 for 3 replying. Nice looking on drive from Boycott, but Dolman down at long on.
Yeah, just a single there.
Half centuries for Becky Brooker, who's the Leicestershire captain, and Prisha Tanawala, who actually just both got to 50s and then got out. So they were actually looking in as good a spot as Worcestershire were to try and chase that down. Tanawala was a member of that under-19 World Cup side,
yes,
with Katie Jones,
yes,
that went out to Malaysia recently.
That's
for that
right.
T20 World Cup.
And I think there was one of the Worcestershire players there, Phoebe Brett, played earlier on.
Yes.
But she's actually in the 100 squad for Phoenix.
Right, so the wicket from Skelton has, by the looks of things, been what Daniels was looking for, to be able now to save a few overs of Skelton, possibly for when another partnership might start to build up that they need to break. So
yeah,
Daniels to have a go from that Ashley Down Road end.
Just change the ends to see how she gets on from that end. Boycott as watchful as ever there.
Wasp 51 now. Oh gosh,
Close.
She almost played that right into the hands of Jones.
She tries that little dab shot, and on that occasion it looked like she was going to dab it to the keeper's hands. Oh, Glamorgan now need 1 run.
And they don't anymore.
Oh, you've got it quicker than I have. That's nicely played there by Boycott, hit behind point. Just for the single there.
It's a terrific boundary rider is Skelton, without wishing to put the mockers on, but both in terms of hands and foot speed. It's a bit like when you see Nancy Harman fielding for Sussex and you think, what? That's not fair.
Not allowed.
She's just an amazing fielder to watch as Harman around that boundary. Reverse sweep in the air, behind square. And
they might just stop it. I'm just watching it all the way. No, there we go.
Over the boundary.
The speed was perfect, just a hop over that boundary rope.
They're working well, those sorts of shots. It hasn't taken Sophie Beach long to bring one of those out.
And that's, I'm sure, why they've got her batting up the order here at number 3.
It has been a surface today for the trick shots, if you like.
Yes.
Reverses and ramps, which again I think is the surest indication of it being a pretty good surface. Oh, that's a beauty.
Yeah, it wasn't that she took a big swing at it either. She played it quite carefully and it still missed.
And it's the bounce as well that she's got, which has been almost as effective as what happened sideways. Yes, there's a little bit of, whether it's drift or just actually using the wind, because that is the direction that the wind is blowing in, whereas Skelton, that was definitely drift because, well, actually, no, I'm talking about, of course, it was the left-hander on strike, wasn't it? So yeah, could have been a little bit on the wind as well, but you can use that.
Yes. Yeah, dropping behind slightly on the run rate now with these slower bowlers bowling.
Oh, that's chipped up in the air. Could be a catch and is taken. Meg Austin running in from mid-wicket. And that is exactly what Gloucestershire were looking for. They broke the opening partnership and now they've got boycott as well. Nelson strikes.
Did, indeed. Obviously didn't have their feet off the grounds.
I've got mine off, actually, so you can't blame me.
Oh, well, I didn't, so it's my fault. Yeah, it's almost like a little fielding practice catch, that one. Yeah. A little chip up in the air.
Those are the sorts of catches that I think you rather welcome, even though she did have to move in, and it would have looked really slightly comical almost if she hadn't caught it, but you still got to judge where the ball's going, and then the only thing there is if you run maybe too hard, I guess, and you try and go palms up and suddenly make a bit of a meal of it, but she made it look as easy as it probably should have been. Certainly for Meg Austin, we can say it should have been. And both openers now back in the pavilion. So now that is the tricky thing as Ruby Davis comes out to the middle, is that you've got to come in, you've got to score at 6.5 and over. Well, if you don't score it from the off, you've got to score at 6.5 and over on average.
But partnership again, like all those partnerships that Gloucestershire built, this is where Worcestershire have to match those. Because the people who were in a position to get the big scores haven't quite got them. They've got a good way towards them. But did we get up to 350 partnerships Gloucestershire have?
Yes, that's right. So 350 partnerships and one near 50, something like that anyway. But Alice Hill strikes again. Use of the feet and just past extra cover. Ahern, great fielding.
They thought about two there, but although she'd had to go down on her knees to get that, she managed to get up really quickly. Yeah, it was the speed, and she did that earlier, didn't she, with that sliding stop on the inner ring at mid-wicket. It's the speed that she can get to her feet, and even if she doesn't throw it, she might be going to throw it, and that's enough. That's a nice reverse there. Might be pulled in. Yes, this one will be pulled in just 2 runs. Thinking about the 3, but probably wise not to. They're going to keep doing that, which it looks as though they are with Beach. Halliday's going to be kept very busy at yes.
backward point.
Right, to add it to her runs, all the running she's having to do for the reverse sweeps as well.
Beach has only been out there for 9 balls, and she's already played 2 reverse sweeps for 6 runs. So, yeah, Jones is now working the angles behind the stumps.
Yeah, Halliday.
Good finish to an excellent over from Alice Hill.
Yeah, just the 3 off it.
And it's also now, as the balls start to get a bit softer, where you'd think spin will start to come into its own, and if the pitch is maybe just slowing down a little bit toward the back end, that's when you do start to get those sorts of dismissals like we saw from Boycott, just chipping the ball up in the air.
Yeah, just get stuck. Daniel's continuing at the other end.
They're going to come through. The throw will be to the non-strikers, which is what ensures they get through.
A right decision there, but she ran well. So we've lost a Davies and got a Davis now, so just to keep us confused.
Well, they do like to do this. It's nothing like the Gloucestershire Glamorgan game I did earlier this season.
Yeah.
You had B. Ellis, B. Willis, Bethan Ellis, Charlotte Phillips, Charlie Phillips.
Yes.
But yes, we've got two Beaches spelt differently and a Davies and a Davis. Swatted to short mid-wicket.
Didn't quite get hold of that one there, so it just went nicely to mid-wicket. No run.
Ruby Davis touched on it earlier, had some time with Somerset batting in the top order earlier this season in the T20 Blast. And although it only ended up being a 19, I actually looked back on that scorecard earlier on just to remind myself of how many she got. I thought it was more than that because it was in Somerset Women's first T20 Blast win over Essex, and it just felt as though even a chase, it was a relatively low chase, but when you've not been winning, and when you haven't won yet, I was actually really impressed with Davis' composure in that instance. That's been hit firmly down the ground. Good slide at long on, straight long on as well, and only the one.
Yeah, showing the intent there to try and hit it away, but there is that sweeper out there. Davis looked like she's. Oh, look, she's thinking. Oh, they are going to.
Yeah, they are going to come through.
That was one of those ones with the two batters see the fielders miss it and just give each other a nod rather than a big shout.
That's a frustrating one for Gloucestershire because, again, that is just that extra little run, and it is again one of those things where you hold different people to different standards with what's out there in Tier 2. Being Warwickshire player Meg Austin, you would not expect that. Oh, she's got a long way across there, and up goes the finger. It's a slow death for Ruby Davis.
Yeah, she had come right across her stumps.
There was a very different nature to that appeal than any other LBW appeal that we've seen. Yeah, so far across, struck in front of middle and off, I think.
Unlike some of the other appeals we've seen, she bowls very much wicket to wicket. So it's much more likely to hold straight, and did.
2 for 17 for Alice Hill. Yeah, it was straight, it was full. Might even have struck her on the full, but even if it hadn't, I don't think there's any question that that was crashing into, if not middle and leg, but I think probably more like middle.
Yes, they might be taking early drinks here as we're partway through the 24th over.
Yes, good shout. So the new batter will be Gilgrass, yeah.
Yeah, she top scored last week, I think, made 60 something. This is where I rely on my memory and Ed looks it up.
Well,
you're just testing me.
Just reminded, she got 80 in fact.
Oh, I take that back.
80 off 78 balls, 9 fours, 3 sixes. So certainly
so quite a key person at this stage of a game for Worcestershire.
And Tweets, who's due in next now, 41 off only 48. So Gloucestershire are by no means home and hosed.
No.
But they have begun really to get things moving in the right direction for them with now, what is it, 3 wickets for 14 runs. And that required rate as well. That's the other difference. When they were scoring those runs against Kent, they were batting first.
Yes.
Now you come out and the required rate is approaching 7s.
Yes.
And also all 3 spinners will have some confidence, and you can see it just in the way the ball's ripping out of the hand, and there's a possible run-out chance, a direct hit from Daniels, but
fortunately
in the end there was a single there, really.
There was, but it was a slightly delayed reaction.
Yes.
Honestly, I think it's interesting what you're saying. That was almost, I'm loath to criticise any of the fielders there, but the batters will be looking to see who's moving quickly. Yeah, it was just dropped into that awkward place where it was sort of 3 fielders could all have got there at an equal point in time.
Tossed up a bit more, but it still dips on Beach. And also they've taken away, well, they haven't completely taken it away, because of course you can still split the 2 fielders, but they've put 2 fielders behind square on the offside for the reverse sweep now. So what's the secondary option at the moment? Playing straight isn't bringing too much reward. Just 1 off the over and another key wicket, another quality player in Ruby Davis. And that is the halfway stage at 118 for 3. So now Worcestershire are level in terms of wicket taking, and you can see that Worm has just dropped down below Gloucestershire's.
Yes, they are doing drinks again now. So we'd like to have a little break here, although the 2 batters have only just come out.
Well, it's the run rate Worm, actually, that one, isn't it, rather than the Worm.
The Worm isn't. It's turned a bit downwards.
Yes, so it's 11 runs. The difference there is the Worm. The Blob is actually slightly masking the slight difference now, but I think I'm not always one for these comparisons, but actually we're cycling through them all now, just showing off over there. But I'm not always one for comparisons, but actually, given how relatively, despite the fact that Gloucestershire lost wickets regularly, their progression was still fairly smooth through their innings, so it does give some sort of a guideline. But of course what Worcestershire won't be counting on, although it would make for a stunning game of cricket if they did, is for what Gloucestershire got. If you weren't with us earlier, 205 for 8 in the 39th over, and they got up to 291. Daniels slides another one past the edge. Starting to see that quite a bit more now. Also partly, I think, because the spinners have settled in on the length that they want to be bowling. So far, they're not really being hit off that length, so keep going with it.
Realistically, for Worcestershire to be matching the sort of score, you'd be looking for a 50 partnership from these 2 in good time.
It's a little bit more force behind that shot. It could bring 2, but no, not to Chloe Skelton.
No, they've learnt that one. I got Gilgrass off the mark.
Beach and Gilgrass. It sounds like a
Solicitors.
blues. I was thinking like a blues duo or something. I don't know.
It's hit nicely by Beach, but going out to the fielder.
Yeah, they don't mind it too much being hit out there. Gloucestershire, we've not seen many boundaries scored through that side.
Because a run a ball is not enough, is it? If the run rate is 7, they need to be score.
As long as you can limit the boundaries.
Yeah.
Oh, an edge, just enough of an edge that Jones couldn't take it. And again, Ahern will move briskly to the ball and keep it to 1. Must have been just a fine one, because I think she's got the outside of her glove on that, has Jones, but it's not a drop by any means. It's too thick an edge.
She never had time to close the gloves on it.
Another fine, tidy over.
And with the gap opening a little bit more, a run rate gap.
overs. Skelton bowled 5. That was Daniels'
So
6th.
So they've still got plenty of spin bowling options.
Said 30 overs of spin they can bowl, so they've got through, what, 11 overs of seam. So we'll still have to go back to seam at some point. I'm not really sure that they would go to a 4th spin option, but there's no need to change anything at the moment. They'll want that rate, I think, to be, you know, they'd love it if it could be pushing around 8s by the time they have to go back to the seam, I think.
Yeah, well, realistically, Worcestershire have to be picking up a boundary and over now, which they're not quite managing to do since these two came together, but it's early days for them yet.
Yeah, I mean, unless they're suddenly going to pierce this inner ring, and that squeeze is very much on now from those fielders, short mid-wicket. There's use of the feet, great hand from Daniels. Surely isn't 2 there. Oh dear, she slipped over. It might have been in the end, but just lost her footing there. She went to throw it in, but did the job. Just that one shot there, though. Daniels is maybe a couple of steps back from where she was. Swept hard in the air. Will spin toward the fielder, though. Skelton makes that look remarkably easy.
Yeah, they've got that covered, that side. There is a space a little bit further around, the sort of the cow corner area, but you have be having to play across the line then.
One bounce into the fielder's hands.
It's well bowled. It's cramped up the batter so that she couldn't do anything.
It's just that, what, 3/4 of stump height to top of off. It's not much of a margin, but Hill is finding that more often than not, as that's just a great shot. That's the counter to it. Gilgrass using her feet and getting close to the pitch of the ball, and that's a really handsome drive through extra cover. So a boundary to end the over, and there's 6, so it's still not as though there isn't the ability out there for Worcestershire to score at this rate. Are they going back here to seam? I think they might be. It looks as though Caitlin Belcher is preparing to bowl. Both Daniels and Belcher have got their caps removed.
This is an interesting call if that's what she's doing.
Jones wants something from one of the 4 12thers who would be on the boundary, and none of whom are too busy talking to each other.
She wants her cap because she's going to stand back.
That's what it is.
So yes, that confirms Caitlin Belcher then.
They were all having a nice little chin whack with, B. Willis on the boundary. 4 of them in the... In fact, 5 of them there were in the pink vests. Belcher returns to the attack, 3 overs for 20, but she did have Boycott's outside edge caught by Jones behind the stumps off a no ball, so she could have grabbed a wicket. And I like this move, I've got to say, at this stage, because the thing is, if you bowl almost all your spin out and then you go back to seam, there's basically then it has to be seam the entire way, and if Worcestershire start to get on top of that early, then it could be trouble. So
yeah,
even if it's just for a couple of overs here.
Yeah, I might have kept the squeeze going for a little bit longer, but I mean it's swings and roundabouts, really, isn't it?
Pulled into the onside, and Kant will.
My only thought is whether the batters that we've got are more comfortable with quicker bowling than slower bowling. I don't know them well enough to know that.
Yes, that is true. That's the
because some people almost have a sigh of relief when there's a quicker bowler comes back on, because they'd rather play that.
Yeah.
We shall see.
So certainly quite defensive in terms of people back on the edge of the circle, but then there is greater pace from Belcher and lose a run. It's only really Austin at mid-wicket who's walking in off the edge of the circle. Cover deep square, fine leg and deep third back on the rope. Challenging on the shorter ball again. Halliday needs to get round here, and that's good work.
Yes, the field
could easily have been two.
There. Yeah.
She not got to that ball and launched that throw in.
Yes, that sort of played down behind point, but you've got the two fielders there, and the finer one was able to run around and intercept that one. That should be a wide, yes it is. Oh, and the sun is obviously in the eyes of B. Willis there as the ball was thrown up to high in the air to pass back to the bowler, and she couldn't see it because of the sun.
She's almost got it to the boundary. Lost in throwing it.
Fielded by the keeper there, discards her wicket-keeping glove so she can throw in.
Jonah. Haven't got in. That's in Jonah's arc yet. How have I not thought of that before? Brisk delivery into the pads. The field has to come in a long way, but it's a short throw, and Georgie Cantor's it's a pretty good arm. And then I think, in fairness to her, that was more just the bounce off the edge of the square's fault rather than her throws.
She did adjust her throw and throw it in a little bit more gently.
Still doesn't probably stop you from getting a glare from the keeper, but I don't think that was her fault.
No.
Pulled away, that could be in the gap. It will be. Yeah, Alice Hill, you could tell that she knew she wasn't getting to that one pretty quickly, and well, this has been the over that the Rapids were after. They've scored off every ball, wide in there as well, and now they have their boundary. Belcher is bowling short, knowing that there is that big leg side to take on. But that time, Sophie Beach able to get it in what is, because it's a sizable leg side, a sizable gap.
Played on the offside this time. Should be over.
So 9 runs from that one.
So Worcestershire need a few more of that sort of level of runs for the over.
Yeah, Gloucestershire just be determined not to let anything build up.
Hill to
Keep
continue.
taking wickets is the best way to
Yeah,
do things.
slows it down.
As mentioned, batting to come. Talked about Tweets due in next. Then you've got the keeper Goff, Hardwick. Can certainly hit him. Will beat mid-off, I think, yeah. Belcher
Might she make
is
it?
quick, and yeah,
Yes,
it's quick enough.
Good chase. Cuts that down to 2.
It was a full-on sprint, and I wasn't sure that once it had beaten the infield that there was going to be any chance of getting there, but 2 runs saved by Belcher.
Yeah, I think on other parts of the ground that might have gone, but just had the slight rough patches just in front of the pavilion here.
Quicker delivery, and well, they might have
about
got
it.
one there. Maybe next time, because Daniels, again, it's only taken a couple of shots, but she's now basically back on the edge of the circle, even for Hill. It won't matter where she's fielding there because that's to the left of her. That's a good looking sweep shot. Skelton though is quick enough to get close to it, but not in the end to stop it.
Yeah, that just skidded on that last bit. She'd hit that well. And not even Chloe Skelton could stop that one. It's another good shot by Beach. She started really fast and then she sort of got tied down slightly and she's back on it now.
They've got their 7 already from this over. The other thing is that they've still got those 2 fielders behind square on the offside for the reverse sweep, so she's created another gap.
And one of them is used there, but not for the reverse
sweep.
Yes,
so it's a handy positioning, almost a happy accident there, because pretty much for any other batter that's probably running away for at least a couple. Oh, well bowled, just catching the shoulder of the bat and then more hesitation. They still haven't quite decided whether there's one there to extra cover.
End of the over chat needed, I think.
So she finishes well, does Hill, so it is just the 7, which is no more than the requirement. 143 for 3. It's got the feeling of if Worcestershire are going to win this, it's probably going to come down to the last couple of overs. Gloucestershire will still be hoping there's some sort of a situation whether they can take some quick wickets and they are able to take some of the sting out of it. But they're going to have to bowl well to get into that sort of situation. I've seen it's the kind of surface where, whilst it may offer just a little bit, it is mostly in the batter's favour, and batters have been able to come out and score fairly quickly right from the start. Even Gloucestershire's lower order, Dolman came in at 10, 22 off 17, Belcher finishing 21 not out from just 19, Daniels ending up 32 from 35.
And I think what they did really well was they hit the bad balls when they were there, but they also looked for those singles. They took the 2s when they could, and that it makes the score tick up quite nicely.
And it has been that sort of surface again as well, hasn't it? If you're just a bit off on it, then you probably will be punished. You're not getting away with much on here.
That should be a wide.
And
an
an extra, yeah.
Yeah, just trying to put that extra little bit into it, and it went down the leg side.
Has thus far been a slightly expensive reintroduction for Belcher, but what Daniels is hoping is that, again, it's like we were mentioning earlier with the extra pace, it might go for runs, but it could also be what's needed to break a partnership.
Yes. Better one, a bit of a waft by the batter, who was looking hopefully for a wide, but it on the offside there, it was never going to be one.
I think she didn't reach it because she didn't step into the ball, and the phraseology is a normal cricketing shot, isn't
Correct.
it? When
Normal
I think if you're going to play a
stance.
normal cricketing cut or a drive, then you move your foot toward the ball. On the money, and the umpire just having a little bit of a word about where Belcher is following through. Don't think that was an official warning.
No, we've seen this with her before, haven't we? Where she's trying to stay tight there, but ends up putting that extra effort in, and just ends up running down around the wicket a bit. But it keeps the umpires on their toes, and they'd rather have a little word before they give any warnings.
Oh, that's beaten.
It's a slower one,
Beach on
wasn't
the
it?
inside edge, I think.
Yeah, and it dropped short of the keeper, so it must have been the slower one.
Yeah, it was a nervy sort of push at it from Beach. Oh, interesting. So Jones has decided she's going to stand up even to Belcher. Could be interesting.
Yeah.
Unless she's just going to bowl slower balls now.
Keeper psychology it is.
Brave to dig in the bumper now.
But there she goes.
That's exactly what she does. I like that. It's only going to be one. 3 fielders back on the onside. So the field sort of telegraphed it, but then they might have bluffed Beach by bringing the keeper up, and I'm sure that Katie Jones is the kind of keeper that will just go, well, go on, of course I'll take it. If you bowl it short, of course I'll take it. Behind the stumps, standing up.
It's just all things that make the batter have to think, isn't it? That they can't take liberties and go charging down the wicket unless they guarantee they're going to hit it.
Oh, she's gone early with the ramp and just wide enough of...
Should just be the 2.
Short fine. Alice Hill after it. she's got that problem that, yeah, with the cap where the bun goes through the back of it, and the cap goes flying off, but it can't fly completely off. It's
No,
being
it just
held
dangles.
in by the bun. It must be so irritating. I was watching that happen in the 100
Yes.
the other day and thinking, I'm glad I've never had that problem. Hair's been long before, but never quite that long. Finishing off with a slower ball that ought to just be the single, and
Yeah.
indeed, sure hands from Skelton out there.
Yeah, nice shot played out to the offside, but just for the 1 run.
So 6 from that over, and a bit of a stalemate at the moment as this partnership builds, and as Gloucestershire concedes some medium-sized overs, yeah, trying to limit the big ones. At some point they do still have 5 overs of Skelton as she comes back in. 1 for 14 from her 5 thus far, including a maiden. Conversely though, they do still need 7 of the remaining 20 from seam.
Yes. This is where in other games we've seen people like Reddy and Story come in and just pitch in a few overs, which isn't an option for them today.
Yeah, I don't really think they have that extra spin option. Well, that wasn't too far away from Hill in the follow through.
I thought she was going to play that square, but she actually went straight with it.
If they wanted to go for a more pace off but seam option, then Dolman would be the choice there. Willis has bowled well so far, 6 overs for 26. And she did bowl quite a bit at the death in the T20. Swept hard. And underneath, deep mid-wicket.
Just bobbled underneath her there, 4 runs.
Yeah, loath to criticise the fielder out there for that one.
She did everything right, but you know, if we all played on a perfectly flat, level surface and nothing else moved, we'd be all right.
No, it was a good effort, but just came up short. And so, boundary early on in the over, and now 7 and over is quite easy if you're getting 1 boundary and over.
That's enough. That's another single, so that's 6 so far off the 4 balls. Because I'm sure this is the chat that the batters will have had, that they don't need to take too many risks if they're picking up that boundary.
Yeah. Oh, that's an edge, but it'll bring 4 more, I fancy, although
it's
it
running
is
out of
slowing
steam.
up, but
yes,
yeah, you just can't catch them down to that boundary.
No.
I think there's the very slightest of slopes down there as well. It's not much, but
it's interesting. If you're looking from this end, it looks like it slopes up, but when you watch the ball, it looks like it slopes down.
So 2 boundaries in the over, although that one certainly nothing that Hill could be blamed for. We'll finish with a dot ball, but 10 off it. It's down to exactly 7 runs and over. This really would be, I must stress this again, this would be pretty remarkable if Worcestershire chase a score of this magnitude. That's something that should be taken notice of, I think, all round the game, because you know you just don't see, and Gloucestershire have not bowled badly. You don't see scores, or didn't, I should say, see scores of 290 odd chased.
I think there was an I can't think where I heard the discussion, but it's been an interesting one about the proportion of scores over 200, 300, 250, 300. It's going up as with the professional game.
Yeah.
I do think one of the factors is actually being able to play on much better wickets.
Yes, definitely.
With decent outfields, and if you play a shot, you get reward for that shot.
Yeah, definitely. I mean, this is, you know, I know in normal circumstances Bristol isn't one of the quicker surfaces around the country, but it's quick enough. And again, go back to the fact that we've seen lots of times the pace being used, and ramps and reverses and that sort of thing. And the outfield will do the rest with that one.
Yeah.
Into the gap, short and wide, and Beach, having played a couple of reverse sweeps early on and then had a spell where she was really tied down, is now moving her strike rate back towards 100. And that required rate just nudges under 7. Back to into the body. I'll consider 2, but Austin in off the boundary rope.
%41% prediction score.
You could argue a bit either way, couldn't you?
Well, I think so. I think when we saw that one earlier, which is what, 65%, that was a bit
bullish.
Yes, good word.
It's one of those slower balls, but there's plenty of space to use on the offside. So 6 off 4 this over. Just having a look through to see what the highest successful chase, at least in League 2 so far, is. Again, a huge proportion of games are won by the side batting first. Dinked into the leg side. It's more Austin sprinting up. There's definitely not 2 there. It's just an underarm shovel into the stumps.
Just the 1 ball to go now, 7 off it so far.
So Glamorgan chased 214 in 37 overs against Derbyshire. Kent scored 258 batting second at Hove, but they were chasing 300, so
yes,
that's again a little different. So I think it is that Glamorgan chase of, what did I say, 214? Or was it appeal for a stumping there, as Gilgrass was maybe a little bit off her feet trying to reach that one, but the problem is so is Jones to bring it back down.
It came up high, so that's what she's hoping for when you're looking for a stumping off the quicker bowler. But I'm not sure her foot came out of the crease very much at all there.
So 7 from that one. And I think
exactly the rate.
Yep. I think it is going to be Hill for now. 3 overs still for her to bowl. But yeah, all I know, unfortunately, and this is where you desperately need somebody of the knowledge of hypercourse to come on and help you out, but they're probably involved with 100. Oh, that's a full toss. Could well be 4. Two fielders running towards each other, and it's well shinned away, and they will turn it back for 2, but 2 runs well saved. On the deep mid-wicket boundary, 50 partnership between Beach and Gilgrass. They've built this really nicely.
It's really interesting just how this is replicating that Gloucestershire innings, isn't it?
All that swept up in the air, but I think it's going to be safe just beyond Austin running back. And Ahern, who executed that stop. Previous ball just having to come in and pick that up as well. No chance for her coming in from the deep. Unfortunately, all I can remember is that the 291 that was on this ground in 2021 was the highest women's List A chase at the time. I think it's been eclipsed at least once, maybe twice, but I don't think that it was much over 300. Might even have been this season if I go back and have a look through some Tier 1 stuff. But essentially, we're talking surely only a handful of times in women's domestic cricket that over 290 has been chased. You can say that safely enough.
I think that's a fairly good enough statement.
Oh gosh, she's cued it. I thought that was going to bowl her then, and then all of a sudden, where was the pen? How did the ball get there? She has off the
I thought that was going to be bowled.
She
She must have left something behind to touch it.
Shorter and quicker. Protection on the onside. So again, it's marginal gains either way. 5 off that one. This has got the makings of a nail biter. We've thoroughly enjoyed this game of cricket so far. A lot of numbers there, but essentially the ones that matter are the 2 at the bottom, 121 runs off 17 overs, and the 7 wickets that Worcestershire do have in hand, which is certainly not to be sniffed at. And 2 batters in Beach and in Gilgrass who are now pretty well set.
Yeah, we said, didn't we, that Worcestershire would have to replicate those 50 partnerships that Gloucestershire got during their innings. Well, they've done one with this one, building on that opening one of over the 100.
So this was one of the moves that Liv Daniels still had in her hand.
Your wicket-taking move, is it?
I guess it could well be. That's the aim anyway.
Yes.
Or at least, if not that, to get that rate climbing a bit.
And put the pressure on.
Round the wicket she'll go. Be swept away. Chance of a second run here. And yeah, eventually they do come through.
It's good running. 2 runs. I think they decided that fairly early that that's what they were going for when they saw it wasn't going for 4.
She's played the spin well as Beach.
Wide ball.
A bit of extra bounce, but she rides that really well.
Yeah, she got up and over it just to push it down to the side.
2 of Worcestershire's youngsters. We saw their 2 experienced players, most experienced players, Gwen Davies and Claire Boycott, opening the batting with a 103 run stand. Now we're seeing a couple of their young guns, and with 100 balls remaining, they're in a position where they could pull off something quite special for Worcestershire, and also a reminder, it will move them into the top 4 places if Worcestershire win this. Quick single, well taken to the left of Austin at short mid-wicket. Yorkshire have stayed put to that today.
They're now on the same number of points as Worcestershire, I think, aren't they?
And if Gloucestershire win, they would move to within 2 of both Yorkshire and Worcestershire, with Yorkshire to play next. Skelton with a palm down, but they just couldn't quite take that risk of...
There was a yes, no, yes, no, yes, no there, I think. 3 options.
So much, it depends what angle you're looking at it, doesn't it? When you maybe you just can't quite see the ball exactly when you need to, with 2 bodies in the way. A drop and not a run.
A 5 off that over. I forgot not that we've got the other one because there's a... It was a wide in the early stages.
I don't think off Skelton 5s are
I mean,
the
they should be
worst.
happy with that. And
Maybe
there's
6.
another one, yeah, definitely 6 off the over. As you say, off Skelton, that's pretty good going.
Yep, so it's in the same way as that score predictor in the first innings was going pretty much between 250 and 270 for most of the innings. That required rate for a long time now has been yo-yoing between just over 7s and just under 7s. But it's getting toward the stage where a decisive move will be made one way or the other, and it's still anybody's call as to which way that will go. Another little bit of a drink and a chat. Probably not too much chat, because I don't think you want to be breaking up the way that these two are playing at the moment.
Yeah, because it's amazing how often a wicket falls immediately after a drinks break, isn't it?
Penultimate over for Hill. Good start. Oh, bounce and an appeal for stumping, and she's been given out. I've got to say, I thought it looked as though that foot had dragged, but it was just a question of whether just that front part of the foot was maybe grounded, but it wasn't. Katie Jones, really sharp work. Hill strikes again, and a critical breakthrough for Gloucestershire as Beach, who batted excellently for her 40, has got to go, and I can only imagine the foot had already dragged and was never really back in that ground.
The batter looked a bit surprised at that one, but...
Can we see anything from her? I can't really see the line, but you can see that what was clear from front on was that the foot had moved forward to me. It was just how much has it moved forward?
It's the thing about the keeper, isn't it? Even if your heel is up over the line, the back of the line is mine. As a keeper, you know it's got to be a bit of the foot actually over the line.
Again, it's reached that stage where some of the... I mean, I can't really see the line even from the position here in the commentary box, where some of the whiteness has gone off the line, so you can't really see. But what you can say is it wasn't one of those where the foot was in the air.
No.
The foot had to have been dragged beyond the crease line, and it wasn't moving either, really. So if
she was either out, if it was out,
that's what I mean. If it was out, it was out, and if it was in, it was in. There's no sort of, was it just in the air? Was it just grounded?
The body language
like
from the batter was that she was in, and because she hadn't moved her foot, but we saw a little bit of movement, didn't we? So who knows?
I guess she's just grounded that heel at the end, hasn't
she?
So yeah, who knows? But the only person in position to know for sure is the umpire, and the finger was raised. So Hill 3 for 46, and out comes Ebony Jade Tweets, 19 years of age, as we mentioned, on loan from a Warwickshire academy, and off the mark straight away. And also, as mentioned, but a reminder, these two were the pair that really did plenty of that damage for Worcestershire in the previous game against Kent. They put on 79 in just under 13 overs. But which, needless to say, would be roughly what Worcestershire would want them to do in this situation.
Yes.
Certainly get him close. But different situation. Dinked away toward Austin, but she's straight enough because she's partly there at short mid-wicket for the clip toward long on, covering 2 bases. They're able to take 1, but so far this is the cheap over Gloucestershire are after, and a wicket, hoping it's 2, but it looks a little leg side-ish to me, that one, and to the umpire as well.
Long way down the wicket, and I just don't think she could be quite sure where that's going.
No, we'll get the benefit of a replay. Well, it was a bit straighter than I thought it was, but as you say, particularly down the pitch, I think that would be a pretty brave decision to give without the benefit of a referral system, which we're not quite at yet.
No. So I was just looking up Bryony Gilgrass was actually born in Worcester, 17 years old now. So as you say, definitely one of the younger group coming through.
Was a top edge there, and it loops away to safety. Oh, I can tell you what, Skelton actually had to stop that throw that was looped in by Hill.
Yeah.
On the bounce to her, because if that had skipped by, that probably would have been an overthrow.
Yeah. And then you're better taking her guard now on this end.
Short ball,
That's
that's
a
hit
nice shot.
powerfully, and that might split the 2, it does.
That was a lovely shot.
We've seen so few boundaries do that on that leg side.
Yeah, no, I thought the fielders were going to be able to get that, but she did place it perfectly just between the 2 of them.
And that's how hard you've got to hit it as
Yes.
well. Skelton that time punished for dropping it in short. That one seemed to skid on quite nicely, just occasionally, as you say, as mentioning before, you sometimes get a little bit of stop in the surface. Oh, that's a wonderful reply, and there's an appeal for caught behind. Gloucestershire are imploring the umpire,
Who says no?
who continues to say no, despite the continual protestations. The umpire, I think, is saying, well,
Behave yourselves.
I gave it not out, so
That's it. If it's not
that's
out, it's
it.
not out. Yeah. So continued appeals won't help. Something to watch out for, because there are, if the umpire feels they're being intimidated in any way, and I don't think they would with just that, but it can affect the runs. Penalty runs.
Also don't want it to be getting to a stage where there's any disciplinary
Well, no,
stuff
indeed.
later
and
on, but it's a cracking ball. Let's focus on that for a moment, because
absolutely.
she's bowled, I think, very comfortably, Chloe Skelton, the ball of the season that I've seen. She did it playing for Somerset against Hampshire. It was an absolute laws of physics defying ball that pitched about 4 feet outside off stump and it turned back to hit the top of off, and even Skelton couldn't work out quite how it had happened.
No.
That's a single now down to the long on fielder, so that is 7 from Skelton's over. It's more like 7.5 now, in fact just a tick over 7.5 that Worcestershire need. But
Yeah, going back to, I mean, I have a great deal of sympathy for the players, because there are occasions when you're absolutely convinced it's an LBW or it's a nick and it's not given, and it's really hard to switch from that state of high excitement because you think you've just got a wicket to, oh, the disappointment that you haven't.
Alice Hill looking to bowl out 3 of the 4 wickets to fall she's claimed. A rather optimistic shout that time. Had even less going for it than the last ball of the previous over.
Yes.
in the air and safe. To open space on the leg side. Ahern gets that throw in. It's a decent throw, but it was into enough of a gap. It always looked to be two.
A little push out to Liv Daniels there. Never going to be a single there.
It's a boycott for 54, Davis for 3, and Beach most recently for 40 for Hill. As that slap towards Belcher at mid-off, good stop.
That was hit powerfully enough to go to the boundary, but Belcher got her hands on it.
It's always awkward. I know that's a little bit off the edge of the square there, but we mentioned these drainage lines of slightly barer grass. Always easy to read where the ball's going to be going. Pulled in the air, Austin won't get there. Found that gap a couple of times.
Yes.
Between short mid-wicket and deep mid-wicket.
Just trying to bring it round onto the leg side there, but just not getting, got the height on it, but just not quite enough power. Just another single.
Chopped for 1. The rate just pushes toward 8. And that is Alice Hill's spell done. 10 overs, 3 for 53. Excellent work.
Good spell.
And she, whenever she's come into the side, Alice Hill, she is very much not let Gloucestershire down. Not only 3 wickets, but 3 absolutely key ones. Overs ticking down for Skelton. She'll only have 2 left after this one. Daniels has still got 4 herself. So just as we saw with Boycott at the end of Gloucestershire's innings, she'll be shouldering a lot of that late responsibility.
Yeah.
Blasted at extra cover, or they ran immediately. That went off Daniels, and then it hits the batter.
She's not taking another
well,
run.
no, they won't take another run on that. But
although technically she can.
Yes, yeah. There's only a sort of a convention that you don't run on that.
That's right.
Daniels will check that Tweets is okay here, and yeah, nice to see a little bit of a punch of gloves. I'm not sure where that hit her.
I think this
Did
is what
it hit her on the helmet? Because I'm wondering, are we going to get a concussion check here?
I think this is what the umpire's just checking.
Yeah.
Where did it actually get you? It was to me, it looked like more of a glancing blow than a straight on. Oh, yeah, we have got a physio coming out.
I think it must have been on the helmet. Gosh, it's one of those things, isn't it, that happens every now and then. You see the alertness of Gilgross there to call Tweets through immediately, and just off the side of the grill, yeah. Always thank goodness for those extra little bits of protection as well. I mean, that the neck protectors that have come in at the back of the helmet that you've got to wear now, and then also the difference in the adjustment of that gap between the grill and the actual peak of the helmet, because there have been sadly some preventable accidents that have happened down to both of those things.
Yeah, the neck one, well, that was Phil Hughes.
Yeah, and then the mandatory amount of gap, I think, was Craig Kieswetter, who had a ball go through there, and that ended his playing career. And then behind the stumps we had Mark Boucher, who had the bail in the eye before the start of the 2012 series between England and South Africa, which is why now you must wear a helmet when you're keeping up to the stumps.
Yes. Before that, it was Paul Downton, the Middlesex wicket-keeper, but that was probably pre-helmet days, to be honest. But that, yes, he damaged his eye, was never the same again, and ended up having to give up.
That's a cheery
I know,
conversation topic for a couple of minutes.
But
anyway,
we're ready to start playing now.
Tweets is okay, that's the main thing. Top edge again. Hill won't get there quite.
No,
and it spins away.
They might even get 2 out of this.
I think they will.
Actually, we thought she had that covered and it just landed and span away.
Paul ran rings round her.
Yeah. You feel so silly when you do that, but can't be helped.
Especially when you are initially thinking, what's going to be a catch? And I mean, yeah, she moves toward the ball thinking it's going to be a catch. That's taken a sideways step. Pulled away in the air, dive from Austin forwards. But again, it's just teasing Gloucestershire at the moment. And just 1 run for that. Another non-chance, but 2 in a row from Gilgrass that have just fallen short. We'll get a good look from this angle. Some of the weight's going back, but then you see the batter going back and it looks as if she's hitting it powerfully. It's tricky to say should move forward any closer. That's going to be a couple of bounces into the fielder at long on. There's a chance of 2 here, and yet they'll get it.
For the 2. Good running.
So 6 off 4 balls this over.
They're struggling slightly to find the boundary in these last couple of overs, but sort of slightly making up from it by running these 2s and picking up the singles.
And they're going to get some pace on before too long. They have to. Left and not wided.
Just a little push in front of her there for the single.
It's good cricket, that, because that's still, what, 7 off the over.
Yes.
Which, again, is pretty much what's required, and you'd certainly take off that particular bowler. So 94 from 12 overs. A couple of wickets, and despite the fact that there's batting to come, then it's one of those games where it feels incredibly close, and just sometimes 50-over cricket has this way of it running away. But equally, Worcestershire have the batting out there and remaining to chase these runs down.
Yes, I mean, what we don't want to see in these games is where one team scores so many and then the other team loses wickets quickly, so there's never any realistic chance of them getting the runs. But this is certainly not like that.
No, this is a real edge-of-your-seat type game. And Daniels comes back replacing Hill. She's got that bravery just to toss that ball up, but there could be 2 more here into the longer side. Yeah, they will get there. It's very hard to keep those 2s down, and as much as the boundaries have dried up, the 1s and 2s are now coming with pretty good regularity.
That's the 200 up, that applause.
Come through, the cry has hit him, but it is a hit at the non-striker's end. But
I think her feet were in a little in her bat.
Yes.
Good throw.
It was a good throw from Willis. No, it also reaches that stage in a 50-over game where just those 1s and the 2s can annoy a fielding side almost as much as boundaries, because she did just about ground her bat there, you know. that was a bit closer than it looked, just because of the fact that I think Gilgrass thought it wasn't going to be close.
Well, I don't think you run on the back of a that's going to be a direct hit, do you? You're trying to get in.
No, true. I don't know whether she got a shout of your end either.
Yeah. Nicely played there, but just be the single.
Yeah, there's with the lack of pace that Daniels is giving Worcestershire this over, really forcing Worcestershire to create everything. Let's have a look at this run out there. I mean, she does ground the bat. I don't think there's any question, but it was a very, very gentle tap down of it. Width there, and Kant, I think, is maybe taking a couple of steps in off the boundary.
Yeah.
I think she's got to, really. As much as you don't want ever a ball to go over your head, I don't think it's likely to on that offside. I'd still say that, and of course you think about the angles as well, but I'd still say she probably could be another couple of steps closer. Sweep shot, but that's into the field.
Just be the single.
6 off that one, so it is now exactly 8 and over required.
Oh, the the run rate there, you can see that ticking. That's not far off, it's just marginally below.
After 40 overs, I wrote down 213 for 8. That was when it looked as though Gloucestershire were going to be bowled out for somewhere around that 220 mark, and
Yes.
as we've seen now, if they'd have done that, we might be warming up the vehicle engines,
Yes.
as Bumble put it slightly more succinctly.
He has a turn of phrase.
Start the car. Well, they're keeping Skelton going. Oh, that's gone straight up in the air. Easy catch for Jones and gone. So the move has paid off to keep Skelton going, and the end of Tweets, who made 12 from 13, and Worcestershire 5 down.
I think
That's almost the back of the bat that's come off, is it?
It certainly was. She just got herself into a position where the ball was going to hit the bat and it was going to go up in the air.
It's that
She sort of
bounce of
stopped,
Skelton as well, and yeah, she stopped. Maybe the ball stopped a bit in the surface as well. Reverse angle might be a good way of looking at it, but yeah, no, I think just misjudged the length.
In fact, she started
really.
walking before the catch was taken. I think she could predict that Katie Jones was going to get that
So there
one.
are some catches that you think, well, there's a chance. There's, everything's got to be taken, but when you've got a keeper taking a ball that's looped up that gently in front of them, I think it's 100% chance of a catch.
The only reason the keeper might not get that one is because the peak of the helmet gets it interferes with your vision, but that was sufficiently far in front.
Because it was in
that
front
she
of
could
her,
see,
yeah, exactly. So second wicket for Skelton.
Yes, you can feel very silly at times wearing a helmet. The ball's gone up in the air and everybody's shouting, "Catch it!" and you really cannot find it. Or is that just me?
No, you see it happen plenty, don't you? It brings the Goff to the crease. Ooh.
Oh, it's a close one, yes. They've got off the wicket keeper here. Misjudging that one.
Another poke and a miss there.
I'm not seeing a great deal of foot movement at the moment, but then with Katie Jones behind the stumps, I can see why she might be quite nervous about that.
That's swept hard in the air, but again, that length of boundary means you've got to actually hit it very well, as we saw from Daniels actually earlier in that last over, the last dismissal. She absolutely tonked it, but it still didn't make it to that long boundary.
No, on the other side, she might have had a 6.
Yeah. It's played behind point. I think they pretty much settled for that one quite early on. It's reached the stage now, quite quickly actually. In a couple of overs ago, ones were feeling a little bit, because it's being supplemented by 2s and boundaries, but now the Gloucestershire supporters are starting to clap singles.
Yeah.
Oh, reverse sweep, an ambitious shot from Goff. We've
was,
seen it
which
work
is
a fair bit, to be fair to her, but not that time.
No, it was a bit too tight to her, I think. And as we said, you know, if they needed a boundary and over before, they really need a boundary and over now.
Yeah. Yes, they need a boundary and over, and
singles.
pretty much every ball has got to be scored off, yeah.
Yeah.
It's not out of reach yet for the Rapids, but they can't afford too many more overs to go for under at least, you know, 5 or 6, something like that. They've got to be scoring regularly now.
Yeah, I mean, the reflection we made, wasn't it, with the missed opportunities they had, they probably had conceded 50 runs more than they needed to. And if you knock 50 off what they got, we would be in for a very tight finish.
Yeah, you're right. What do they have? They had 2 clear-cut run-out chances. Daniels continuing. Austin will get there from short mid-wicket, so the ball won't make it outside the circle. And I think there were 2 clear-cut ones where it bobbled out of the bowler's hands, and then at least another couple where they had chances.
I think there were probably half a dozen attempts at run-outs that didn't hit. Now, not all of those would have been out, but I'm sure at least one of them would have been.
Goff to take strike to Daniels. The first time, and oh gosh, that's so close to the outside. I think Jones maybe made it look slightly closer to the stumps than it was, but still.
As you do.
As you do, yes. I speak the experienced keeper next to me.
Oh, so close. Out for the single. They shouldn't get the second on this one, but it also puts Gilgrass, which in terms of hitting boundaries is probably a better option.
Yeah, much.
It's currently on 40 or 44.
Certainly, until Goff plays herself in, much rests on Gilgrass. Short ball pulled, but slightly. Oh dear, it's been misfielded, and unbelievably, it's Chloe Skelton who's misfielded it as well.
We could have sworn she had that, and it just must have bobbled at the last minute and hopped over her hands.
Again, you talk about different standards, though, as much as it may have bobbled. You would not expect that from Chloe Skelton. Good use of the feet, but should just be slapped for 1. So they've got, what, 7 off this over. It's not quite reached the stage where you'd say, well, this is almost a free hit for Goff, but
not
maybe a little bit.
It's nicely played there, but it is just the single, which Gloucestershire won't mind because it puts Gilgrass at the other end.
So 8 there. Daniels has 2 overs remaining. Skelton just has the 1. And then it will have to be Seam the rest of the way. Willis has gone at 4 1/3, so that would certainly do the trick for Gloucestershire. Katie Dolman only the 2 overs. You can see there in Belcher, 6 overs for 41. Been a little expensive at times, but she's still gone at under 7s, and if she does that for her remaining 4, then Gloucestershire will likely be walking off the field victors.
Yes, we've just got the batters taking on a little bit of refreshment, some water and a bit of goodness knows what keeps your energy going.
Yes. Oh gosh,
is it one of those little sachets?
Yeah. Pickle juice and those shots of
not wine gums and
sweet stuff.
Yeah, jelly babies. They're always very effective.
They're quite good for keeping up energy in a commentary box, although could be argued that at times
people may not want us to have too much energy. We're back onto the cricket now.
Skelton's last over. She's done well there as Jones just to put those pads together and create a barrier for the ball.
Goalkeeping, hockey goalkeeping style.
Yes. She didn't quite kick it away.
No.
Very good.
A dot ball there.
Almost be the last game running in terms of the one-day cup, with Sussex pretty close to wrapping up a victory over Leicestershire. They just need 1 more wicket, and Leicestershire 62 runs needed. Over the top that goes. Is it going to plug? No. The outfield is nice and hard, and that breaks the shackles for Liv Goff.
Yeah, she needed that because she'd not quite really worked out how to get it away. But that was a good shot. Played in the air, but with the fielder up, it went well over her head.
It did go quite a long way up, but it was always going over that fielder. Skelton, quicker delivery there. Sent to Hill at short fine, gets across well. This is Skelton's last over.
Just the 2 balls to go now.
Run rate just approaching 9 is required.
Yeah, ideally another boundary needed for Worcestershire in this over.
That's gone straight up though. Another catch for Jones, taken.
Yeah.
And that's exactly what Gloucestershire would have wanted. Make the most of this last over of Skelton. She claimed 4 wickets in her first game for Gloucestershire, and she's now got 3. As Goff was looking to move the scoring rate on, and I'm not sure if Katie Jones will have had 2 catches in a row quite like that before.
As simple as that, no.
She was actually there. The only danger was more the stumps rather than anything else. She just tripped over the stumps.
Yeah. And still the opportunity to get another wicket. She's got 1 ball left.
She is, and I almost mentioned this actually, with the top edge that fell short of short fine leg. She's such a hard bowler to sweep, Skelton, because of that bounce that she gets.
This looks like Hannah Hardwick coming out now.
In some ways though, you get down to this situation and almost the bowler's mentality of, right, I've got nothing to lose here, I'm just going to step down the pitch and smack it. Sometimes that is what gets sides over the line in this situation. I think it's another thing that makes the 50 over format great, because so often it comes down to, you know, your 8, 9, 10, 11 in this sort of situation. You know, when they bat, this is the situation that they'll be most needed in.
Yeah.
And so you often do actually tend to have something like we saw with Belcher.
Yes.
Gloucestershire's number 11 hitting the only 6 of that innings. But sometimes that's what's needed. But 1 ball to face of Chloe Skelton, and then she will be done in terms of her work with the ball for the day. And it shouldn't be a run, well fielded. Nothing's particularly routine at this stage, especially as the pressure is going to be on Gloucestershire as well. But it's Dolman who's fielded it, and I think it looks as though it's going to be Dolman to bowl.
Well, the new batter that's come in, Hannah Hardwick, is certainly capable of hitting 4s and 6s. It's whether she picks the right ball to do those 2. So I've seen her when she's younger, so it'd be really interesting to see how she's come on as a bat as well.
Should just mention Skelton's final figures: 10 overs, 1 maiden, 3 for 40, and that is what you're looking for from your Tier 1 loanee.
Yes. Katie Dolman coming back on now.
I thought Dolman might be the option, because we've seen pace off be probably more effective throughout the day than pace on, and whilst Dolman is seam up, she'll probably vary that pace but also keep her up to the stumps. There's that aspect to it as well.
Yeah.
Really impressive innings this though from Gilgrass. Basically a runner ball, and she's only actually hit 3 boundaries, but to me that makes it almost more impressive. She's faced few dots. That will be one there though, although not for the lack of trying. Blasted on the bounce to Daniels, who's fielded it magnificently to her left.
Yeah, it was a nice shot, but no points. Same again. 3-player game at the moment. Bowler, batter and Livedall.
It does reach that stage so often though where, you know, at the end of the game you put it on the batters to create that pace. Oh, across her stumps, that was a bit dangerous, and there's now hesitation, but again it's another one of those where they've hesitated over something that's a fairly obvious single in the end. The Ooh, it's going to be signalled as a run. Wasn't sure what that came off. Matthew Lee is watching. Upshire. It's all right, we do individual shout-outs every now and then.
That's fine.
Hit hard again. That'll beat Daniels. Will it beat Cant on the boundary? Yes, it will. There's that firm striking that you've mentioned from Hardwick. And it's only taken her 2 balls to find her first boundary, and that one was pretty desperately needed by Worcestershire. Just enough width there that Hardwick could free the arms. And it seems as though, I don't think there's a change of field, but it's a change of personnel. So Cant to the infield, Willis to backward square, and then Skelton to cover, which suggests that they're actually happy for Dolman really to bowl wide of the off stump. But that's thrashed away. That's going to beat mid-off. That's going to be 4 more. Back-to-back 4s for Hardwick, an over that started really well for Gloucestershire with 2 dots and a single, but they've now got their 9 from it, of Worcestershire. Yeah, long off back now. Sort of hedging their bets a bit with the previous field, and I think now it's more there for that wider ball. Going straight this time over Dolman. Plugs and lands and won't be 2. Austin actually beating Hill from long off to the ball and taking charge, keeping it to 1. 64 required from 7 overs.
Yeah. It doesn't look like her batting style has changed much since I knew her.
No, that's what we like. He might as well not die wondering in this sort of situation.
Certainly.
And still, you know, if I think back to that, it was still one of, and I wasn't even here. It was one of my favourite games of cricket to follow. I was commentating on the men at the Oval whilst Western Storm were chasing that 292 here, and it was the lower order that did the business in the end, as I mentioned, Shrubsole, but also supported by the likes of Filer at the end there. It's what made it even more dramatic, was the fact that it came down to the last over, and it was Sophie Eccleston bowling, if I remember rightly.
Yeah. Yes, there are tail enders who are genuine tail enders or rabbits, but there are fewer and fewer of those around now. I think, you know, the type of games people are playing means that everybody does need to be able to do something.
Caitlin Belcher returns, so they're still holding 2 overs of Daniels back. Skids on, just trotting through for the 1, but
not 2.
Well, yeah, it's quite short out there, I guess. There's a lot of space on that leg side for 2s, but
there's also big space
in
that cow corner bit.
Yes, there is, yeah.
But whether with the bowler bowling as she is, you'll be able to get there is another matter.
That's the thing, you need a lot of power unless you're going to hit quite straight through that onside. Straight through bowled. Belcher gets the wicket of Gilgrass.
That stayed low.
Yeah, we saw, I think even the first ball of the over maybe just didn't bounce quite as much, and when you've got somebody of the pace of Belcher who you know is going to be banging it into the surface, when you get that ball, yeah, in fairness, I don't know that it has actually kept massively low, but it is just the fact that she stepped away and is maybe expecting the shorter ball with that field.
And it was on the stumps.
That's often the key, isn't it? Mentioned it earlier on with the way that Burt Whistle bowled and got her 3 wickets.
Right, we've now got Amy Wheeler. I think that is.
That's a really good knock from Gilgrass, 46 from 50, and I think the way that she batted, she deserved her half century, but in the end, it reached the stage where she couldn't just manipulate her way there. She had to think about hitting a boundary early on in the over at this stage is what you desperately need. And Belcher on target with the bullseye.
I think Amy Wheeler has played a few useful innings at the end of some of the Worcestershire games. Not huge scores, but certainly picking up a few runs.
Field moves in. Backward point, short third, extra cover. Not just allowing a drop and run to get off strike for Wheeler.
No, they're really going to make her work to get the single.
Required rate almost at double figures.
Until it comes out to the 5th ball, and then everybody will move out.
Yes. Slower ball, but over extra cover. A Hearn round the boundary. That is fantastic work.
Well saved there, but they saved 2 runs, but they picked up the 2.
I mean, you've seen already how tricky it is with the ball skipping off what looks to be, and it often is actually the hardest part of the outfield. The softer part tends to be over on the Kennington Avenue side. But that really is a stop that you wouldn't 100% say would be made. And pushed away, Halliday cut it off, which is good work, but you do get the one. Last ball of the over. Does Hardwick think single or boundary? She's probably just got to think boundary.
Because I mean, even on the little we've seen at the moment, Amy Wheeler is not a non-bat, so she can. No, she plays a couple of nice shots there. That one that was saved for the foot from being a 4 was a good shot.
Bold! Belcher gets a second in the over. Base of off stump. And Caitlin Belcher, only 4 runs conceded in the over, and she has removed both Gilgrass and now Hardwick. Right on target. Terrific bowling.
I think Bumble's car engine is starting to warm up now. 60 needed off 36 balls. Very good bowling.
Oh, does not get much better than that. Right underneath the bat. And actually the perfect Yorker isn't one that hits the base of the stumps. It's one that just bounces before the stumps, because it's right on the length of the toes. I guess we spoke about it a bit with Belcher as well. At times you will go for runs trying to bowl quickly, but you've always got the opportunity, especially with the lower order coming in, of pulling it back and taking wickets, and all of a sudden figures of 2 for 45, they look excellent in the context of a day when we have seen the spinners be able to keep the runs down a bit better than the seamers, just because of the nature of the surface.
So we have the other Beach coming in now.
Yes,
Just Beach.
Beach with an A.
And Wheeler to face.
Dolman for her 4th over. Probably now, yeah, I think pretty much everybody back on the edge of the circle, giving Wheeler singles with 10 and over. Doing the best.
Well, a run of ball is good bowling, isn't it? So.
Yeah. Hurries are up, and there's going to be a run out here, is there? No, not quite. It was a very risky run to the left of the bowler. Encouragement for dollars. pleasant push, but with it, ooh, hello. just lobbed Katie Jones.
Playing piggy in the middle.
But yes, at this stage, there's just that immediate pressure, if not to come out and hit boundaries, but to rotate the strike straight away. Past the edge, whistles through to Jones. Makes that
Who just takes the
noise
veils off
that
for effect.
I'm sure you'll have heard many times,
Yes.
just that crack into the gloves. So wins for Northamptonshire, Middlesex, Glamorgan. So the top three have all won today, opening up further ground. Driven away to backward point, slips underneath Cant. They would possibly have considered two, but I think Wheeler sort of fancies the strike as well. Skidding throw, which sends Jones tumbling to the floor.
Yeah, I don't know quite what. Her feet sort of went from underneath her there.
Yeah, she's just scuffing up the area where the batters are. No, she's not. she's really not.
No.
And again, because I'm sure we'll have viewers joining us from other games. Reminder, if Worcestershire were to pull off now, would be a remarkable victory. With shots like that, it might still be on. Crash through extra cover, and Skelton has now been positioned out at deep cover and keeps it to 2. But a reminder, Worcestershire, if they win, they'll leapfrog Yorkshire and move into the semi-final spots. If Gloucestershire win, then they will be just 2 points off those spots. Pulled away to square leg. Oh, they've decided to come through for one, and the throw goes probably to the wrong end. But it is still only a single.
Which is fine for Gloucestershire.
They've just got to keep their nerve really out there. As long as the ball is not going to the boundary.
Not going to the boundary. No balls and free hits.
So for Gloucestershire, it would be back-to-back wins in this one-day cup. They will equal their record at 3 wins and 3 losses. Home games against Yorkshire, which looks a rather tasty encounter next week, the way that this is going. And then the final home game against second from bottom Kent, with third from bottom Leicestershire away as Gloucestershire's last fixture. Here's Caitlin Belcher. Slower ball. I think that's come off pad though.
I think so. Brief excitement for a moment from Katie Jones, but
Belcher just had a little look round to the umpire.
just to make sure.
She was almost wondering if she was going to see that finger going up. Through extra cover, it will spin toward the fielder.
They've got the sweeper out there.
Oh, they've
again.
come back for 2. That's going to be a wicket.
Will be out this time.
There's the 9th wicket. Beach has run out at the non-striker's end, and Gloucestershire on the brink of a victory in front of their home fans. And again, it's staying calm, really. It's tricky in this situation if you're Worcestershire, because you're thinking, well, I need to get Wheeler on strike if you're Beach, but then at this stage, well, you're sort of
this is not the
between
point.
the devil and the deep blue sea at the moment.
Honestly, this is not the point at which the game is won or lost, is it? It's what's happened earlier in the day.
Yeah, and again, if you weren't with us earlier, we'll recap again the extraordinary last wicket partnership, in particular by Gloucestershire, that got them to that 2-9-1.
Well, yeah, I think I'd highlight the 2 things. One is the way that even when they lost wickets, that Gloucestershire were able to build partnerships, and that really pushed the score up, including that incredible sort of final wicket partnership. And then also the Worcestershire really gifting Gloucestershire a flying start, because they were, for whatever reason, unable to. The opening bowlers were unable to find their lines, and we had wides, and no balls which were punished on the free hits, and that really set Gloucestershire off on a flying start.
Yeah, there were 65 for 1 after 10 overs, but I think there was an even greater rate off about 8 overs.
Yeah, and that I think we pointed out. I mean, we've not seen a lot in the way of drop catches today, but what we have seen are missed run-outs.
Yeah.
And there have been 2, neither of them easy because they're thrown in at the stumps, at the bowlers, but 2 chances there for Worcestershire to have dismissed Gloucestershire that much quicker, and they were unable to take those.
Wheeler on strike, Burt Whistle, the last batter at the non-strikers end. Belcher is looking at her captain as if to say, come on, you had all that time to set the field.
Well, why did you make me run all the way in before? When they've got 1 wicket and they still need 54.
Exactly.
She's saying, but we did it, so they could. I think we might have some slightly different personalities here.
Short ball, oh gosh. Jones has got a glove on that.
To quote Dad's Army, Corporal Jones, I don't like him up. Don't like him. Don't like it at him.
I thought you were going to say, "Don't panic, everybody."
Oh no, it's no. Well, I think we're beyond the nod. Don't panic. No, that was more a case of the batter ducking that one.
I think on the whole, though, that's actually, slightly less flippantly, but it is what Gloucestershire have done really for the most part. Bowled. That's it.
That's it. Game over.
Gloucestershire win. And they've done it in the end by 53 runs as Caitlin Belcher has mopped up the tail. And that is a cracking win at Bristol for the Shire, as they have, in the end, after it looked as if this was coming right down to the wire, and it's the way that 50-over cricket can sometimes go, 204 for 4, needing, around about 7's just a bit over. Worcestershire was still right in this, but as soon as you start losing those wickets at the back end, sometimes they can tumble, and that has been the case. 3 wickets apiece for Belcher, Skelton and Hill, with the bat, Becca Halliday top scoring with 62, but as we've alluded to, partnerships all the way down, 20s and 30s are plenty, but particularly those final 2 wickets where Katie Dolman came out at 10 and scored 22 from only 17 balls, when Gloucestershire looked as though they were going to be bowled out for about 220 with 10 overs to spare at one stage. But that partnership of 32 for the 9th wicket and the last wicket partnership, which was the highest of the Gloucestershire innings of 54, has taken Gloucestershire over the line, and they move to within touching distance of not only Worcestershire but also Yorkshire as far as those semi-final spots are concerned. Handshakes between the 2 sides, and Carol, we've seen a good game of cricket there.
We have indeed. Ups and downs, some good performances out there, real benefits of seeing the way, I'm just so pleased with the way Gloucestershire have worked on their batting, particularly because they struggled to score high scores earlier in the season, and they've really come on. They're working on those partnerships, and we've seen the end result today. And they kept their nerve when they needed to, when it came to taking the wickets at the end.
Yeah, indeed. And I think also when you talk about an illustration of the fact that Gloucestershire maybe just really ensured that they didn't beat themselves. If you look at a comparison in terms of extras, we talked about the missed chances. Gloucestershire were pretty clinical in the field there. 38 extras conceded by Worcestershire and only 17 by Gloucestershire, and that is something that so often can make a big difference.
Indeed. And yes, I mean, and those extras, when you add on top of, I can never remember whether they're included or not, but to me it was a big difference with those no balls with the 4s scored off them.
Yes, that's true as well. So a win for Gloucestershire, as we mentioned before, 3 wins now and 3 defeats, which is the same record as Worcestershire, although Worcestershire will remain ahead because they have claimed a couple more bonus points than Gloucestershire, but it is very tight between now 4 sides in the table for that 4th spot, and Carol and I will be back for that crunch match between Gloucestershire's women and Yorkshire's women this time next Saturday. There is action from the Men's One Day Cup tomorrow as Gloucestershire's men look to make it 3 wins out of 3 in the Metro Bank One Day Cup on the men's side against Leicestershire. So join the Gloucestershire stream for that. But from Carol and myself, thank you very much for watching and listening, and we will be back ourselves next Saturday. Speak to you then.